An artist is your duty to sit. This is all the reason that
one thing that I can say, I definitely am not leaving the way I came today. I learned an awful lot from all the poems to the music to the storytelling. It was really, really inspirational. The one thing that I have as a takeaway today is that sometimes the little we do can make a big change in the world. Like we may think that it's what we're doing, like writing poems and writing songs are insignificant, but they are actually very, very inspirational and motivational for other people besides us. The one thing I actually picked from the whole talk today, the one thing that was very, very crucial for me was when he said, when you look at something for a very long time, you become that thing. And it really got to me because there are certain times I want to do things that I just get very demotivated. But when I actually tried to do that thing for like a longer duration of time, I realized that it wasn't even that hard, and I just needed to be consistent with it. So I think that's like the one thing that I really picked, and I think it's a line I'll be working with for a long time. I learned about today's experience is defining what your art is literally talking about. If you are making a music, if you are writing a story, what is your story talking about? What message are you passing to the audience, to the listeners behind? So I learned to use my creativity to advocate for issues happening around me, and also not just doing it because I want to do it, but doing it for humanity and all of that.
The interaction section was great because we not only saw TN members that were just participatory, we also saw contributory members that were able to speak up, that were able to make comments, that were able to contribute to the poetry day. So it was a great experience and all-embracing experience. So once again, I want to appreciate the TN for well coordinating alongside with the community and culture desk. The challenges of the region, build an understanding of our shared struggles, and outlining an array of actions that must be taken to resolve the crisis. NDSC or NDAC starts from the premise that is a solution to every challenge. We also believe that the surest way to get out of the pit is to stop digging further into it. NDAC also insists that we never forget that oil and gas are not renewable resources, and our best interest is to secure integrity of our environment and the array of gifts that nature has bestowed upon us.
Every time you want to tell the story of the Niger Delta, somebody wants to direct how that story is told. They want you to elaborate on militancy and how your people stand up against one another. They never want you to tell the story of pollution and its effect on people. This is about perception.
Our environment is key. The $1 billion they gave to Goni was a take-off grant for the first 5 years of $200 million per year. That was not money for the cleanup. The money for the cleanup. I need to think that question on advocacy, doing the things that we are comfortable with. But this is the moment, this is the season to make some adjustments, to massify our activities. contend for space more because these brigands, call themselves politicians, have taken away a lot of spaces. These spaces have been stolen by these brigands. Young men and women, part of the universities, have been turned into thugs. We have to contend for those spaces with these thugs and reclaim people to become agents of change.
We have come together not only to formally receive the Bielsa State Oil and Environment Commission report, but also to express our deepest gratitude to the individuals, Ntamu and his team, who have tirelessly amplified our struggles across the nation and across the globe. Our gathering is a testament to collective efforts and shared humanity.
The land and the people suffering on it have been waiting for too long. If we don't act, no one will. And if we don't act now, it will be too late. I want to say enough is enough, not another spill of oil. Enough is enough.
Whilst the report is beautiful, beautifully laid out, for so many of us, so for so many of the people in this room, this is not news to you. What we've been able to do is to pull it together so that it becomes your document, your evidence for what you have suffered. And, we detail our findings, we detail some very important recommendations.
It is important that this commission's report provides an opportunity for Bielsa to engage and collaborate with international institutions, to use the opportunities and the frameworks of loss and damage and climate change adaptation to attract resources to this state in the context of energy transition, so that there will be electricity for Bielsa state.
I will count it as one of the greatest achievements of governments of the Jaws. More so, two different governments sustaining an effort towards making us human beings again. Because for all these decades that oil and gas resources has been siphoned, we have had nothing other than environmental pollution and the murder of vulnerable populations in the state and beyond.
Over the years, we've struggled and struggled to have clear evidence to prove, to show the world the depth of degradation of our environment, the depth of the spoilation and everything. But apart from the UNEP report on Ogoniland, which was issued in August 2011, we've not had any report of this magnitude. And I want to congratulate the Bielsa State Oil and Environment Commission for the work that has been done.
This is not just a campaign. This is a rethink, a global call for a recovery of memory, for imagination, and resistance. This is how we maximize and organize the world.
Stop oil pollution. Protect our land.
The spring from which the water comes out from the ground is not for anybody to pollute. First, the entire community is first. Is there any justification? Is the quest for profit sufficient reason why this will be done by some? What do we say to that? Well, forbidding every effort or attempt we make to destroy 1 inch of the environment, we are indirectly destroying ourselves. And when we see people destroying it and we keep quiet, we are accomplished.
You must recognize women's role in climate solutions. Women provide roles. They are the ones that often are in the forefront for emergency preparedness. They are the ones at the forefront for climate adaptive, localized climate adaptive solutions. Seeds are rotting. What do we do? They find ways to go about, mitigating those issues. So you must recognize their roles and engage them.
As you say, we need decarbonization. Decarbon, that means you carbonize, then you decarbonize. It means you bring out the carbon, then you capture. So people are now manufacturing equipment for carbon capture. And they say they can suck carbon from the atmosphere and bury it in rocks or at the bottom of the ocean. So the more we talk about how to solve the problem, the more businesses are looking for how to make money. They know it will not solve the problem, but they are going to construct equipment and factories. We keep on polluting it, they say, okay, we are going to capture the carbon, so you pay money and they make a lot of money. Saying no to evil, to corruption, to pollution is the correct thing to do. Friends, having book days, poetry days, drama days, movie days, is for us to draw our attention to the fact that if we don't understand our environment, don't love our environment, we cannot tackle the problems we are confronted with. And when you are ready to tackle the environmental problems in this nation or anywhere in the world, you have to use all the creative abilities that you have. If you are a poet, use your poetry. If you're a fiction writer, use your story. Yes, but the nature are called discern things before they actually happen, just like the prophets. Similar to I said, guys, something wrong. So the poet is the movement is in that sense prophetic, in the sense that it tells you ahead of time the disaster that is coming. And the poet is also prophetic in the sense that he or she can begin to decide things that the powers that be that destroy society do not want us to know about. The title of this is Dress and Keep. Dress and keep, dress and keep. The writer of the law still is in the Torah as man's purpose and reason for being created. Genesis 2:15. Genesis. So everything has a beginning. The beginning of this world.
Dream. That fight. That's nothing still. That's desecration. That's ambushments of the future. Before he slept, Sarua handed us his dream. Let's enable fly all it wants. One day it will perish. Do not cease to fire.
Aí não tem bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye, guys. Quay rồi, so we're going. Bye bye.
Early December 2025, there was a massive oil spill in this world. And it was so incredibly huge that if you look around, you can see the impact. It looks like a scene of fire, but all this destruction of mangroves, palm trees, mangoes, and the rest were damaged by the spill itself. Now, what is most shocking about the whole situation and what I would like the Nigerian government to pay attention to. That the spill was reported right on time. The community people are monitoring the environment all over Ogoniland and the Pia community in particular. They reported the oil spill, and so those authorities could not say they didn't know about it. By 22nd December 2025, there was a high-level visit by Nigerian government officials to this place. A few hours after the latest oil spill breakout was contained. Now they've seen the amount of devastation, and they're just sitting pretty in Abuja, happy about what they've seen here. And I think it's a disservice, not just to the environment, but to the people of this community, to the people of Ogoniland, to the people of the Niger Delta, to the people of Nigeria. Because you can't see this level of devastation without immediately commencing action to clean up the environment. Now we could see all the creeks around the river around is polluted. The community people dug ditches to try to stop the spread of the crude. There's nothing by the government to help the communities. And I believe this is a cautionary tale to anybody who believes that consumption of oil and burning will be a blessing to the people. Because if production that stopped in 1993 can still be creating this level of disaster in this territory, to reopen the wells means that nobody has taken note of what has gone wrong. What the UNEP report recommended was a decommissioning of decrepit facilities. And this is what I believe should be done. First of all, to decommission them, remove all the dilapidated facilities, and restore the environment. This really most urgent and important actions to be taken by those who are saddled with giving Nigerians an environment that is safe for people to live in and to develop according to their abilities. The National Development is a space for the convergence of ideas, sharing of passion.
To the government. I mean, there's no excuse for how this country is today in terms of climate change. The country needs to take serious action on the issue of livelihood for women, especially now that we are going through serious crisis.
At home, I feel it's an obligation for me to come and share my experiences with the young people here today, and also to encourage you not to give up because the struggle continues. There are a lot to be done. I will tell you that every day when I see something online, I forward it to him, whether it's about pollution or whatever, because the consciousness is something that should drive you. You see something that is wrong, and then you talk about it. You raise issues about it. You propose a alternative. You propose solutions.
My name is Edson Effiong, but I prefer being called just Edson Effiong. My name is Akode Saiwan Edene. My name is Malibo. I'm baby Ogenemaro. Actually, when I was admitted into the school, I came with the mindset of how I could translate ecological principles into community-based solution. That was the mindset I came with. And coming here, I had some original minds or thoughts about ecological justice, the ecosystem, the nature, and everything. But down here, all the ideas I had were just debunked from the, and I tend to have acquired what I call it, resolutions or ideas about how the ecological system works. More insight on what ecological justice itself is. One of the things that stood out for me was false solution. I'm going for the other politics part because I'm also very interested in politics. I didn't know that politics had to do with hunger. Should I say the definition of hunger politics says that I what is it about? They talk about Joel Brand very well concerning hunger politics. About everything, how what is hunger? Even why some farmers, even when farmers are the ones producing, and I really understood that. I came to school of ecology. It's my first time, and I learned a lot of things. I asked some questions that I felt people were afraid to ask, and I was happy with the response I got. Coming to school of ecology, I had thought that, like I said the first day, that I don't know how to do so not just only the community, but like people in power, these sectors that how and saying that they should live in a more sustainable way. And so the ecology taught me and what I even expected and broadened my knowledge more and gave me more confidence on how to approach this matter. It was a wonderful experience to interact with the students to get their perspective on the issues that were discussed. What is particularly interesting to me is the has sustained this school. I have made it a normal thing that
to make some adjustments, to massify our activities, to contend for space more. Because these brigands, call themselves politicians, have taken away a lot of spaces. These spaces have been stolen by these brigands. Young men and women out of the universities have returned into talks. We have to contend for those spaces with these talks and reclaim our people to become agents of change.
Today, we have come together not only to formally receive the Bayelsa State Oil and Environment Commission report, but also to express our deepest gratitude
And the people suffering on it have been waiting for too long. If we don't act, no one will. And if we don't act now, it will be too late. I want to say enough is enough, not another spill of oil. Enough is enough.
Whilst the report is beautiful, beautifully laid out, for so many of us, so for so many of the people in this room, this is not news to you. What we've been able to do is to pull it together so that it becomes your document, your evidence for what you have suffered. And, you know, it was detail our findings.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could we have those at the back fill the spaces in the center, please? The people at the very, yeah, don't be shy, come forward. Thank you very much, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound pleasure to welcome you to this third Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence taking place in Abuja. This is the third edition of what we consider the biggest community and civil society space to discuss the issues affecting the socio-ecological reality of the Nigerian state. But before we get into it, permit me to first establish the protocols. We will start by recognizing the traditional rulers in our midst. Permit me to first recognize Dr. Salisu Dahiru, who will be representing the chairman of today's occasion. Dr. Salisu was the first DG of the Nigerian Climate Change Council, and he joins us to deliver the chairman's opening remarks. I think he deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome, sir. Permit me to also recognize our own dear father in the house, King Bubaraye Dakolo, the natural ruler of the Ekpetiana Kingdom of Bayelsa State. King Dakolo, you're very welcome, sir. Let me also welcome Professor Olu Kayode Oladipo, who was our keynote speaker in last year's NSAC, did a fantastic work. You're very welcome, sir. Let me also recognize Dr. Abdul Oro, who is a former member of the House of Reps. That is not his biggest portfolio. His biggest portfolio is that in the dark days of military rule, he led CLO to resist the reign of the military. Abdullah, you're very welcome. Permit me also to recognize His Royal Highness. Is he here? No, he's not here yet. Permit me to also recognize a professor who joins us from far away, Senegal. He is Professor Sokona Youba from Senegal. Professor, you're welcome. I wish to also welcome His Royal Majesty Afolabi Odidomo of Ondo State. You're very welcome, Your Highness. Thank you very much. Permit me to also recognize the presence of our keynote speaker here today, Professor Omolade Adunbi. You're very welcome, sir. I also wish to recognize the presence of Professor Etok Ekanem. He is the secretary of the Ibibio Elders Forum, all the way from Akwa Ibom State. Professor, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I also you're at the back. Please come forward, sir. You're very welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a truly international conference. It's an international convergence. You would have noticed that certain realities have hit us hard. In the last 1 month or thereabout, we had crisis hitting, climate-related crisis hitting at the same time in different parts of the West Africa coast. We had floods in Senegal, we had floods not in Senegal, we had floods in Togo, in Benin Republic, in Lagos, in Ghana, simultaneously happening at the same time. And one of the core pillars of NSAC is internationality, building solidarity across borders. And it's very important for us to recognize the fact that what is happening here in Nigeria, it's also happening elsewhere, especially around the West Africa coast. And that's why we have our friends and brothers in solidarity with us here. I will just quickly mention their names. We have Noble Watza from Ghana. Noble Akwaba, welcome to Abuja. We have Esther Kande from Sierra Leone. Esther? Oh, you're welcome, sister. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We have Ali Tabzoba from Burkina Faso. Ali, you here? Oh, very welcome, Ali. Welcome, welcome. We have our own brother who doesn't need an introduction. He should be Nigerian by now. Kwame. Kwame is from Togo. Kwame. Very welcome, Kwame. Very, very welcome. And we also have Anne-Marie from Guinea-Conakry. Oh, thank you so much from joining us from Guinea. And we have Issa Gundo from Mali. Issa, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, having set those protocols, permit me to call the man from whose thinking we are gathered here. It was he who first conceptualized the Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence, and we worked together to produce the charter, and this is the 3rd edition. And we'll be calling him to give the welcome address. He is the Executive Director of the Health of Mother Earth Foundation and convener of the Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nimo Bassing.
Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies. You're all excellencies, aren't you? Permit me to stand on the protocols very well established by Comrade Ken Henshaw. It's a big delight that you did not only come out early for this meeting. I will apologize for keeping you waiting before commencing. But we're going to be as quick as we can be, so before midnight we'll be through. I assure you. Today, we're looking at the theme deforestation, mining, and the crisis of human security in Nigeria. You will agree with me that these are issues that are very pertinent for us to discuss. The environmental crisis in Nigeria are some of the key elements that can unite this nation if we agree to tackle the problems together. As Ken mentioned, we had flood recently, and that flood united the entire West African coast. So when it comes to environmental issues, we can't say we are separate. We are all in the boat together. Mining and the forest issues have become very critical in Nigeria, just at a time when we've got, I would say, we've got to the top of the environmental crisis generated by our drive and dependence on fossil fuels in the form of oil and gas. The Niger Delta has become a thoroughly sacrificed zone, and sometimes we believe that the harm done cannot be reversed. We don't say this in public, but we can't avoid the truth. And this is why it's so urgent that we tackle that crisis and tackle also the crises that are building up regarding mining and deforestation. Sometimes it gets really worrying. Recently, there was a big announcement and celebration by the federal government that is made discovery of world-class polymetallic mineral province in Kaduna State.
Yeah,
Though
there's
there was
supposed to be some.
and recently, the Ogun State government was celebrating the drilling of oil wells in Ogun State. At a time when we should be mourning, we're celebrating. The first oil well in Nigeria remains a testament to the crisis that extractivism brings about. And we need to understand the concept of extractivism. I believe we're going to hear more about it in this convergence. Because extractivism is very colonial. When you run with that colonial mentality, no matter who is doing it, it remains colonial and exploitative. Because you are taking and benefiting someone else, and where you take from is destroyed and damaged. That is what it means to extract. Whether it's mineral, whether it's oil, whether it's forest resources, whether it's finance, whether it's infrastructure, the world appears to be absolutely captured by the forces of extractivism. And so this convergence would not be looking just at the mining pits or forest trees that are fell. We're going to look at why that is happening and why we must tackle. Records show that forests in Nigeria are disappearing at the rate of 250,000 to 300,000 hectares every year. And I know we like football. This is time of World Cup. Let me give you this size in terms of football pitches. That equates to 350,000 football pitches to 420,000 football pitches every year. So you can have a picture, mental picture of how much forest we're losing every year. In fact, some estimates have it that by 2050, there will be no forest left in Nigeria. By 2052, let me add, I forgot to add those 2 extra years. That is like injury time. By 2052, there will be no forest standing in Nigeria. That's the estimate, but that doesn't have to happen. And that's why we have this convergence. Whether the forest in Sokoto State or it's in Cross River State or Lagos or wherever it is, we have a duty to regenerate our forest. And it's not rocket science. Rockets is not the best thing to talk about now in terms of in a time where there's wars going on in the world with missiles flying all over the place. But it's something that is doable, and we have to focus to do it. Destructive mining, I like that clap. Can you join him to clap? Okay, thank you. I was joking. Destructive mining, deforestation, and other types of extractivism weaken human security.
and heighten vulnerabilities. It also operates behind military shields. So when you have a lot of mining going on, you're going to have militarization of those zones. And you know what? When there was war in Sierra Leone, war in Liberia, the Biafran War, and all the such conflicts, even the ones in Congo, those bullets don't fly at the mining pits. The mining continues while innocents are dying. Innocents are displaced. So mining and militarization, they go hand in hand, they reinforce one another. And so if you say no more mine field in Nigeria, you are saying don't expand militarization in this nation. No more oil fields, don't expand militarization in the Niger Delta. The best preserved forest, and I'm happy that some of our brothers and sisters from forest communities here present today. The best preserved forests are usually managed by communities because they understand the value of the forest for education, for medicine, for food, for recreation, for culture, for spirituality. Everything you need is found in the forest. Just like any other community, any other environment that sustains life of any community. And so when you destroy the forest, you know you are destroying lives, you are destroying culture, and you are destroying so many things. So when people begin to behave in strange ways, don't be surprised. Check out the environment. What is the state of the environment? What is the health of the environment? When the environment is healthy, people are healthy. The workforce is healthy, and people are healthy in their mind. When your environment is destroyed, your mind is at risk. Your mind is at risk when your community has its forest destroyed. Now, mine pits are coming up all over the country. The expansion is reckless and violent. There's some communities, even here in Abuja, that you can't easily visit because people are mining for lithium and other so-called critical minerals. So what we've seen elsewhere, the horrors we've seen in the Niger Delta is now having pockets all over the country. And if those expand, if care is not taken, the fires at Ororo, one oil well, the gas bubbling in Bile, in River State, would also be replicated in mine pits across the nation. Today in Ghana, as you hear from Brother Noble, one of the biggest challenges in Ghana today is pollution of the rivers from by mining. Almost all the rivers, streams, communities are suffering. You hear beautiful pictures about Ghana, but go to the communities where mining is going on and you'll weep. The same in South Africa. There are rivers filled with acid, cyanide. Why? Because people are looking for minerals. When forests are opened up for mining activities such forests inevitably gets destroyed. And reckless and uncontrolled mining poisons water bodies, destroys ecosystems, and related ways of life. The obvious outcome is the abridgment of the right to life and to a safe environment, and overall right to well-being of dependent communities. And some forests, as you all know, have become not for wildlife, but for wild men, bandits and terrorists who disconnect communities and from their forests, and sometimes run the territories into exclusive islands of criminal fiefdoms. So this convergence is both a moment of reflection and a call to action. We are here not to merely diagnose problems, but to strengthen movements, exchange experiences, build alliances, and advance practical alternatives capable of transforming our socio-ecological realities. Our responsibility extends beyond the present generation. We have a duty to hand over territories, forests, and lands that are safe for future generations to thrive in. We owe this duty to ourselves and to our children and those yet unborn.
As we engage at this convergence, it is our hope that our conversations will be courageous, our reflections honest, our solidarity strengthened, and our commitment to ensure the needed socio-ecological transformations is renewed. I must particularly thank the keynote speaker for today for coming all the way back home. He's done a lot of work on these issues for decades, written on them, and continue to inspire young people of African descent and even those who have never crossed the Sahara. The chairman of this occasion also, you hear more about him, such a special and unique man who has shown commitment for building and preserving a safe environment for all Nigerians to thrive in. When you see people like that, you have a duty to honor them and also to learn their virtues so that we may have more of such men in this land. And of course, it's such a blessing to have comrades who are holding royal staff and who can make decrees that nature listens to. And so today we are so blessed to have a committed comrade who is the head of the Council of Chiefs in Bayelsa State, King Dakolo. And of course, all the other leaders we have in the house. My final word for this time, not for today, not forever, is that the time to change course for the preservation of our forests and lands is now. And I welcome you for coming and being a part of this movement. Good morning.
Thank you so much. I think that very profound welcome address deserves another round of applause. A louder one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the agenda at this point in time, I think what's there is why we are, Ken. That's what it is, why we are. And that's talking about the rationale behind the Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence. But to deal with that conversation, it's important for me to draw your attention to the Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Charter and Call to Action. This is a document that was developed by the convergence in that held the first convergence that held 3 years ago. It was read to the audience and was endorsed. It's a document that has been endorsed by frontline communities, scholars, activists, civil society actors, friends, partners. It contains the key socio-ecological issues currently facing the Nigerian state. And it also contains our key demands and call to action, not just by the government, but also by people. I'll speak to the charter very briefly. Just to say that Nigeria is currently on the front line of key socio-ecological threats of, in fact, existential nature. And that while we fail to document these issues and take them seriously, that these issues are currently threatening the economy, the security, the human rights framework, and the development trajectory of the entire country. It's also important to note that despite the manifest nature of these threats, these socio-ecological threats, Nigerian governments at the federal, state, and local levels have basically refused to take action to address these threats, and they only speak to those threats when they have escalated, destroyed properties, and claimed lives. The Nigerian Socio-Ecological Charter is a bold call for a profound and absolute overhaul of Nigeria's socio-ecological landscape. It's a vision and a blueprint for a sustainable, just, and equitable socio-ecological order that places the highest value on the well-being of people and the protection of the natural environment. Our vision is of a Nigeria where ecological integrity, social justice, and economic well-being coexist. That's the founding principle of the Charter. Our Charter has certain pillars. It stands on 5 critical pillars. One is ecological justice, that the people who suffer the worst impact of the ecological situation in the country are most times the people who contributed the least to creating the problem in the first place. We believe also in people's participation, that for us to get the clear direction of solving the ecological challenges we have currently, it is critical that people, frontline communities, people who live in the context of those issues, participate actively in addressing them. We also believe it's sustainability. I said sustainability, not sustainability. We believe that communities already have the capacity and ability. We believe that community have strategies and knowledge to protect their own ecosystems and revive it, and that they should be included in all conversations leading to protecting those ecosystems. We believe also in accountability, the need to hold corporations and all frameworks, whether government or multinational, that have contributed to the destruction of the natural environment. It is critical that we hold them to account. The ecological crisis we have in Nigeria didn't just happen. They were mostly created by greed, created by extractivism, created for profit. And those people who benefited billions of dollars in profit should be held to account. We also believe in solidarity and partnership, understanding clearly that what we currently suffer is not suffered by us alone, and that for us to address those issues, we need to weave threads and connections, not just within our communities and movements, but also communities elsewhere around Africa and around the world who also suffer the same issues that we suffer. And this is based on the understanding that the people who are making this world a worse place, the corporations who benefit greedily from extractivism, are collaborating. They are working together. They all draw inspiration from the exact same Bible, the Bible of destruction. And it's also important for us to draw our inspiration, our strength, and our resilience from the same Bible, the Bible of hope, the Bible of solidarity, and the Bible of accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, our charter speaks to the issue of drought and desertification, realizing that massive landscapes in Nigeria has been taken over by drought and desertification. That while elsewhere we may have the luxury of good drinking water, arable farmlands, elsewhere, especially on the northern frontiers of this country, drought has completely taken over. Our people's homes have become ecological deadlands, and that the government is doing very little to address these issues. We recognize also that desertification and drought leads to severe challenges at the primary and tertiary levels. It causes health hazards to the people who live in those frontline communities. It leads to loss of economies and livelihoods, and it also leads to conflict and migration. And unfortunately, whenever the government wants to address these issues that are manifest and emanating from drought and desertification, it always sees it as an issue to be addressed by the military. So rather than develop blueprints to address deserts and droughts, the government rather forms new military formations to address conflicts that are actually climate related. And that's a big mistake. And it's for that reason that we propose in our charter that there needs to be a deliberate effort at afforestation and reforestation, that we need to find ways to restore lands that have been degraded, and that this needs to be a deliberate policy of the government with a clear roadmap and blueprint, supporting communities to adapt also to the problems of drought and desertification. We think also that the government needs to address the problem of water and access to water, which people face in those frontline communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the charter also speaks to the challenge of flood and flooding. We recognize that since 2012, Nigeria has been on the front line of floods. Since 2012, places, about 33 states across Nigeria has been engulfed in floods every other year. And when floods happen, the Nigerian farming system basically collapses. Farmlands are inundated. People are forced to migrate. People are forced to lose income. School calendars are disrupted. Houses are destroyed. People's lives are brought to a halt for the 3, 4, or even 5 months that those floods persist. Unfortunately, the response of the government to this flood has been that of climate disinformation. We have heard all sorts of responses to the flood crisis from the government, from a blame to our brothers in Cameroon for opening the Lagdo Dam and flooding the Niger and the Benue, to it being a natural disaster, an act of God. But we know for a fact that these floods are a clear indicator of climate change. The fact that volumes of rainfall have increased exponentially and that water bodies have swollen up and water has inundated whole communities. We think that it is important for us to address these challenges in a very systematic way. We believe that it is important for the government of Nigeria to create flood control infrastructures, to protect wetlands, to relocate highly vulnerable communities to places that are much safer to exist in, to provide economic assistance to people who have had everything taken away from them on account of flood. It's important that the government of Nigeria goes beyond early warning, because what we see are just early warnings. NIMET has given an early warning that 33 states this year will be flooded. But beyond early warning, there's nothing else. People have been advised to go to upper land. Which upper land should they go to? Which exact upper land do people go to? It's important that the government goes beyond early warning and actually creates frameworks for addressing and supporting people who are most exposed to these floods. We also think that the government needs to look beyond the floods as acts of God. This is not force majeure. This is created, this is caused. These are the impacts of climate change. We advise the government in this charter to take proactive measures to address the problem of climate change. We are a country of 200 million people, and we have a say in climate policy. Nigeria, being one of the most exposed countries to the impact of climate change, like flooding, needs to also be on the front line of crafting policies that addresses climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, our charter also addresses deforestation. It's not an issue that is spoken of very much, but it's a major ecological crisis nonetheless. We notice that the bulk of our forests have completely disappeared. In the last 55 years, Nigeria has lost over 70% of its forests, most of them in the north central, in the northeast, and in the eastern part of Nigeria, in the Cross River State basin, where most of the forest has completely been destroyed. We know for a fact that the government, through its policies, has failed to protect those forests, thereby completely destroying them. The government has constructed highways, infrastructural projects, and even given the land out as lease for agricultural purposes, but agriculture that does not feed into our natural ecosystem of food chain, for the development of palm plantation for export, for the development of cocoa for export, for the development of pineapple for export, for the development of coffee for export, nothing feeding into our own indigenous food systems. And for this reason, vast agricultural land has been lost on account of deforestation. In Cross River State, vast areas that were previously forests, have become complete grasslands with forests totally gone. We believe in the charter that we need to stop the destruction of the natural environment. We believe that communities, frontline communities, are the best suited to address the problem of deforestation. We take inspiration and example from the Ikuri people in Cross River State, who single-handedly, without the support of the government, with nothing, protected 33,000 acres of their own indigenous community forest from 1992 till date. And they continue, even up till now, in court, fighting against the government that intends to hand over their forest to loggers. We recognize the fact that it is, in fact, governments, whether they are colonial government or military governments or democratic governments in this dispensation, it is governments that have often viewed the forest as just another commodity. They have viewed forest as another line in their budgets for revenue generation. And it is critical that this concept changes. And we can only do so by empowering communities who live in those forests to protect those forests. We need to also address the financialization of nature, where it is believed that forests can be converted to carbon sinks. Increasingly, we see forest areas, whether it is mangrove forest or rainforest, being captured by companies. We see this in Delta State, we see this in Cross River State, we also see this in Edo State, where large expanse of forests are being taken over for the purpose of generating carbon credits to be sold in international markets. We reject this absolutely, because no price can and should be placed on nature. We believe that the government needs to take action to deliberately stop plantation agriculture, because it doesn't feed our people, it instead feeds a market that our people do not participate in. Plantation agriculture, whether for palm, for cocoa, for coffee, or whatever, reinforces the same relations of production that places Africa as the hewer of wood and the fetcher of water, as the producer of raw material for the West to develop and send back to us. Whether it is coffee, drink, or chocolate, it is not produced here in Nigeria and contributes little or nothing to our system. We also believe that the government needs to take actions deliberately to drive reforestation. Currently, degraded forests lie as grasslands. The government needs to take action to address reforestation issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation today is focused on insecurity, mining, and forests. We see a situation where solid mineral mining has basically taken over several parts of the country. In the North Central, we see where mining has led to poisoning of children and communities, where mining has led to insecurity, where mining has acted as an economy absolutely outside the periphery of state control, where mining has resulted in insecurity and the creation of ungoverned territories, where there's absolutely no order or accountability on account of this. This has resulted in the destruction of the natural environment, in the pollution of people's farmlands and water bodies. We also see a situation where this is rising, not just in the North Central, but also in places like Cross River State, where the search for so-called transition minerals is increasing exponentially. And in our chapter, we dare to say that we cannot sacrifice our land, our rivers, and our children for the purposes of solving the climate crisis. Our territories cannot be used to recklessly mine and destroy just to have minerals that create batteries and solar panels. We question the current trajectory and we demand that the government enforces the mining regulation contained in the Mining Act of 2007. We also insist that the free, prior, and informed consent of all indigenous communities where mining allocations are made be sought before any mining activity happens. We also insist that the government must carry out researches to even understand what minerals are available in our landscape. And that's from the fact that currently it takes illegal miners, whether they come from China or from elsewhere in Africa, to tell us what minerals we even have on our own lands. We do not even know. Recently, we learned that in Cross River State, gold was being mined. There is no textbook I have read that told me that Cross River State has gold. But alas, Cross River State has gold. We do not even know what minerals we have in those places. We also believe that there needs to be a deliberate framework for how mining operations are decommissioned. Because currently the system is that whenever mines stop producing, whenever communities stop being beneficial to mining industries, they are simply abandoned and walked away. So all over the country, we have open pits where mining previously happened, simply because there are no regulations on how restoration and decommissioning happens. We believe also very strongly that there needs to be no mining zones. And indeed, there are no mining zones. For example, if you look at the 2006 National Parks Act, mining is not supposed to happen in the national park. But recently, we have seen more and more mining activities happening in the heart of the national park, in nature reserves, happening randomly. We have seen the mining cadastral office giving out mining leases for mining activities right there in the national park. We need to enforce regulations, and we need to declare some places, including this Federal Capital Territory, a no mining zone. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to reflect finally on oil and gas extraction. To say that oil and gas extraction for the last 71 years in the Niger Delta region has destroyed the place, has turned one of the most sensitive and volatile ecosystems on earth to one of the most polluted places on the earth. A place where the UNEP conducted an assessment and found that chemicals like benzene that cause cancer is in the water people drink 900 times above safe levels. A place where a report was recently published that says that women carry in their bloodstreams hydrocarbons, petrol, right there in their bloodstreams, mutating their genes, destroying their systems, and basically killing them. This is a region where recently the Bayelsa State Environment Commission report published a report that says that every single Bayelsan carries 1.5 barrels of crude oil per capita share of crude oil in their system. 1.5. And just for context, ladies and gentlemen, 1 barrel is 159 liters. Every Bayelsan carries 159 liters and half in their bloodstream. That's the per capita share of pollution in Bayelsa State. This is not our report. This is a report by an expert panel of scientists and researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Niger Delta has been destroyed. There are 250 spills, oil spills that occur, 250,000 barrels of crude oil spill into the creeks, the wetlands, and the lands of the Niger Delta every single year. 250,000 barrels. That amounts to 419 fully loaded oil tankers pumping crude oil into the Niger Delta every 12 months. 419 every month, every year. And that's what the Niger Delta has become. But what we see in response to this disaster is that the government has basically refused to accept these reports, refused to accept the Bayelsa State Environment Commission report, and refused to recognize that Nigeria's appetite for crude oil has led to the worst ecocidal crisis known to humanity. That Nigeria's dependence on crude oil has basically destroyed the homestead of 40 million people. In our charter, we demand accountability for 70 years of crude oil extraction. We demand an ecological audit of the impact of 70 years of crude oil extraction, an audit that goes through all the states of the Niger Delta, 9 of them, all the communities where 40 million people live in, because we need to document exactly how and what 70 years of crude oil extraction has done to the people. We believe also in our charter that the government needs to set up systems to proactively address the quest of oil companies to sell off their assets and walk away from the Niger Delta region after 70 years of crude oil extraction, leaving behind no blueprint of how their mess in people's health systems, in people's livelihoods, and people's environment can be remediated. We also think that it is important that the government addresses gas flaring. And let me remind you that the government since 1979 has shifted gas flare out dates from 1979 up to 2000 and in fact up to 2050 is the next flare out date in line with net zero targets. We think that gas flaring, which causes respiratory illnesses, poisons people and kill them, is something that needs to stop. We call on the government in this charter to immediately address the problem of gas flaring and compel companies to produce blueprints on how they end the poisonous, wasteful, and environmentally disastrous practice of gas flaring all across the oil producing area of Nigeria's Niger Delta. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Charter. It was endorsed in the year 2024, and you have a copy of it in your bags. Please take time and read it very carefully. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So moving along with the program, yes, do it now. So we're going to have our chairman's, he can be there. Okay, hold on, just leave it there, leave it there. That's fine, We've changed our mind. We've changed our mind. Let's just, let me sit here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into the opening remarks for today. Our opening remark today is by our chairman's opening remark today is by the chairman of today's occasion. Is Emir Ibrahim Usman, the Emir of Nasarawa, former Minister of the Environment. He is very, very ably represented here in that role by Dr. Salisu Dahiru, who is the first Director General of the Nigeria Climate Change Council. He comes solid and highly recommended. He's an expert, he's thorough at what he does, and he will be giving us that excellent opening remark. Dr. Salisu Dahiru, you're very welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also stand with the organizers for establishing the perfect protocol for this event. I am here to represent His Royal Highness, the Emir of Nasarawa, Alhaji Ibrahim Usman Jibril, the former Minister of Environment, who was performing that very important role before he was called upon to join a lot of his colleagues that are seated here as a prominent traditional ruler. When he instructed me to come and represent him, I was very excited for two reasons. One is that this is an opportunity for me to reconnect with my constituency, the environment constituency, and to contribute my own quota to this very important discussion of the intersection between forestry, mining, and socio-ecological challenges that face Nigeria. And the second one is to actually give me an opportunity to also reconnect with my friend, comrade, that in the course of our lives and our professional callings, we used to be trading and exchanging blows across the table. Now I have an opportunity to serve as an environmental peacemaker that will try to see whether Comrade Nimo Basi will allow me to become a comrade. So, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the Honorable former minister's speech and the current Emir of Nasarawa, a first-class Emir, which I'm going to read. And for all the mistakes that may be found in this welcome address, I take full responsibility and accountability for it. And for all the goodness in it, they remain for His Royal Highness. So, it is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I join Comrade Nimo Bassi in welcoming you all to the third Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence Conference. I'm honored to serve or to represent the chairman of this important gathering, which brings together traditional institutions, policymakers, civil society organizations, academics, development partners, community leaders, the youth, women, and environmental advocates committed to shaping a more just and sustainable future for our nation. I also commend the organizers for convening this timely and important gathering at a moment when Nigeria faces an unprecedented convergence of environmental degradation and human security challenges. As we gather today, our focus extends beyond the environment to the very survival, dignity, and future of our people. The theme of this year's convergence, which is deforestation, mining, and the crisis of human security in Nigeria, speaks directly to one of the most pressing challenges confronting our nation. Across Nigeria, the relentless exploitation of natural resources is accelerating environmental degradation and deepening human insecurity. Forests that have sustained livelihoods and preserved biodiversity for generations are disappearing at an alarming rate. We also heard the rate at which this is happening. 300 to 350 or even 400,000 hectares per annum is the rate at which the desert is moving from the northern part of the country towards the central region of Nigeria. And at the same time, poorly regulated and often illegal mining activities are displacing communities, contaminating rivers and farmlands, destroying livelihoods, and intensifying conflicts over land and natural resources. Over the course of this convergence, we will hear from frontline communities, ably represented by their honest, dedicated leaders, environmental experts, and policymakers. Together, we will examine the stark realities on the ground and develop robust, actionable advocacy strategies. Our voices, our strongest tools. We must use this space to build regional and national solidarity, ensuring that the voices of the most vulnerable are amplified and translated into meaningful action. As a traditional ruler from Nasarawa State, this is what His Royal Highness, the Emir of Nasarawa, is saying. A state richly endowed with mineral resources and vast ecological assets. Of recent, we also heard of the lithium, of tantalite, rare earths, etc. I have witnessed both the opportunities and the challenges associated with natural resource exploitation. I've also experienced deforestation, charcoal production, bush burning, etc. While these natural resources that are being plundered are necessary raw materials for development and productive use, and also raw materials for national development, they must be managed responsibly, transparently, and in ways that protect both the environment and the dignity of the host communities. Development should never come at the cost of human lives. or at the cost of environmental integrity, or at the cost of the future of generations yet unborn. Our natural resources are a blessing, but only if they are governed with justice, accountability, and sustainability. Economic prosperity and ecological stewardship are not competing objectives at all. They are mutually reinforcing pillars of lasting national progress. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we learned that this year's convergence will focus specifically on the intersection between mining, forest extraction, insecurity, and the broader socio-ecological crisis confronting Nigeria. It will also examine how extractive activities, land disposition, and ecological destruction are intensifying conflict, weakening community resilience, and deepening existing inequalities and the challenges of human security. It will also provide a platform for communities, experts, and activists to collectively explore people-centered and stakeholders to collectively explore people-centered alternatives, advocacy strategies, and policy pathways towards ecological justice and accountable environmental governance. The role of traditional institutions remain very critical and vital in this endeavor because these institutions use grassroots authority to enforce customary land tenure and mediate local resources conflicts. For generations, our communities have safeguarded forests, they have safeguarded watersheds, and they have safeguarded communal land through indigenous knowledge systems and cultural values that emphasize harmony between humanity and nature. These traditional practices, when complemented by sound public policy, scientific innovation, and effective regulation, can contribute significantly to addressing today's environmental and security challenges. The nexus between mining, forest extraction, insecurity, and Nigeria's socio-ecological crisis forms a vicious cycle of resource plunder, environmental degradation, and violent conflict. Armed groups, such as bandits and insurgents, in the northeast and north central, displace communities to control resource-rich lands, funding their operations through illegal gold and mineral extraction and illicit timber logging. This dynamic is rooted in several intertwined factors. One, resource control and banditry. Insurgency often serves as an economic shield for illicit extraction. Armed actors displace local populations, forcibly taking over communities to control precious mineral corridors. We have seen that in different parts of this country. Two, deforestation and hideout. Unregulated forest extraction and rampant logging deplete the environment while creating vast, ungoverned territories. Sambisa, which is a typical example, is ungoverned and represents a sore sight for the situation in Nigeria. These dense, lawless forested areas serve as bases for bandits and highway robbers. Ecological devastation. Artisanal and illegal mining leave behind degraded landscapes, polluted water sources, and toxic residues, just as the typical example of the lead poisoning that was recorded in Zamfara State in Nigeria. Coupled with mass deforestation, these activities destroy indigenous livelihoods and agricultural potentials. Elite complicity. Weak regulatory enforcement and the complicity of powerful political and economic elites allow black market syndicates to thrive as state authority collapses and federal mining licenses lose local meaning. perspectives from the field. Environmental and civil society organizations in Nigeria frequently highlight how these factors compound human insecurity, particularly through land dispossession and the breakdown of community resilience. Furthermore, powerful local actors, politicians, and foreign interests use armed groups as security shields to protect illegal mining operations and keep federal regulators away, which appears to be a fight over religion or politics, may actually be a sophisticated and deliberate economic sabotage. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the significance of mining, forest extraction, insecurity are fairly known to us, but the major challenges lie in our inability to genuinely address the matter as a national priority. Weak environmental governance remains the central driver of this crisis. Systemic corruption, inadequate regulatory enforcement, and public patronage have enabled powerful local elites and foreign interests to exploit Nigeria's natural resources with little accountability. While enormous wealth is extracted from affected regions, the environmental degradation, social displacement, and economic hardship are disproportionately borne by host communities, reinforcing cycles of inequality and underdevelopment. At this juncture, it is imperative to single out HOMEF as not only one of the strongest voices, but one that has consistently demonstrated uncommon valor towards addressing the menace of environmental degradation, wanton resource exploitation, and socio-ecological crisis, and the worsening community resilience in Nigeria. And I think they deserve a big round of applause. Our charge to you, HOMEF, is to guide this convergence towards developing practical, fit-for-purpose, community-focused, and cost-effective strategies to address the challenges of natural resources extraction and socio-ecological crisis in Nigeria in a sustainable manner. I therefore urge all participants to approach our deliberations with openness, courage, and a shared commitment to practical solutions. Let this convergence produce actionable recommendations that strengthen environmental justice, improve governance of Nigeria's natural resources, protect vulnerable communities, and promote peace, resilience, and sustainable development. It is now my singular honor and privilege to formally declare the third Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence open. I wish you all the productive deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
I think we should keep the clap coming. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Salisu Dahiru. Thank you very much, sir, for that very excellent remark. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your agenda now, we are at the point where we take solidarity messages from our friends and our partners. In no particular order, we'll be taking a few of those and we'll take them for the next 5 minutes or thereabouts. So we'll be calling on our esteemed audience to say a word or two expressing solidarity with this conference, but also telling us a little bit of the context of this conversation in their own locale. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to first correct a mistake I made earlier. I recognize the natural ruler of the Ekpetiama Kingdom without his wife. Madam, my sincere and deep apologies. You're very welcome to this conversation, sir. And on that note, I want to once again call on King Ubraye Dakolo, the natural, I use the word deliberately, the natural ruler of the Ekpetiana Kingdom of Bayelsa State. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Because he has emphasized the natural ruler so much, I have to start by saying, "Hey, Zon." Zon Kumemi, the chairman of this event, has represented Your Royal Majesties and Highnesses, the MD and CEO of HOMEF, the entire HOMEF team, the keynote speaker, professors, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the convergence here in Abuja. And the subject matter is clear, it's what we are used to. But I come from a place called Ekpetiama Kingdom, and my palace is within a kilometer of the most polluting gas flare in the universe. I'm not proud of it, but that is what it is. I also come from a state where oil and gas exploitation has been on for about 70 years, and Nigeria, the Nigerian state in its wisdom to curb oil and gas exploitation, commissioned what is called the Joint Task Force. And we've had several phases of that task force since 1998, which means it has been on for 28 years to stamp out oil theft, and then the vandalism of oil and gas infrastructure. And for 28 years, they've been doing so well that they are still doing it. So you can see what we're talking about. It's a task force that was supposed to have completed its job in 1 or 2 years, but for it to be doing well in 28 years, and the statistics say that we are still losing about 20,000 barrels every day, speaks volumes of how well that job is going on. Now, I also I would say myself and my dear wife, Her Majesty, were supposed to have died in 2022. Yes, because we were caught in that flood of 2022, particularly on October 14th, 2022, when we were on our way to Accra. We are trapped in the middle of the flood, and people died, but we made it alive. And so that speaks volumes about what is going on in the world today. I have to also remind Nigerians that in the late 60s, a major dam was commissioned in this part of the world. It's called the Kanji Dam. And of course, that's not the only dam we have now. We have several dams in this country. But that's a major dam. And since it was built, it has created a major lake. It is said to be managing water. But you will agree with me that that river has never been dredged. So it was dammed, and damming automatically reduced the flow rate of the river. And so it was now, instead of maybe eroding and moving debris to the sea, it started silting from immediately after the dam. And so for those who have lived long enough, if you go to the Makurdi, is it Makurdi Bridge? No, not Makurdi Bridge. Lokoja Bridge during the dry season, you will see vastness of desert in a place that used to be river. And so when rain falls today, automatically begins to overflow the banks, and so that is flooding. Because what used to be gullies have now become so silted that they are flatlands, and so once it rains, it floods. Yet, it is termed natural disaster. How daft can it be? How dumb can it be? And in 2022, I had a told the Minister of Environment, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, a lady who had never been to Bayelsa State, and said that Bayelsa State was minimally affected by the flood. Anyway, so what am I talking about? I'm talking about what has been going on, what we have been feeling, that a lot has been going on in this country that affects all of us, and that climate change is real. But if you have listened to me carefully, you will also understand that I am saying that if you are holding a government position, for instance, if you are holding a leadership position, for instance, you need to know your onions. You cannot be, for instance, Minister of Environment. You've not taken time to read your subject matter. You've not taken time to travel to the nooks and crannies of this country, and you're going to be making public statements. That is not good enough. So I think that even though I may not have solutions to what we want to talk about, but I think that education of the masses of the people in high and low places is also very paramount, because a lot of us are moving. That is not good enough in times of crisis like this. I will make a mistake if I forget to mention that in my state of Bayelsa, I recently had an interaction with a young man by the name Mohammed. And he's from somewhere in the north, either Nasarawa or Zamfara, one of those states. Okay, Nasarawa, yeah, sure. It's actually Zamfara. But this story is very instructive. See, he's in Bayelsa State. And I interviewed him closely, and the truth is that he's running away for his life. That is, staying back home is too dangerous, that he is having an escape in Bayelsa. His wife and children are still there, but every night, every day, they have to hide because they could be killed. And that talks about the type of mining and that capture of land that is going on in that general area. Because people want to gain access to lithium and uranium and gold, and they come to certain communities that are remote and set the entire town and make it their mining sites. And they are stronger, so to speak, than the federal government, because nobody is able to push them. They are there. They've been there. And I believe our chairman does very well. And so if we don't do anything about it, there'll be a lot of wahala. That also points towards the losing of, or the desertification, which is making most of the northern areas too inclement for people to be. So there is a movement towards the south. And of course, in the south, when we see them, we say, oh, herdsmen won't come kill us. Maybe they are running away from being killed by those who are looking for those to kill. So I think this education is very important. While thanking HOMEF for sustaining this and everyone who has come here today for sustaining this all-important discussion or forum for discussion, I will not fail to also mention this bit, which again has to maybe do with ignorance. But I don't know if all of us in this hall know that in Bayelsa State there are places where, in the creeks, where those who live there buy petroleum products for like 3 times the cost per unit when you compare to those in Sokoto, Abuja, Borno, Lagos, or elsewhere. I don't know if you know that. If you enter the creeks where oil and gas is being produced, where the pipelines run and the oil and gas infrastructures are found, the people there buy refined petroleum products for higher, like 3 times higher than what you buy here. Yes, that is the truth, and I'm deliberate mentioning it. It is similar. The federal government of Nigeria does not know that this is the reality. So you have pipelines passing between your legs. You have a gas flare going on just by your home. You have manifolds to your left. You have everything around there. And when it comes to buying petrol, you buy for 3,000, 5,000 per liter. And people are wondering why is the unrest still going on in that place. For me, if petroleum products are sold in the creeks of the Niger Delta at same price with Sokoto, Abuja, Kano, and Lagos, the crisis that has to do with maybe youths will stop the same day, which means one can solve Nigeria's insecurity the same day. I pointed out in this bit that what is happening in the north affects those in the south. And I'm also saying now that what happens in the south affects those in the north and everywhere in this world. Because when you pollute the sea, when you pollute the creeks, even the fishes that you kill in the North Sea or in Miami or somewhere else in this world, they have drank out of the water from the brackish water, polluted brackish waters of the Niger Delta. And so someone in White House may just be eating some poisoned fish. This is a note on which I want to thank again the CEO and MD of HOMEF International, and for everyone who has made it here, the chairman, the keynote speaker, and all the comrades in the house, that we have to do something about what we are talking about, and the earlier the better, because if we leave it to just those who have the responsibility, in quotes, that are not doing enough to know their responsibility, we will be doomed and doomed forever. We're so doomed that before we realize it, it becomes too late. I am not here to frighten anybody, but that is the naked truth, because in 2022, Her Majesty and I and our 2 children were supposed to have died. It's a long story, but it's in a new book that is coming out soon, titled Gateway to the Atlantic. Thank you so much for this time.
Your Highness. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you so much. He is a natural ruler, and that's why we gave him that much time to speak. Please, every other solidarity message should be limited to about 2 or 3 minutes. Of course, I couldn't tell His Royal Majesty that. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, moving along quickly, please let me call on our dear friend, brother, and former legislator and former fighter, well, still a fighter for the people, a fighter for democracy, ladies and gentlemen, Abdul Oro, to give us a short solidarity message. You're welcome, sir.
Your Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank they call him the MP now, the for this event, especially for bringing our comrades, sisters, and brothers from other parts of West Africa to be here today. Kassin Jai, Kasken, and Nade, I've not seen Nade for almost 10 years. He was also in the Civil Liberties Organization. He's now a professor in America. And I'm proud to say about 12 of them have become professors. Those who worked at the Civil Liberties Organization, straight from youth studies. So I was glad for myself. Anyway, the topic is so clear to everybody. Nigeria is at war. Not just the war, Boko Haram, and those unknown gunmen or the bandits alone. The international community is involved. The Chinese are involved. The Arab countries from the Emirates, they are all involved. Those from North Africa are involved. And then we have internal people at higher levels, those with government, in the security services, and all those businessmen, they are all involved. If you drive from here to Auchi through Lokoja, you will see trailer loads of coal. I don't know where it's coming from. So they are mining more coal now than we mined in the 60s or during the colonial days. Not to talk of other mineral resources. And these roads that they are passing, the ordinary travelers kidnapped on that road, on those roads. But why are they not kidnapping those driving those coal trucks? And then in every portion, you see security men, roadblocks. They are everywhere. The military, the police, NDLEA, road safety. Now they have forest guards, rangers. They will soon be creating their own blocks. So Nigeria, apart from being at war, we are becoming a fast prison. We can't move about freely. You can't go to your farms. The forests are finished. I was a commissioner for Agric in Edo State, so I knew this. Most all the forest reserves, that were gazetted as forest reserves, they don't exist anymore. And there is no attempt is made to through reforestation, or there was one word you used. No, the gentleman from the MC, deforestation and reforestation. Yes, that is what I'm looking for. And there is no serious effort to do that. I think events like this are critical. It's still more important than what is happening in the parliament right now. Discussions like what we're having. So to my colleagues from West Africa, you have to learn a lesson from Nigeria, from what we are discussing here. It's not just happening here, it's happening in DRS. You can see that it's perpetually at war because of mineral resources, because of their wealth. And then I'm not talking about those from North Africa, Mali, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and all, who are now taking charge of their own environment and their resources. You have learned the hard way after so many years of neo-colonialism and all that. But we haven't, that consciousness has not reached here. A situation where the government is now taking charge or taking control over the exploitation of these mineral resources. I think we have got to get, I'm not advocating any, we don't want military rule. I'm not advocating, I don't want to be misunderstood. We'll be fighting military rule. But through the democratic process, through creating consciousness like this, we should be able to take over control of our environment, our resources, and the management, that is not only control, including management of the resources. Right now, gold mining is going on all over Nigeria, and they are being sold in Dubai. Yeah, that is why you will never have peace in places like Zamfara and other places where new gold mines are being opened, because they are very sophisticated. They fly in, they have airstrips, they distribute weapons. So if the community, the people are not empowered, they can't use machetes to fight these people. If they are not mobilized, they are not empowered to protect their environments, they can't protect their environments. That's not because the local government chairmen are working with them. The emirs are working with them. Some of the traditional rulers, they are working with them because they are enriching themselves. So we just have to continue this struggle, intensify it, and tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is in danger. And if Nigeria is, as long as Nigeria is in danger, the whole of West Africa is not safe, it's not secured. All you need to do is just go into one of our communities. You see the number of people. the population of Nigeria is a threat to West Africa. So it's better to keep that population in Nigeria. And if we keep that population in Nigeria, and it's a productive population, it will affect the whole of West Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Comrade. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to call on one of our brothers from another country in Africa, Professor Yoba Sokona, who will give a brief solidarity message. Please come forward, sir. Professor Yoba has been a vice chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and he speaks to us with vast experience. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a privilege for me to be here today. You know, 3 weeks ago, I never heard about anything you talk about. I did not know the health of the mother organization. I met virtually Mimo in Bangkok, not in Africa, in Bangkok. We happened to be on a panel. And then after the panel, I received an email inviting me to come here. And I was supposed to be in London today. And I canceled my meeting from London for a simple reason. Because the issue and the subject of the conference is at the heart of what I'm trying to do. Everything you said, everything you earned this morning, you can replace Nigeria by Mali, my country. The color of the river Niger in Mali is yellow now. When I'm in Bamako, I don't eat fish from the river. You cannot. That's the problem we are facing. And also one important element, you know, I have been in IPCC, I stopped IPCC, I stopped any involvement at the international level concentrated on Africa, because the issue we are discussing not Nigerian issue, an African issue. Because those issues do not have any border. It does not understand any border. The border will not exist at all. Any issue we are in an African issue, and then we need to tackle them. That's critical, is fundamental. And we decided to create an African Institute for Sustainable Energy and System Analysis. This is why I moved from Dakar to Bamako, and then to set the African agenda, because we're not the climate agenda is set by the North, and for their energy security, period. And then we are working on that. And at the climate discussion, we discuss about phasing out oil and gas, but no one talk about phasing out charcoal and firewood for cooking. This is much more profound, this is much more devastating in Africa, on health issue, on biodiversity issue, on ecological issue, and destroying our livelihoods. Those are fundamental problems, and I think that we need to act together, and definitely. And, you know, one of the critical elements is solidarity. Solidarity is much more profound than partnership. Solidarity means together we solve problem of those who are very fragile. And then we need to get our institutions and to tackle those different issues. Our regional organization, institution, and to go beyond that. Unless we do it, our kids, our grandkids has no future. And those are critical, fundamental. And I am with you. And then we have no choice. We need to work together. And thank you for giving me the opportunity and then to be here. I was not supposed to talk this morning because tomorrow I will have the opportunity to speak my mind, but you know, I am excited about what I have seen, And then the engagement of people, we have to go beyond that. Thank you.
That was profound. Thank you so much, Prof. Solidarity is quite different from partnership. That struck a chord somewhere. Thank you so much, Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, while he was talking, we had one of our friends walk into the building. He doesn't want to be recognized. He's comfortable sitting at the back there. This is just to welcome Dr. Kola Shetima of the MacArthur Foundation, who just walked in. We won't force him to come to the front, but just to tell him that he'll be asked to say a word or two very shortly. So you're very welcome, sir. Very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the solidarity messages have got to be a bit faster. Otherwise, the hotel have informed us that if we do not wrap up very quickly, tea break will be cancelled. So we have to make it more rapid. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome very quickly to give a short solidarity message, His Royal Majesty Afolabi Odidomo, Your Highness. Please, let's keep the clap going. Thank you so much, Your Highness. What's the step?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And let me thank the MD CEO again. I got scared with that title because the MD and the CEOs are a problem. But his own MD and CEO is looking for solutions. So that makes a lot of difference. I'm thanking you because you are beginning to gather heads that people thought were not useful, to begin to bring back to line the major problems of our people, the problems of how to survive. Comrade Abdurrah was shying away from, I don't want military rule. Sure, nobody wants to be ruled by force. But today, whether they are in government or not, they're the one ruling us, killing us gradually. If you are used to Ondo State, where I come from, if you travel between Ore and Ondo Town, to your right is a place that is covered by very big stones, big ones arranged on each other, but you can never be allowed to go in there. If by accident you get a little inch into the gate, you see military mobile policemen guiding the place. And you ask yourself, what is the usefulness of these big stones that here in the country will break into pieces for road and house constructions? But inside there, the whole of what we are in Ondo State is being taken away. So whether you want the military in Aso Rock or not, they are the one ruling our lives. And what are they doing? The ruling class is using them to shut all of us up for them to do whatever they are doing. Sir, why is it so easy to say we rescued the school children and teachers in Ogbomoso, but nobody can rescue children who are kidnapped all over the Northeast or Northwest, and every day we have IDPs springing up. Sooner than later, you see more military on the roads when this agitation to build a better future for our children increases. So it does not matter whether they're in uniform or in Babariga, they're all working for the same purpose. When I have the quantum of oil in the body of people in Bayelsa, I was too scared to sit close to too scared to sit close to His Majesty. But I quickly remembered that there's no difference between him and me. We are all from the same extremely abandoned, wrecked environment that we do not even know how long we are going to live. Let me shock you. You have heard about the seeming fight between Ondo State and Ogun State over Eba Island. Eba Island has existed so many years. The battle between Ogun State and Ondo State have been on even in 18 something, 1884, 85. It wasn't as bad as it is today because nobody knew that there was oil. I have told people to go and take pictures and videos of the whole environment before proper exploration will start. But let me shock you. Two things are going on in that region. Before now, military or uniform people are afraid to go to that region because the river and the sea are very, very deep. There is a town, Atijere. There had been no flooding in that place. I was born there. Until yesterday, maybe I would not have been in this conference. They started calling me, "KBC, you need to come. The whole place is flooded." Atijere is just 2 kilometers away from where they discovered oil. They claim oil exploration has not started. I want to believe them. But there was no flooding before you claim that you find oil and you started activities. Shockingly enough, now High-Tech is pumping sand from the river to fill the swampy area for the so-called coastal road. Yes, I love the road. It's going to make it easy for me to travel to see the Mombasi. Sorry, pardon me. The traditional ruler in Oyo told us how to call that name. I've been trying to avoid calling the name since, so that name more. So, MD, pardon me, sir, if I don't pronounce it well. And there are about 6 dredgers in that river. So do you know that everywhere you go to today in that river, you see dead fishes everywhere? That water was never salty. That is where we swim, we bath, we drink. But today, nobody can drink. I want to conclude by saying that the problem in Nigeria is not whether Babariga or Agbada. Let our people live and let them live decently. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we've come here, we're talking about damage that may be difficult to reverse. I'm quoting what Dr. Nomopasi said here. The damage has been done, will be difficult to reverse, very serious. My worry, we've not seen government here in this meeting. We've not seen those who are causing the problem, the oil companies are not in this meeting. And this is characteristic, just the way we look, we find those in positions of responsibility in our country. I would say that the damage to our environment can be equated to what football means to Nigeria, the point of unity. Let me very briefly state what I saw in Uyo in the year 2001. That should be about 25 years ago. I was at the time the secretary of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, University of Uyo branch, ASU. We're having a May Day rally in Governor's Office Annex, Uyo, with the NLC. A young man was invited to speak at that rally, a northerner, young man from Kaduna State. The way he spoke at that meeting elated so much spirit of unity in this country. Speaking as a northerner, he said God did nothing wrong to place oil in that part of the country, but that it was wrong for the Nigerian government, inappropriate, to take oil from those parts. Nothing wrong, develop other parts of the country, and then neglect what had happened to that environment. I was saying that what is happening in our country is such that everybody in position of responsibility should be sufficiently concerned. Whereas Dwayne Henshaw said, when he spoke here, governments at all levels, federal, state, local governments have been unperturbed. Our message here is that we don't know, to let them understand their responsibility to the Nigerian nation and to all of us in this regard. Before I leave, Ken Henshaw, you also spoke about the matter that we need to draw our attention to. Fish and other food items in our environment are highly polluted. I am a food technologist. I'm a professor of food science and technology. We've done some work on the level of pollution of our fish in the Niger Delta, vegetables, fruits. A lot of issues are wrong with our foods. We're asking that indeed what we want to do is let us take into consideration this level of poisoning of our food sources. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, Prof. That was from the great Ibibio nation from Akwa Ibom State. Thank you for that solidarity message. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier, we will return to taking a few more solidarity messages after the keynote. But at this point, we think that it's important for us to step fully into the keynote today. If there are people outside, please ask them to come in. It's about to get hot in here. Because I know the person who is going to be delivering this keynote on the topic, critical minerals as the new oil, decarbonization and the perils of energy transition in Nigeria. It will be delivered by a gentleman, Professor called Omolade Adunbi. Please, a brief citation of him. Omolade Adunbi holds the position of Professor of Afro-American and African Studies at the University of Michigan's College of Agriculture, Science, and the Arts, with a courtesy appointment at his law school, a dual affiliation that definitely says something about the kind of scholar he is. He is one who refuses the comfort of disciplinary fences. He merges them all. a political and environmental anthropologist by training, Adumbi's work occupies a territory where governance, corporate power, extraction, and the post-colonial states converge. His research does not merely describe these systems, but also interrogates how they produce violence, human rights consequences, and ecological dispossession, and who is to bear the costs. His 2015 book, titled Oil, Wealth, and Insurgency in Nigeria, published by Indiana University Press, and the Amory Talbot Prize for African Anthropology from the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, and his 2022 follow-up book titled Enclaves of Exception, Special Economic Zones and Extractive Practices in Nigeria, also published by Indiana University Press, extends that inquiry into the logic of free trade zones and their entanglement with oil infrastructure. His comment brings him into the present tense, especially of this conversation, and it is the intersection of social media, climate politics, and environmental governance. At the University of Michigan, where he has received both the Class of 1923 Memorial Teaching Award, he received this in 2016, and the John Dewey Award for Excellence in Teaching, received in 2022. Professor Adumbi also serves as director of the African Studies Center and holds faculty affiliations with the Donia Human Rights Center and the Energy Institute. He teaches in the LSA Honors Program and the program in the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to say that he is also a Nigerian, an activist, a protector of the environment, a conservationist, our friend, our brother, solidarity partner. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Adumbi.
I always need water when I'm speaking. Thank you very much, Comrade Enshaw, for that generous introduction. And thank you, Comrade Dr. Nimmo Basi, for the honor to join you this morning. And thanks to all of you for coming, Your Royal Majesties, comrades, and of course, my former boss, who I still call my boss, Honorable Abdul Oro. It's nice to see you here today. So distinguished colleagues, comrades, community leaders, and I'm just going to assume that there are also students here and friends. So thank you for welcoming me to this auspicious occasion of the convening of the third Nigeria Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence. So today I want to speak on a subject that sits at the intersection of the current climate crisis and the challenges of resource governance in Nigeria. In interrogating these challenges, I want to focus on critical minerals as the new oil in Nigeria by situating it within the context of the current debate over decarbonization and how we imagine energy transition and the future of development in Nigeria. At the opening of the recent African Natural Resources and Energy Investment Summit held there in Abuja on Wednesday, June 24, 2026, Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals, Mr. Dele Alake, announced with pomp the discovery of what it described as a world-class polymetallic mineral province in Kaduna State, containing deposits of platinum group metals, gold, nickel, copper, lithium, and other rare earth elements. Mr. Alake, brimming with smiles and pride, described the discovery as having the capacity to strengthen Nigeria's position in the global critical minerals market through the production and processing of lithium and other such minerals. So the search for critical minerals in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa has been at an alarming proportion in the last few years in ways that is reminiscent of the frantic search for oil during the colonial era. The announcement of this huge deposit in Kaduna and other places such as Nasarawa, Kogi, and others, and the promises it holds reminds us all of the promise that oil held as a new energy system in the 19th and 20th century. Therefore, we gather here today at a moment of profound global transition. Across the world, governments, corporations, local, national, and international institutions are engaging in practices that promises to move the world away from fossil fuel to renewable energy systems. Electric mobility, battery storage, digital grids, and low carbon infrastructures. We all agree that the transition is necessary. The climate crisis is not a distant abstraction. It is already present in many communities in Nigeria. We are seeing the impact of climate change through desertification, flooding, as many of our solidarity messages indicated earlier on, coastal erosion, food insecurity, shrinking livelihoods, and conflicts intensified by ecological stress, mostly occasioned by our insatiable appetite for natural resources, such as oil and now critical minerals. But the energy transition carries a paradox, I should say. The technologies celebrated as clean are not immaterial. They are not produced from sunlight and wind alone. They are made from minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, and etc. These minerals that are central to the production of an energy economy considered to be clean are mined from places such as Kaduna, Nasarawa, Lualaba province in the DRC, and several other locations across Nigeria and Africa. These spaces are communities populated by some of the most vulnerable populations in the world. It is land not only occupied by communities, but also forests, rivers, farms, grazing routes, sacred groves, and ancestral territories. Thus, the question before us is not simply whether the world must decarbonize, it must. But the deeper question is, what kind of decarbonization, governed by whom, for whose benefit, and at whose cost? There is no place where this question is more urgent than Nigeria. As oil faces an uncertain future in a decarbonizing world, critical minerals are being presented as a new frontier of economic opportunity. This we see in the ways in which the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been placing emphasis on the extraction of critical minerals as a potential replacement or counterpart to oil. This is the more reason why the new discoveries across the country are being celebrated as progress and promise. Progress about remaining an integral part of the international capitalist system with a promise of rapid development, while still retaining its influence as the largest oil producer in Africa and an essential member of OPEC. Oil extraction and its complications remains a recurring decima in our history. The entire Niger Delta remains the most polluted in the entire world, and the people who inhabit the landscape continues to suffer the consequences of extraction. And here I am referring to gas flaring, polluted rivers, militarized communities, broken promises, and the complete absence of ecological repair. My argument today is straightforward. Critical minerals will eventually become the new oil, and communities that are host to these minerals will face the same consequences, if not dire, than those that the people of the Niger Delta have had to contend with for over 70 years. It is apparent that the critical mineral deposits will be governed through the same extractive logic that shaped oil extraction in the Delta. Critical minerals will reproduce dispossession, deforestation, insecurity, elite capture, and ecological degradation. But what if for a moment they are governed differently? Of course, I know that they are never going to be governed differently. So, but what if for a moment they are governed differently? What if they are governed through community rights, ecological limits, transparency, value addition, and restorative justice? If that were to be the case, they can become part of a broader project of democratic and just transition. But I doubt if the current leaders of the state have the capacity and the political will to govern these minerals in a just way. As you all know, oil began decades ago with the same promise of justice and development. But over time, it has become sites of injustice and underdevelopment. So critical minerals are becoming the new oil because they now sit at the center of global industrial strategy, climate policy, national security, and geopolitical competition. Electric vehicles require batteries. Batteries require lithium, cobalt, nickel, and manganese. Wind turbines require copper, rare earth elements, and steel. Solar panels require silicon, silver, aluminum, and other materials. Just like transmission grids also require vast amounts of copper and aluminum. So digital energy systems require semiconductors, rare earths, and advanced materials. So the International Energy Agency has shown that clean energy technologies are significantly more mineral intensive than fossil fuel technologies. So you can see the danger that is coming to us. For example, an electric vehicle requires several times more mineral inputs than a conventional vehicle. And renewable power systems require expanded mineral-intensive grids and storage infrastructure. The World Bank, and surprisingly, I'm having to quote the World Bank here. So the World Bank similarly projects major increases in demand for minerals required for low carbon technologies. So even when they are saying we need low carbon technologies, we still don't know what the cost will be on many communities. The global energy transition is therefore not dematerialized. It is deeply material. It is mined. The United States, China, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, India, and other major economies are competing to secure mineral supply chains. Policies such as the United States Inflation Reduction Act and the European Union Critical Raw Materials Act are not only climate policies, they are industrial and geopolitical strategies aimed at securing greater access to critical minerals. The significance of critical minerals to the new technological advancement in the world today cannot be overemphasized. The new capitalist frontiers have come to rely heavily on these minerals. For example, electric vehicles that I mentioned earlier on, even computers like the one that I'm using here, all rely on some of these technologies. So the search for and securitization of these minerals have been touted as national security interest by powerful countries, such that a new world economic order shaped by critical minerals is emerging. Africa is central to this new world economic mineral order. Africa is home to many critical minerals, essential to the development of the new economic order. And this is why Africa is a gay order shaped by critical minerals. So this is why Africa, again, just like it has always been, the battleground for the control and extraction of these minerals. From the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where cobalt and coltan dominates global production, to Zimbabwe that is rich in lithium, the story remains the same. Of course, South Africa and other African countries can boast of a lot of these rare earth minerals. But Africa's centrality raises an old question in a new form. Will the continent control the value chains, or will it once again export raw materials while importing expensive finished goods? Will Africa be a sovereign actor in the green economy, or merely a quarry for another industrial revolution elsewhere? This is where the concept of green extractivism becomes important. A battery may be low carbon, but that does not automatically make it just. A solar panel may produce clean electricity, but its supply chain may still be marked by exploitation. A wind turbine may reduce emissions, but its materials may come from landscapes where communities had little say about the process that produced it. The challenge then is to distinguish between decarbonization and justice. They are connected, but they are not the same. As we strive for a low carbon economy, we must bear in mind that such a low carbon economy comes at a price that may be costly for many communities in Nigeria and around the world. Clean energy does not necessarily mean justice, because energy transition can still create inequity. A renewable energy system can still be built on dispossession. A green supply chain can still produce sacrifice zones, just like a low carbon energy system can amplify it. While the Nigerian state is already positioning itself as an attractive bride in the search for critical minerals, the onus lies on us all to continue to play our important role of being advocates of the communities that will bear the brunt of this latest iteration of dispossession and despoliation that will accompany these new extractive practices. The over 70 years of extractive practices in Nigeria have shown clearly that resource exploitation and capitalist accumulation are like Siamese twins. They are both inseparable, and the greed of capital have constantly driven dispossession and despoliation in Nigeria's Niger Delta. Yet, before oil became dominant, Nigeria had always been a site of extraction. The extraction and commodification of black bodies during the transatlantic trading in slaves, the claim of ownership of the country by the Royal Niger Company, who traded in palm oil and other agricultural produce, and the resultant colonization of Nigeria that turns the country and its people into properties of the British Crown. Basically, Nigeria, as sites of extraction, have always been a coveted landscape by capitalism because of the abundance of critical natural resources. Think about tin and columbite from the Jos Plateau, coal from Enugu, gold, limestone, bitumen, and other materials such as those. Today, in our attempt at making a transition from fossil fuel to what we consider to be clean energy, attention is turning to critical minerals. But these minerals do not exist in empty geopolitical spaces. They lie beneath our farms, forests, rivers, homes, sacred places, and ancestral territories. They lie beneath the earth that also serves as sites for livelihood practices for many of our communities. A mineral deposit is never only a geological fact. It is also a social and political relationship. whether we are speaking of the huge lithium deposits in states such as Nasarawa, Kwara, Kogi, Ekiti, and Cross River, tin and columbite in Plateau, we know that these minerals do not exist in isolation of the socio-economic and political systems within those states. Just like oil did for decades, these rare earth prospects are going to become part of Nigeria's revenue landscape soon, and we must begin to be attentive to what the consequences of such will be on our people and not on the purse of the government. We must continue to ask questions about extraction, which reorganizes land, labor, authority, ecology, and conflict. For example, who controls those resources? Who bears environmental risk? Who benefits from value chain of such resources? Whose knowledge counts? Who has the power to say no? And this is key. Do the communities have the power to say no to such extractive practices? Nigeria's vulnerability in the critical minerals era is not primarily geological. It is institutional, ecological, cultural, and historical. The most important history, of course, and the most important warning that we have is what we are dealing with right now, which is oil. Of course, oil generated enormous revenue for Nigeria, but it also produced a rentier political economy, corruption, environmental devastation, and deep injustice. In the Niger Delta, oil-bearing communities experienced pollution, gas flaring, destroyed fisheries, militarization, and economic deprivation. If Nigeria extracts lithium, tin, columbite, and others, it will produce the oil costs in new landscapes because mining for critical minerals is not just an economic activity. It is an activity that creates spaces for deforestation, dispossession, and insecurity. Mining is a land use transformation system that has the capacity to redefine access. It clears vegetation, open roads, fragments habitats, disturbs watersheds, generates tailings, contaminates soil and water, and also introduces new labor and security dynamics. Nigeria's forests are clearly under severe pressure from logging, urbanization, the rise of private housing estates. Everywhere you go in Nigeria right now, there are new private housing estates, and lands are being taken away from communities to build these estates. So what we have left as remaining forest landscapes are not merely environmental assets. They are food systems, medicinal systems, water systems, cultural sites, biodiversity refuge, carbon sinks, and livelihood foundations. So for forest-dependent communities, whether it is in Cross Rivers, Ondo, Ogun, Benue, etc., deforestation represents not only ecological loss, but also social and cultural loss. It means reduced access to fuel, wood, medicinal plants, wild foods, water sources, sacred sites, and non-timber forest products. I should say that women often bear these burdens most directly because they are deeply involved in household energy. So there is a profound contradiction in our march towards climate restitution. Forests that help regulate the climate may be destroyed to extract minerals for climate technologies. A transition that destroys local climate resilience in the name of global decarbonization is not sustainable. It is self-defeating. A system that dispossesses people of their land to make way for climate adaptation practices is not a climate solution, but a self-defeating climate practices. What is preposterous is to see David Harvey's idea of accumulation by dispossession become the reality that many communities in Nigeria now face as we search for climate solutions through the supposed clean technologies. So we've seen communities dispossessed of their ancestral lands through forceful acquisition, displacement, speculative land grabs through pseudo-compensatory practices, erosion of customary tenure, or exclusion from forest and water sources. The conversion of commons, land, and collective resources into sites of capital accumulation has increased astronomically in many parts of Nigeria in the last few years. When land is taken from the people, compensation is rarely paid. Even when paid, such compensation rarely captures the true value of land that has been taken from communities. For example, how does one compensate for a river, for ancestral graves, for a sacred grove, the security of knowing one's children can farm inherited land? Land is not merely an asset, it is memory, it is livelihood, it is identity, it is spirituality, and it is also our future. The search for critical minerals is also increasingly entangled with insecurity across Nigeria, as many have said earlier on. In many parts of the country, illegal mining intersects with banditry, smuggling, arms flows, and weak state presence. Extracted minerals that have been turned into wealth are in turn being used to finance the search for more minerals. In essence, in today's Nigeria, as it is in many parts of Africa, where such extractive practices are taking place, we've seen armed groups financed with mineral wealth continue to disrupt community peace, engage in banditry, kidnappings, intensify territorial competition, and deepen distrust between communities and the state. So which is why today, anytime there is kidnapping, we are always eager and quick to say Fulani herdsmen. But what is missing in the conversation is the fact that those who are engaging in these practices are actually representatives of a new capitalist frontier that is emerging. So, for example, on May 16, 2026, 15 Chinese nationals and 9 Nigerians were arraigned in court in Abuja for illegal mining of lithium in Nasarawa State. In August 2023, over 3,000 illegal miners were arrested by the Taraba State Task Force on the enforcement of illegal mining laws in the Bali local government area of the state. Many of those arrested were foreign nationals from Mali, Senegal, and Chad. Sorry to our brothers from Senegal and Mali. The chairman of the task force, retired Brigadier General Jeremiah Faransa, noted after the arrest that, I am quoting him here, these illegal miners take home billions of naira daily at the expense of the locals. They damage the ecosystem and environment, which will have multiple effects on the future of the state, end of quote. In Osun State, it was reported that between April 2017 and February 2019, no fewer than 6,000 illegal miners who migrated to the state from the Republic of Mali and settled in the Jesha land to work as laborers at various illegal mining sites were arrested. Whether we are looking at Kebbi, Zamfara, Kogi, Ekiti, Enugu, or my own state, Ondo State, the story is all the same across the country. Insecurity is therefore not only a law and order problem, it is also a resource governance problem. The current state of insecurity cannot be completely detached from what Naomi Klein calls disaster capitalism, which is the notion that political actors and corporations exploit the chaos of what they consider to be natural disasters, wars, and economic crises to push through unpopular, deregulated, and privatized policies while citizens are too distracted or too traumatized to resist them. And this we must never allow to happen. In the particular case of Nigeria, disaster capitalism, I should say, is creating chaos, banditry, insecurity, and loss of livelihood practices through the insatiable search for critical minerals. As critical minerals become more valuable without stronger institutions, disaster capitalism produces a mineral frontier that generates a form of conflict frontier that is defined by chaos and injustice. The lesson from the Niger Delta remains clear. Extraction without justice produces resistance. Wealth without repair produces resentment. Development without consent produces instability. This is exactly the peril that Nigeria faces in our attempt at making a transition away from fossil fuel. Thus, the production of a global energy transition system presents Nigeria with several major perils. I'll just name a few. The first is what I call the danger of stranded oil and stranded communities. As the world moves away from fossil fuel, Nigeria faces uncertainty over oil revenue, investments, and long-term demand. But we must not speak only of stranded assets. We must speak of stranded communities. What happens to oil-bearing communities when companies divest without full remediation? We have seen examples of this in Shell's recent divestments from 18 onshore and 1 shallow water projects in some parts of the Niger Delta. So who cleans up polluted rivers and communities? Who restores mangroves? Who compensates farmers and fishers? Who repairs decades of broken trust? A just transition cannot mean that fossil capital exits with profit, as Shell and others are doing, while communities inherit the ruins of decades of capital accumulation. That should never be allowed to happen. The second peril is what I call fiscal desperation. Declining oil revenue means government may rush towards solid minerals as a rent-seeking replacement for oil. This is exactly what the Nigerian government is trying to do with the celebration of the discovery of more critical minerals in many parts of the country by the Minister of Solid Minerals, Mr. Dele Alake. What this does is to produce a dig now and regulate later mentality. That is rapid concessioning. So if you bring in the money, we concession the mines to you so that you can quickly extract and make more money for us. Weak environmental review. No environmental impact assessment is ever done. Even when they are done, they are paid for by those who are doing the mining, which is not how it should be. Land grabbing, relaxed safeguards, and suppression of community opposition in the name of national economic survival. So that is not economic diversification. It is economic substitution. Crude oil is merely being used to, crude oil replaced by crude minerals. That is one mono economy replacing the other. The third peril is the energy access paradox. Nigeria is being asked to decarbonize while millions still lack reliable electricity. Many households rely on generators that are polluting, kerosene, charcoal, and firewood. Nigeria remains one of the countries with the largest electricity access deficits globally. For wealthy countries, transition often means replacing high carbon abundance with low carbon abundance. For many Nigerians, transition must first mean access to stable electricity that is powered by a truly clean energy system. New energy system must encompass community buy-ins through solar mini grids, clean cooking, reliable power for schools and clinics, productive energy for small businesses, and affordable electricity for millions of Nigerians, and not class-based electricity distribution system, such as the classification of Nigerians into bands A, B, C, or D. So energy transitions are not simply about substituting one technology for another. They reshape social possibility. They determine who has mobility, illumination, digital access, education, healthcare, and industrial opportunity. In this sense, Nigeria's energy transition must be judged not only by carbon metrics, but by whether it expands or restricts everyday life. The fourth peril is the creation of grain sacrifice zones. In the fossil fuel era, the Niger Delta became a sacrifice zone for oil. In the mineral era, lithium fields, gold belts, tin landscapes, forests, and rural communities in Nasarawa and elsewhere are already facing similar treatment. This time, it is not just in the hands of the state and its corporate allies as it was for the Delta, but also in the hands of small and big players. Our landscapes in Nigeria are being turned into a sacrifice zone where majority of Nigerians suffer so that the Nigerian state, big tech, and when I say big tech here, I'm talking about Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others, can benefit and can profit. So the big tech, the elite, and other businesses may continue to prosper so that we Nigerians can suffer. So Nigerians must therefore refuse the first choice between climate action and community rights. Communities defending forests are not enemies of the planet. Farmers protecting land are not enemies of development. Indigenous people defending sacred sites are not enemies of progress. They are asking the most important democratic questions. Who decides? Who benefits? Who loses? And who repairs? There is definitely an alternative to the present ruination that the country currently faces. Community-centered resource governance models championed by many organizations such as OMEF, Social Action, Kebakache, and others are numerous examples of such models. So in what follows, I highlight how we might envision such community-centered alternatives. This is important because the dangers of extractive practices have always been real, but are now becoming more ubiquitous. But they are not our destiny, and they shouldn't be the destiny of Nigerians. So we as Nigerians can choose another path, but that path requires changing the question that we ask. Instead of asking, how do we attract mining investments to take advantage of the search for critical minerals? We must ask, what forms of resource use protect life, land, water, forest, and community dignity? The answer to the questions are not far-fetched. First, Nigeria must establish no-go zones. Not every mineral deposit should become a mine. The fact that minerals have been discovered in your land should not necessarily translate the land into a mining landscape. So primary forest, critical watersheds, sacred landscapes, biodiversity corridors, food producing areas, and high conflict zones must be protected. Responsible extraction begins with restraint. Second, Nigeria must adopt what I call free, prior, and informed consent as a binding principle consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Consultation after a license is granted is not consent. A signature by one local elite is not consent. Silence under armed security is not consent. Communities must receive full information before decisions are made, including the right to say no. Third, Nigeria must move beyond compensation toward community ownership and benefit sharing. Compensation treats harm as inevitable and communities as victims to be paid off. So it should no longer be the case that, oh, we have done harm to this community, therefore we are going to compensate them or we are going to give them some CSRs. Those are nonsense. A just model would include community mineral trust, royalty shares, equity participation, enforceable development agreements, and not the old system of GMOUs or MOUs in the Niger Delta. Then women-controlled livelihood funds, ecological restoration funds, and transparent local governance. All of these are key to making sure that the communities buy in. Then fourth, Nigeria needs to build domestic value chains. Exporting raw lithium-bearing rock while importing batteries perpetuates the colonial economy in green clothing. Real transformation lies in processing, manufacturing, recycling, technical knowledge, and creating job opportunities for all Nigerians, but not to extract Nigeria's resources to create job opportunities for others. Fifth, artisanal and small-scale mining must be formalized with justice. Many artisanal miners are community members responding to rural unemployment and economic abandonment. They are not criminals. Yet, unregulated mining destroys land, poisons water, and endangers children. The solution is neither blind tolerance nor violent criminalization. The cooperatives, safer technologies, legal buying centers, environmental standards, fair pricing, and livelihood alternatives are key. Then sixth, ecological restoration must be central to whatever decision-making processes are put in place. No mine should open without a credible, funded, enforceable closure plan. Restoration means restoring water, soil, livelihood, memory, and trust. The principle is simple: no extraction without restoration, no profit without repair. Finally, community resistance must be recognized as democratic accountability. Environmental justice scholars note that marginalized communities are often first to identify the hidden cost of extractive development. When communities protest, they are typically asking questions that should have been answered beforehand. What happens to our water? Who gave consent? Who benefits? Who repairs the damage? Resistance is not the opposite of development. It is actually the conscience of development. As we've seen elsewhere in many parts of the world, opening up the minds without recourse to the people have unintended consequences. And Nigeria must learn from its own history and adopt new strategies for an effective energy transition. Then the question is, what must be done then? So to the Nigerian state, my message is clear. Govern before you. Critical minerals must not be treated as a quick replacement for dwindling oil revenue. Nigeria needs a just minerals strategy, a strategy that integrates mining policy with climate policy, forest protection, land rights, energy access, security governance, gender justice, youth employment, and industrial development into a single coherent framework. Legal reforms must make free, prior, and informed consent mandatory. Environmental and social impact assessments must be conducted with rigor and independence. Community development agreements must be legally enforceable and not the old MOU and GMOU system where oil companies will have the license to do whatever they want to our communities. Restoration bonds must be required before extraction begins, not promised after damage is done. To our communities, my message is organize before the bulldozers arrive. Map your land, document your water sources, your sacred sites, forests, farms, and grazing routes. Include women and youth in decision-making. Refuse secret agreements, especially for our elders, the chiefs, the kings. Refuse secret agreements, seek independent legal and technical advice, and build alliances with civil society organizations journalists, lawyers, and researchers who can amplify your voice. And to my friends in civil society, follow the minerals just like you've been following the oil for many years. Please do not ignore those critical minerals. Trace the license from issuance to operation. Follow the money from payments to destination. Scrutinize the contract from clause to consequence. Document the forest loss, the water contamination, and the security deployments, and hold every promise made to communities against what was actually delivered, because extraction without scrutiny breeds impunity, and accountability is its only antidote. So these demands converge in a single proposal. Nigeria should adopt a just minerals compact built around some binding principles: consent before extraction, no-go zones for primary forest, critical watersheds, sacred landscapes, and high-risk communities, transparent contracts and beneficial ownership disclosure, community mineral trust and enforceable benefit agreements, formalized and supported artisanal mining, domestic value chains and technology transfer, legal protection for environmental defenders, gender and youth leadership in mineral governance, mandatory restoration bonds and mine closure plans, and the investment of mineral wealth in energy access, public goods, and ecological repair. Let me close by returning to the central point. Critical minerals may be the new oil, but they do not have to become the new cause for Nigeria. Nigeria faces a choice. It can become a quarry, a place from which the world extracts raw materials while value is added elsewhere. It can also become a sacrifice zone, a place where forests fall, rivers are polluted, communities are displaced, and resistance is silenced so that others may call their economies green. Or Nigeria can become something else entirely, a country that enters the energy transition with memory, discipline, sovereignty, justice, and imagination. A country that says, yes, the world must decarbonize, but not by dispossessing the people. Yes, critical minerals matter, but communities matter more. Yes, development is necessary, but development without consent is domination. Yes, we'll build the future, but not by destroying the people who must live in this future. So the question is, who are we building the future for? And sending our kids abroad to go school, we destroy our own here. So the real transition, therefore, is not simply from oil to minerals. It is from extraction to restoration, from sacrifice zones to living territories, and from secrecy to accountability, from elite capture to community power, from resource cost to ecological democracy. The energy transition must be more than a change in technology. It must be an act of repair. Repair of our forest, repair of our rivers, our land, our livelihoods, institutions, and trust. So if the transition does not repair, it will repeat. And if it repeats, the minerals of the future will carry the ghost of the oil age that we are having to live with right now. So let us choose another path, I'll say. Let us choose consent before extraction, restoration before profit, and a future that centers forests, watersheds, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and forest-dependent communities. Let us choose a transition that is worthy the name, and not a transition to another problem, from one problem to the other. Thank you.
I think we need to do much, much better than that. That was profoundly seminal. That was profoundly seminal. I'll let it simmer for 10 seconds. Thank you so much, Professor Adumbi. Thank you for a very profound, I mean, it's been a long time I heard something for the first time. And I heard a few things in that paper for the first time. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Because we are far spent on time, we are going to take just 3 interventions, speaking directly to the subject of the keynote, and then we'll go for tea break. Now, that does not mean that you will not have the opportunity of interrogating his presentation, asking questions. You will have that opportunity when we return and in the course of the program. But we only take 3 identified interventions. And who else to lead us in that series of interventions than the keynote speaker for last year's NSAC. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kayode Oladipo will lead us in the first very brief intervention. Welcome, sir.
Ken, you should know that I'm an old man now. I'm not as brilliant as I used to be, so you should have told me I was going to do review. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We pay particular attention to one new traditional ruler that people didn't recognize, Salisu. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him today. And you can see what traditionalism does to you. It transforms you completely. I couldn't even shake his hand, which I used to do before. It's a real pleasure to be here every time to start working with Nimo or whatever they call it. I don't know what we're going on. The only thing I know about Akwa Ibom is the good fresh fish I normally eat whenever I go there. But some of these things, before I make 1 or 2 comments on the lecture, some of these things we are doing, I think there's no way to measure them. But the way we can measure them is to see how we can start. And I know I have very good experience with civil society organizations when I was in the UNDP. You remember, Nemo, in 1996, we had a meeting in Kaduna where we thought we could help civil society organizations to register so that their voices can be heard. Ignorantly, people like me were just thinking we'll do something. The guys came back and said, and we didn't even know what was happening. That all you guys are trying to do is to enable the military to know their addresses, the way they operate and everything. And that was how the whole thing flattered. It was because we didn't understand each other well. And I think that thing is still going on. And that's what Alice was referring to, that they used to be on the opposite side. You know, how do we get these noble ideas that are emanating and will continue to emanate from this type of gathering to influence policy? Because whether we like it or not, whatever stand we take, whatever recommendations you come up with, if they cannot change the operationalization of the government, we will still be back every year saying the same thing and over. So I think we have to start looking at that. And you may call the Nigerian Economic Summit not a completely NGO thing, it's a private sector thing. But today, every year they have their meeting and they make recommendations. Go and check the budget of that year. 1 or 2 things will reflect in some of the recommendations they make. So I think we civil society members to have to work together and see how we can raise our voice, but at least try to influence the policy decisions that are made. I want to congratulate you again, this initiative, and thank Professor Adubi for a very passionate lecture that talks about how not to do the wrong thing that we have been doing before. It is when you fail an exam, you repeat. So because we failed in the pre-mining of our oil, we don't repeat it, please. We must not repeat it this time. And we actually started long ago, even before the oil. As you mentioned, I've been to Jos Plateau. We used to take our students to do field work there. And when you look at what you call the mining, the relics, and you see a lot of mining holes, or what they call them, with a lot of water. The first impression you have, you rush and say, this could be like fishing that people can rear fish, but because they are so toxic, the water is so toxic, you can't use it. That should have been a lesson, but we didn't learn anything from there. We went ahead with the oil, and the oil is more fluid. It's not like a tin. It's more fluid. Unless you take the tin to the river, it won't pollute it. You take it away without trying to wash it and so it will. But the oil will flow. And there's no way you can mine a place without having something. And that's what he was trying to say. How do we go back now and do what should be called green extractivism? I love that word. And I like the civil society. You always come out with your own English, which is very good. I was recruited to UNDP in '94 as Sustainable Development Advisor. And I think more or less at the same time that I came to know Akuba, Hologram, IPPC, and ICPC, IPCC. No. But we are calling it Sustainable Development Advisor. Today, I've learned a new word, sustain. It's not sustainable, sustain and ability. So it's no longer sustainability, it's sustainability. That's a new, which means the ability of the people themselves to be able to do things. Rather than just talking about the ability of the ecology to sustain the people. What about the ability of the people to do things that can sustain? And I want to do understand that with so-called Igbo forest in the eastern part of Nigeria, we actually biodiversity strategy to make sure that the best of Bono today come from there. I think people go there now to harvest them, not to kill people anymore, but to get the best of Bono and Igu fresh from those ones now. So what do we need to do? We believe the lecture clearly shows a lot of things, How do we decarbonize and at the same time maintain the justice required? So we need that we should not see the move towards clean energy as another means of providing justice to the people. We should not do that one. There's nothing wrong with the clean energy, whether we like it or not. We will need these mineral resources. The potential water hydropower for Nigeria, the total hydropower we have, is not up to 4,000 megawatts. If you harvest the whole of the Mambila and the other little rivers, we can only get a maximum of about 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts. If you add it to about 3,000 that comes from the river system now, it's only about 8,000. For Nigeria to develop, for this nation to move into the industrial era, we are not still in the industrial era, it's only service industry. We are doing only hotels. Hotels in, buy and sell, nothing. No industrial development in the real sense of industrial development. This country does not need anything less than 100,000 megawatts. If South Africa is using just about 52,000 megawatts for 80 million people, for 230 million people, we should not be thinking about less than 100,000 megawatts to be able to drive the economy in a productive sense that will provide job for the younger ones, not people like me. I don't need any job again. I sleep, if not because Nimbo invited me, I may be sleeping by now, But so how do we get that type of energy? It is not possible. So we will not go towards the clean energy a little bit. If you use our gas and everything, it may not be able to do it. So That's it. But whatever we are doing, we should be able to learn something. So let us take a proactive means to rectify anticipated injustice. That's the key. That's what this lecture is all about. We are not saying we will not use these minerals. Because if you don't use others, we use it. You won't even know when the Chinese, who are not, by the way, capitalists, because you keep on talking about capitalism. And I noted it that here, that most of the people that have been arrested are really Chinese. Are they capitalists? Or in the real sense, I will not say Chinese as a capitalist, but these guys, they don't understand capitalism more than the so-called capitalists because they are only interested in whatever they can get. And we need to decide. That's what is important. Whenever we are going to these areas, whatever we are calling it now, the one is the Southern Kaduna that everybody is so happy about, don't let us repeat the same error. Let the communities have a voice. Let them decide. Let them decide who benefits, who repairs, who decides the isn't, and try to see if you can pursue a community-centered resource management models. Critical. The community members are not fools. They are not as backward as we think they are. Even without the government discovering those things, I can bet you that some community members have been mining these things for long, but nobody is talking about. So the path that we have to take is a path that ask, what are the type of resources that we must need? Which one do we protect? Where do we have places that should be regarded as no-go zones? Our primary forest, our approved producing zones. And then there is a little bit of conflict somewhere. You say the conflict areas. But those are the conflict areas where the mining are actually taking place. So how do we really protect those areas where some people will be going unnoticed to be mining? We should recognize that if we silence the communities, that doesn't mean they agree. Nigeria, we need to move beyond compensation. I think we get carried away. Even you can see the Lagos-Calabar highway is creating problem now because we believe that, oh, we destroyed the houses, we pay compensation. But once you obliterate the landscape, no matter how much compensation you pay, people will still have to pay that. So rather than doing that, let's move towards the concept of benefit sharing. We must really encourage the development of enforceable, legally enforceable development agreements between the miners, the communities, and the government, and ensure that they are some to a large extent, community control. As we start, let's start right away to think about what you can call restoration forms. So that once these things, the mining stop and everything, there will be money to restore. There's a problem now with the land mass on the plateau that can be restored is huge, but there's no money to do it. And I think this is very important. Communities must also be encouraged, and the whole mining process must be done in the spirit of adding value. And I think we should clap for Nasarawa State that is having a company that is going to be doing the refining of lithium. How many millions of dollars is it? The investment there. Pardon me? All right, so that's a good one, so that it will benefit all Nigerians. Artisanal minings that destroys land should be reorganized in such a way that they're able to understand what they need to do and what should be very critical. A major issue is ecological restoration. There should be no extraction without restoration. There should be no profit without appropriate sharing. And this one, I loved it because it's not only in this mine. I have shares in the FCMB. They declared a profit of 170 something million, but they have done all kinds of things with my shares. It became so small. You know how much dividend I got? 77 naira. And when I bought this thing, it was 1,000 shares. But because they took over from each other, so it became only about 10 shares. 77 naira. So, you know, it's a e-delivery. It's not in those days. Because whenever in those days, when I receive papers like that, 200, I just throw it to garbage. They take me to my account. So I said, 77,000. I was thinking of 77 naira. Community resistance should be seen as conscience of development. So what do we need to do? We need to govern beyond mere extraction through a just mining strategy in a holistic framework that will enable these things to move forward. Community-led legal agreements, restoration towards the required, must be required before extraction. We must organize well, the civil society must organize well to allow, to sensitize the people so that they can organize themselves to stay on the land before the bulldozers are there. And to encourage them to also open positive dialogues, follow the process. Nigeria should adopt just mineral extraction framework. The critical minerals can become the new oil, but they should never be allowed to become the new cost for the country. Development should not be without consent. Retransition from extraction to restoration should be the pattern of our development. On this note, I want to really appreciate what has done. One thing that we might discuss here, because there's nothing we can do without talking about the Land Use Act. The Land Use Act is the main challenge because that act, if the governor of Nasarawa does not want Alake to come to Nasarawa, there's nothing he can do. The governor is the one that can give the CFO the lease for extraction of the land based on that lease act. I'm not sure whether it's still not too sensitive to talk about it, especially during this political era, but it is the act that I think needs to be looked at that should have some leverage for the federal government to be able to do something more meaningful. Otherwise, you will still find these challenges from one place to the other. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for an excellent review. We have already notified two other people to do interventions, but we'll get some very useful feedback from the audience. People have been sitting for over 3 hours without standing up. We will take those very short 2-3 minutes interventions immediately after a break. So we'll have coffee break or tea break or health break, whatever you like to call it, but we'll take a break now. Comrade Hawa Mustafa and Comrade Jaye Gaskia will give very short interventions when we return from tea, and then we'll step into the panel, the first panel session. So here's how we're going to have tea. The distinguished lady and gentlemen who sit in the front, our professors, our fathers, and our traditional rulers, please be seated. We're going to have ushers serve you. Professor, Prof, our keynote speaker, please don't dare stand up, sir. We will serve you. 2 ushers will serve you for that excellent work you did. Please stay, those in the front, please keep sitting. And then we'll beg and appeal to our comrades from the second row, please approach either of both serving points. Just approach there, but we'll do it in a row. The way we disembark from planes, please only stand up when the row in front of you is empty. So let's start from Kwame on that end. Kwame, please approach the bench at the back. And let's also start from Mr. Dr. Terangwa. Dr. Michael, please. Yeah, you take yes, to the back. Let's do it that way. And if we could do this very quickly, I'll be very grateful. Thank you so much for an excellent morning session. See you at the afternoon session. Thank you. Where are the ushers, please? Two are located to Prof. Adumbi.
Stars in the sky don't mean nothing to you. Never. To my heart. Blame for stars in the sky don't mean nothing to you. They love me. They to my heart. To my heart. Didn't hear what you wanted, and it was so trying to capture the moment, this moment I don't know. Cruising by now, podcast still to my head, someone gives me that makes think that she's still in my way. As I dream about moving soon, down. Find your inner anthem, write another stanza.
Do you ever get halfway through an edit and realize that you're missing the best shots? Luckily, Envato has everything I need in one place to fill those gaps in my timeline. First, I need some aerials. So let's make a quick search and bam, look at that, the perfect drone shot. Next, I can use Envato's AI video generator to turn this photo into a video clip. And as a final touch, let's search for some background music and some sound effects. And the edit is ready to post. Stay in your creative flow. Try Envato's all-in-one creative toolkit.
Now as you close your eyes, know I'll be thinking about you. While my mistrust, she calls me, and stand in the spotlight again. Tonight, I won't be alone. No, that don't mean I'm not lonely. I got nothing to prove for you that I did.
Stuck on you, got this feeling down in my soul, and I just can't. Yes, I'm on my way. Beat it in the way now, I guess that I'll be here today. Yes, I'm on my way. I began to stay. Stuck on you, where the too long, I guess it's time for me to go. Yes, I'm on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you could wait around. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
You took my breath away.
Okay. Wale. Thank you so much, Wale. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we return to our seats? I can see that the back is empty, so nobody's being served. Let's get back to our seats and get started. Please get back to your seats, everyone. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is that panel conversation, which we talked about, and we're going to have two of those that will last for an hour each. Before I call on our panelists to give our moderator for the first panel, I would like to take those two critical interventions that have promised to be very short. Those interventions are focused essentially on that excellent keynote address. So for the next intervention, I'm calling on Comrade Hawa Mustafa, who will do it in about 2-3 minutes tops. Thank you so much, Hawa. Please, a round of applause as she steps up. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon all. I want to start by commending, I have just 2 minutes. I want to start by commending Comrade Adumbi. That was a masterpiece. But coming from Adumbi, I couldn't have expected less. So thank you very much. I think the key message from Adumbi's presentation is that you cannot divorce environmental justice from human rights. And he also goes on to say that in other words, you must put people first, human rights for people above profits for capital. And he further went, part of the other essence of the document is also to say that we must move away from, again, we must also try to expunge our minds from this demoralized setting that alludes to a hopelessness of democracy or a faithlessness in democracy. And to also believe that we can, as a people, because this environment is for people. And like he said, it should be people for the environment and not the environment for the people. Indeed, there could be a symbiosis, but the people should also control how the environment also benefits them. In other words, for us to do that, it is also very important for us as a people to organize ourselves towards the kind of justice we want to see in our environment, towards the kind of justice we want to see in our democracy. And I think the part of the other crust of that presentation is to say that it's not about change in whether change in modalities or change in rules and policies, but what is more important is the change in system. Because the environment that we are talking about that is going to benefit the people has to have the right governance system. And that right governance system can only be propelled by the people. So we must take the process into our hands to reorganize ourselves towards ensuring that we see a governance system that sees development from the angle of human rights and environmental justice, gender equality as well. We must organize ourselves towards a governance system that takes economic sovereignty of Nigeria into our hands. And that economic sovereignty is the one that helps us to understand that exploration of our own resources must be for our own people in a way that it does not harm our environment and it does not harm our people. So we have to take also, and to do that, we also need a governance system, that produces that process of that produces and leads that process of economic sovereignty. And that governance system must also be that is shrouded around political sovereignty. So we need both economic sovereignty and governance sovereignty to lead us to that ideal democratic process that is going to ensure that we have economic justice in understanding, in how we explore our environment, that also leads to issues of human rights for the people, gender equality, and of course, poverty eradication. I want to stop at this point. Thank you very much. No more than 2 minutes. It was actually 5.
Yeah, this is good. Hawa, for you, you tried, yes. Thank you so much, Comrade Hawa. Thank you. And the very final intervention is from our comrade Jai Gaskia, who just whispered to me that he would do even less than 3. Comrade Gaskia.
Good afternoon. Like I was saying to my boss and mentor, ordinarily, my 1 minute is usually like 10 minutes. My 2 minutes is like 20 minutes, but that I will do this in less than those minutes. When Ken came to whisper to me, again, the way he ambushed you, sir, and came to whisper to me that I'm going to do a response, 2 things came to my mind. The first was, I asked myself, why did he come to me? Is it that, was he suspecting that I was not listening? So maybe he wanted to like catch me off guard. Then the second thing is I said, okay, maybe looking at Omolade and understanding that we grew up together. So maybe he was calling somebody about his age mate to talk. So Elders Club. But when Prof was now called, when Awa was then called, I then finally resolved that he was calling old people to come and talk. Now, that said, like I said to Lade during the tea break, this was really vintage Lade. I'm not going to try attempt to review anything. I just want to maybe point out the implications of some of the things that he said. Remember, he mentioned 4 or 5 perils. And in mentioning the perils and describing them, he also described, he recommended what we could do for those. And what I took, and then there is also a second thing. At the heart of Lade's presentation, there is actually a tension. And it is a tension that is at the heart of activism in general. Because Lade said that we can have just transition, but that it is not likely that we would have it under the current system and context. And that's the tension, really. And for me, so that's the tension really between the things that we do and when we push the limits and the boundaries of reform versus the necessity for transformation, because reform and transformation are 2 different things. The third thing for me, implication from what Lade presented, is the necessity to organize for continuous organizing. And I prioritize and privilege the notion of community resistance as being democratic accountability, requesting democratic accountability. In those days, we popularized a slogan when Reverend was the executive director of Environmental Rights Action, and he was our boss. We popularized a notion then that resistance is advocacy, because people kept coming to us to say we need to do advocacy. We need to, and we said, look, resistance is actually advocacy. That when you are resisting, it's the most physical expression of advocacy that you are resisting. And so for me, I think that that's the most important thing, to get the Just Minerals Compact, to get that comprehensive legal reform, to have a situation where we have community-centered governance of natural resource and the rest of that. It requires resistance, and it requires us building movements that are political because they understand the power question, and movements that understand that the transformations that we seek are decided in the sphere of power, and that therefore we have to engage at that level. So like I promised the Reverend, I will not speak much. I have a panel that I'm moderating. I have some views that I'm going to express in that panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jaye, for those profound thoughts, especially saying that even resistance is advocacy. It's the most potent form of advocacy, and is the most expressive form of advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, we dive straight into the panel session. The first panel is focused on deforestation and human security, the nexus between deforestation and human security. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to call on my friend and brother, Dr. Salahuddin Hashim, who has the exceptional privilege of moderating this discussion, and he will in turn call on his panelists to take the space. Salahuddin.
All right, thank you very much, comrade, and a very good afternoon to everybody. When Comrade Jai said that he was a 2 minutes man and I didn't qualify it, the only person who has that answer is also not in this room. So, all right. Earlier this morning, it was quite classical in terms of the presentation. Thank you very much, Prof. What you presented is nothing other than what we should use as a strategic roadmap in engaging this whole conversation. But again, they were broad, they were strategic, and then of course, they came in with very classical thoughts. And I think it is now time to come back home and begin to drill down into specifics so that at least we can begin to take issues practically, step by step, interrogating specific policies and how those policies can also walk us through various actions. And then, of course, one of the very big elements of what you didn't mention, which you did, but again came very short of just saying this is what it is that the issue of the deforestation is actually a national security conversation as well. We shouldn't treat it in isolation of just a mere environmental issue. but again in the wider space, because even if you look at the human it is 7 specific components, and environment is actually one of them. And of course, in any environment, you cannot also take away that conversation. And of course, we have this crazy idea that the environment will always regenerate, that nature will always regenerate itself. But if our activities continue to undermine that capability to regenerate, and then of course, it calls for a serious concern and how we need to deal with it. And that is what we believe the next session would be looking at. And that, of course, we are faced with the twin threats of environment, deforestation, and then, of course, human security. So these twin threats, therefore, becomes that we need to create, whether it is a dotted line, is a straight line. Either way, we must find some practical solutions to them. And then, of course, we have already in our midst very erudite but important eggheads who would help us to make some sense from this particular session. Because of our time, I may not take that little liberty to now begin to introduce them properly in terms of some of the very expansive but very important work they have done. But again, we all know that these individuals are top-notch at what they do. So please join me to invite to the panel Professor Ibrahim Umara to this particular table. Professor Ibrahim is in the room. Professor Ibrahim. Okay, that's it. Okay. You know, Abraham, and the Salah period has just passed. So maybe he has gone to look for him. All right, so allow me to also introduce and invite a very good friend of over 2 decades. I think she's now a professor of practice and not an academic professor. Please join me to welcome Hawa Mustafa to the panel. Please put your hands together for her properly. Hawa has a tendency to tell you that the applause for the male gender is actually louder than the one for the female gender. And because she's always very particular, so that I don't put you in harm's way, let me just put you on notice ahead of time. Please, you're welcome. Please sit down. Thank you very much for coming. And then, of course, Dr. Martins would also be joining us. Dr. Martins, are you in the room? Sorry, Chief Dr. Martins. Because people who wear red cap typically are not just... Thank you very much for joining. So, all right, so we'll wait for Prof to come, but because we know just need to make progress, we need to put in a little bit of context to this conversation. And very typically, while Prof made his keynote, he highlighted a number of issues, particularly around legal frameworks. And you would agree with me that despite the ban, particularly around illegal logging that we are seeing, but we still see those practices happening. If you look at the national park in Cross River, for instance, and the kind of illegality that goes on there, and the consequences of those actions. If you come to the North Central, where I am very familiar with, you see how the heavy need for domestic and export use of charcoal is also heavily affecting the activities of deforestation. And if you travel, for instance, between Sokoto, Kebbi, up to Gusau, and you are coming towards Katsina and Kaduna, and you see heavy activities of deforestation, you would actually marvel and you ask yourself if indeed we have an environment that is only just free for all without any form of regulation. But again, there was also something that Prof mentioned, the activities of some neoliberalists in the environment who also are very much interested in the capital economy of these entire activities without necessarily paying recourse to the environment. I traveled with an individual once, and between the origin of our destination to where we arrived, he didn't come in with a single bag. And that tells you that those individuals just come in for specific assignments. And there are places you go in Katsina, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, that you as a citizen or energy cannot access, but these guys can access those places. And of course, and he mentioned something in that presentation as well, that talked about the fact that already we have tagged oil as a cause, but we shouldn't now allow minerals and all of these other mining activity to also be the new cause that we make. But to be very honest, we are already in that direction. Currently, if you go to Basari, GBI in Katsina, is actually a heavy space for mining gold. And I was in Brussels once, and I spoke to the parliament, and I said, do we need to put fingerprints, for instance, on some of these minerals that don't go through the official channels? And these guys seem not to be very interested in that particular conversation. And that is because if you do so, there are also some individuals who benefit very largely from those black market activities, and some of them coming from Europe and America and Asia. So the question now is very wide and huge. And perhaps we need to first of all drill down to begin with, how does our environment and deforestation generally affect human security in our country? Perhaps we'll take that broadly, then we can come back to specifics in this. So we have 2 minutes each, and then of course we'll come back. So we'll have another round, but for the first round, we'll take 2 minutes for this particular session. Chief Doctor, I will begin with you, and then of course we'll go that direction.
All right, thank you very much. 2 minutes to deal with this very broad issue. Well, first, let me give us a small background about myself and from the angle I'll be discussing. I live in the context of what we're talking about. I work in the context of what we're talking about. I am from Ekuri, actually a community leader in New Ekuri. My NGO worked in Cross River State. So I feel it as a community person, and I also interact with it as a civil society person. The issue of, first, I want to really thank Chief Nimubasi and Kenesha for making it possible for me to be in this intervention. This is the third one, and this is the first one I'm engaging in. There's been a lot of discussion around ISR, rivers, oil exploitation, and I think there's a whole lot to talk about deforestation issues across River State. Now, there are different angles I'm going to be looking at it in terms of security, especially in Cross River State. And I think I have different examples to give. One, let me look at interact with the community issues and neighboring communities. There's been a whole lot of struggle for forest and land within communities. In fact, I have a practical experience. I had to take my family home for Christmas 2024. And immediately after December, the Christmas, 4th of January, there was a conflict, communal war that was speak to, so to speak, within the community, my community, I don't know where I live. And what was the cause? Young men were struggling for a forest, land, space, and there was a full-scale blown-out war. I had to somehow smuggle my kids and family out. And then because I state, coming into a green forest. Now, we've been told that, sorry, I'm taking so much time, but I think it's important to highlight it. So we talked here about cross-river state, how we know cross-river state often is written everywhere. Over 50% of the remaining forests across Nigeria is in cross-river state. Now, if you go now, yes, I agree, that forest is lost, but in cross-river state, you attack the forest of cross-river state. Outside the forest, the remaining forest, Nigeria is alarming. Now the miners have come in. We tried with our eco guards and community security system to push away and resist illegal mining because it's trying to come in smaller scale. But what our experience now is that because the federal government mining office have the right to give licenses. We are now encountering people who come with so-called genuine licenses. And you look at them, you see every mining spots in the forest of a Cree. You have points that are already marked and targeted for mining, and now they have licenses to go and do prospecting. They call it prospecting. It shows documents that they've been officially and legally permitted to come and prospect in our forest. And this is tropical high forest. Our hands are tied as a community, as civil society operatives. What do we do at this instance? We think that patch of a forest should be earmarked as the whole area. We don't know how to drive and push that. So that's the situation we have at hand right now, so that I don't take too much time. But the reality is this. The communities, deforestation in terms of mining is a big danger, and this is a big bomb that is waiting to explode at a higher level of River State. Maybe I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. Please let us appreciate his very quick but brief intervention. Because of my security background, I particularly like specifics. And of course, those who framed that particular panel were deliberate when they mentioned human security. And that is where I really want those intersections. So I know that you also have that very vast knowledge in that space. How does human security, and human security has specific components, how these affect livelihood, food security, all these are ingredients that makes up human security pyramid. So I would like you to also drill down in that particular regard, flooding, all of those issues.
Okay, thank you. I'll just give a brief overview. First of all, desertification, what does it do? We know what our natural environment does, our forests, our plants, our rivers, our animals. They connect to who we are. They define who we are as a people. They define our culture. In defining our culture, they define how we live, how we celebrate what we celebrate. They define what we eat and how we eat what we eat. Indeed, it also defines our livelihoods. So you find, for instance, we say in the north, they are mostly agrarian people because that is what the ecosystem, allows them to do. There is arability, there is, relative rainfall that allows them to grow the kinds of things that they can grow. And their food is also defined by what also exists in their environment. The culture that they also express is also defined, is also connected by that environment. Desertification comes. What it does is it is not just your livelihood, it threatens your culture. Because in the absence of those things that make you live, there are people who relate with herbs. It defines their culture. There are people who relate with trees, with water. It defines their culture. The regatta kind of thing that they do in the Niger Delta, it's because they are there. You don't find regatta culture in the north because there's no such thing. So when that existence of yours, because when we talk about climate change or desertification threatening your existence, it's not just about your life. It is simply about the totality of whom you are as a person, your culture, the food, your belief, even your belief system. There are those who worship certain trees. They mean a lot to them. So when all of this around, when that your eco culture is threatened, your very existence is threatened. The natural instinct of humanity is to struggle for survival. And how do you survive? It's either you survive through adaptation or you survive through some other form of existence. Your adaptation could be that you use what is left of that environment to still struggle to survive, or you are forced to move away, to migrate towards an area where you feel can still give you some semblance of that culture that you are familiar with. Now, this process, whether you stay back or you move, there is a conflict. This conflict is either emotional or physical, because you are unable, there's a disconnect between what you are familiar with and what you are now forced to do because of the circumstances of change in your environment. And I think for me, this is how we need to understand, the nexus between human security and desertification. That desertification by itself is not alone, it's not just about livelihoods, it's not just about the environment, it's about questioning, diminishing your existence, your personality as, your person, it's about diminishing your values, your cultural values. It's about diminishing, the whole thing about your dignity as a person that is connected to that. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, naturally. Thank you very much, Hawa. Prof, beyond biodiversity loss, mangrove are disappearing in the Niger Delta. The Sahel is fast encroaching in the north, particularly in the north region. And then, of course, we have within the Middle Belt, where we have also seen massive activities of deforestation because people have urgent need either for domestic use of charcoal or for purposes of exports. And then, of course, you have these activities of farmer-herders conflict as a result of this movement. In your own opinion, would you want to just give us an overview with a little bit of a mix of ingredients of how this has also, added some level of spice to the conflict that we have in the country?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Professor, the convener of the Health of Our Mothers, is it Health of Mother Earth Foundation. I'm very happy and highly gladdened to be invited through Dr. Boti Isaac. And it's only this morning I was able to understand the nitty-gritty that is undermining the country as improper understanding of the actual situation. But before I go to the paper presented, let me go back to the that we are talking about. You have to contextualize it within 3 layers. One, the encroaching techno-feudalism that sidelined the European Union as not part of in the emerging digital age. The ascendancy of the Chinese against the Americans, and then the competition of the techno electromagnetic industrialization, within which the Chinese had succeeded in taking over the international market against the American interests. And then the historical connection between our country, our continent, with the Anglo-American alliances have all combined to play the role. One, you are talking about security, simply means social psychological freedom from the fear of unknown. And then that social psychological freedom is vertical, which is man-made, and then the horizontal, which is natural. And on most of the issues that we are dwelling, we tend to blame climate change. In northern Nigeria and in Federal Republic of Nigeria, it's not climate change, it's not natural, it's man-made. First, in the northeastern part of the country, we have a very huge lake that is called Lake Chad. That Lake Chad is a means for survival for more than 40 million. If you don't know, even Kano City get its groundwater from the waters of the Lake Chad. And then there was a construction of dam upstream by the Cameroonians that intercepted more than 10% of the water discharge. And then in central Nigeria, you have the Jos Plateau that supplied the remaining 3% that follows to Kano. And in Kano, being the largest city, constructed a dam at Tiga and Chalawa that intercepted substantial downflow to Bauchi, to Borno, and Yobe. The interception and then the improper discharge of the dam upstream, one, tend to uproot societies, thereby mortgaging what she taught of artificial desertification. When you contain water from the natural flow, when they are concentrated in one place like a dam for fishing festival, the moment you concentrate the water, it will flow backward. As the water flow backward, it will inundate societies that were hitherto on the upper side of it. And when you open the channel of the water, as a result of the velocity of the speed, it creates erosion, and in the process will silt the downstream. And especially for those farming communities, instead of them to have their irrigation, the irrigatable land are silted and therefore is not active. That forced migration. And third, the problem with that migration as a result of density population in some parts of the country, notwithstanding the issue of nomadism, is the downward flow of farmers who lost the means of farming. That is the desertification that she's talking about. Now they tend to cultivate new land. And herein you have ethnocultural manifestation of tensions. And
I hope you guys are writing actually.
That tension is not properly handled. The improper handling of ethnocultural tension over means of agricultural production tend to create a rift between people that are sharing common historical and cultural antecedents. And herein you come to our own country, particularly at the national level. The techno-feudalists made a mistake by allowing the Chinese to take over refining of mineral rare earth materials. It is the same Americans that outsource the refining of the rare earth in China. And then the Chinese now monopolize the refining and the control of the rare earth materials. Currently, as the ongoing war between Iran and the United States of America, the single factor that led to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding is the inability of F-35 to strike because they do not have radar. The radar on the F-35 uses rare earth mineral. And then former American President Joe Biden had imposed a sanction on the Chinese. In return, the Chinese also sanctioned American factories for supplying with the rare earth minerals. So these F-13 are no longer functioning because the materials necessary for the production of its radar is no longer there. So the aircraft carrier is there, but they are blind. They don't see. And each aircraft is using 350,000 rare earth mineral components. The electric vehicle that my presenter, my colleagues just made mention of, is using 35,000 components of rare earth minerals. You now discover it in Nigeria. He rightly stated about Elon Musk. It's not Elon Musk alone. The Chinese are here in Nigeria extract rare earth on behalf of the Americans. They are not talking it to the Chinese. And then the Americans' presence under the pretext of protecting the Christian under the so-called Christian genocide is nothing because of the competition to dominate and control the sources of material for their own production. So I am very happy, sir, the convener, I really salute to you because number one, this convention has now opened up that in Nigeria, all the crises that were translated to see as if it is Muslim, Christian, North-South crisis have already lost the bearing. If there is enough consciousness amongst Nigerians that these techno-feudalists have already encroached, using three principles. One, use the youth in the area to dislodge their community under the pretext of ethnic and religious divide. Two, when there are crises, send in the soldiers to cordon up the area. And then when the soldiers secure the area, they move into their bulldozers. And then with the bulldozers, they now extract and then go freely. So all the recommendations that were made by the professor is in line. I am totally in tune with it. But for Borno, especially the Lake Chad Basin, it was the construction of the dam by Cameroon, the construction of Chalawa and Tiga, and the wetland that you know of Ngulu is no longer having water simply because in Jigawa, there is a community that is called Kolgwe. They already have a barrage. In the barrage, they intercept the water for fishing. After the fishing, they discharge the water. In the process, it silted the area. Apart from silting the area, it led to the growth of tai-pai grasses. Tai-pai grasses support nesting of birds. Whatever you produce, it will be attacked by these birds and is rendering the farmers inactive, and that threatens the human security. Now, differentiating between the human security and then the national security, the protection of the territorial integrity and the sacrosanctity of the Nigerian state by the security paraphernalia on behalf of the nation is much more different to the individual human security. Where do you live? What do you drink? How do you work? When you work, do you have pension? Do you have access to health? Do you have access to your land? If these are not around, human security is threatened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think the applause is basically very natural. I hope that I'll be the president very soon.
Yes.
I will appoint you as the Minister of Environment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir? No, you need a younger person to be the president.
I am not a politician, sir.
All right. So I think it is what he has actually painted suggests very clearly that there is a multidimensional situation confronting the entire deforestation issue that we are looking at, and how all of this has direct effects. And yes, we have established that there are also some unseen hands, the hands of Esau and the voices of Jacob in this whole issue.
Yeah.
But again, we need to come back to you, Chief Doctor, specifically, what are these drivers? A number of them you have mentioned. Prof also had mentioned some of these issues, but from the islands and lived experience from the communities, what do you think are those drivers that consistently threatens or encourages some of these issues to continue to thrive? We'll take just a minute and a half for this session, and I'm going to be very strict on that so that we can really take some additional questions.
All right, thank you. We'll try to keep to the time. Let's go straight to the point. Now, talking about, you mentioned the ban, the moratorium that we had in Cross River State, and then why it wasn't effective. Those who put the moratorium were part of the problem. Again, I'll still give an instance. During the moratorium, I worked in a civil society where we try to enforce these things. We try to report issues in the field, and had an instance where I knew that people were going into the forest, to do illegal logging, and I called the government authority. I called forestry officers. I drew the attention of soldiers who were on the road. And before I knew it, right from there, the information got to the guys in the forest that people are coming after them. So there is that leakage from the government authority. The forestry guys will tell me they are incapacitated, that they can't do anything. There are issues where there are times when we try to arrest, during with the team that we had, the same people who said there should be no logging are the same people who put calls across to say, look, allow that person go. Good luck. It's the problem that we have. Now, talking about the hand of Jacob and all of that. Now, the issue I discussed about the logging company that came into Ikuri. So the time I had this issue with them, I was arrested by the police for attempting, or for my youths going to say, look, we don't have any business to do with users in our forest, please pull out. I was arrested. And what was the problem? Incrimination that I organized youths to vandalize and to harass and kill people. That was the issue. And so when we got to the station, this man, in fact, the company is a Mark company. If you Google is a Mark and Eco Initiative, you see the stories there. They had so much security backing. My government chairman called me and said, can you fight the system? Are you trying to fight the system? What do you mean fight the system? I'm only saying these guys are doing illegal activities and you're telling me fight the system, Mr. Chairman. That meant that the guy in question is connected and has a relationship with the system. So I just can't fight the system. But I insisted. And thank God the company bowed. So that's one of the issues. Now, the other one is within the community setting. We're talking about community taking charge and doing all of that and making sure they don't allow things to go wrong. When there is poverty of knowledge, poverty of the stomach, there's a little you can do. I am a community leader in my community, and I know what I go through with my chiefs. When these guys come in, they meet with them, give them small envelopes. Youths who have not seen 50,000 before, they give them this small money, and they now set up a stage between myself and my people. That's the problem we find around. So there's a whole lot too. I can go on and on and on. These are the issues that are on ground. So we must address the poverty issue in the communities. See, everybody now talks about money, whether you like it or not. Any chief, you bring the chiefs and will tell you, look, we are poor. What are we doing? There's no development. There's no government attention in my community. No roads, no hospitals, no basic amenities. And then there is this miner who comes in to say, look, I will make your road for you. I will do this for you. And then one civilized Dr. Egot will come and say, look, don't accept it. Chase them away. It's a big tax, my brother. So there's a whole lot of that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Please appreciate him for those thoughts. A number of things you have raised there, very important. And I think it also piggyback to what Prof mentioned earlier, issuing license without consent, particularly consent from the community, will always breed impunity. And I think that is what we are seeing there. Comrade Hawa, in your response to this, please include who bears the biggest burden in all of this.
So thank you. First of all, I want to speak further on the issue of the drivers of desertification. I think as much as we recognize direct human activity, in these communities, we cannot at the same time ignore the impact and the reality of climate change, which of course by extension is also caused by human activities. Because if you look at beyond Lake Chad, I was born in Kaduna. I spent most of my useful life in Kaduna. Before I moved, I spent another 17 years in Lagos. And I remember River Kaduna, for anybody who lives in who lives in Kaduna, my school used to be a few kilometers away from River Kaduna. Today, I think people have not, probably science has not taken a good statistics around the shrinking of River Kaduna, but I can comfortably say that River Kaduna has probably shrunk by more than 70%. Because today you have a place they call Abubakar Kigo Road that had extended into almost half of what we used to call River Kaduna. That's a reality. There is a community that my organization works with in the local government area. It's called Chifataki. When we tried to find out the history behind the name, we were told in Hausa, Chifataki, meaning that there used to be a stream running through that community many years. And that stream was so big that it could swallow, it will drown people and even animals trying to cross. And they named that area Chifataki. That place particularly now is experiencing desertification. So I think we have to be very careful, and realistic to acknowledge the reality of what is going on so that we also understand how we mismanage or we misunderstand the impacts or the negativity of fossil fuel in our communities. Because when we do not, so much for that. Then the other driving force is the fact that, of course, we can also not disconnect the fact that because we do not have a real people's governance system, it fails to even calculate and project to see what is happening now and be able to project that what could be the consequences of what the reality of today portends for the next 50 years. We don't have such governance system, particularly in this part of the world. Otherwise, even at the time that places like Lake Chad dams were being built, common sense and scientific research also projecting into the future would have been able to say what could be the possible implication of this just creating electricity in the next 50 years, in the next 30 years, even in the next 100 years. How do we therefore plan or do something differently in order to avoid some of these consequences that we may not see now, but it will come it will have an impact on the next generation. So we can also, in that context, also look at part of the drivers as, irresponsible governance. Now, the other thing is that what is the impact? Coming to the question of how does it impact differently? I want to look at how it impacts even in the question of gender impacts. If you look at these quite different situations, how does this issue of desertification affect women differently from the way that it affects men? Today, you go to the far north, especially the critical frontline states. And by irony, if you look at the critical frontline states, they are those states that are today in crisis. You talk about Zamfara, you talk about Kebbi, you talk about Katsina, you talk about Borno, you talk about Adamawa, southern part of Adamawa, you talk about, in fact, the only states within that zone that somehow has not been as affected as the other states are Jigawa and Kano. And then to some extent, Bauchi and Gombe. However, all the other states have been devastated and are still going through this devastation. And what has been the impact? The impact is that whenever there is terrorism, kidnap, banditry, it is the women that suffer. Because when people are migrating, even because they are migrating away from a land that is no longer arable for them to farm, initially, who owns the farmland? The men. Who owns the facilities? The men. When they move, who is it? Who has more convenience and who is it easier for to move? The men. They leave the women behind. They leave the young boys behind. And what is happening therefore in the north today, the consequences of some of these things is that when kidnappers come, when banditry come, and don't forget that also some of these banditry, while I'm not excusing their criminality, is also to remember to connect the fact that the loss of economic activities has also propelled some of these activities, some of these crises. In the Borno, for instance, in the Northeast, how are these young boys recruited? Go to these communities, go to these states, there is no presence of critical, productive economy in these communities. And then people are breeding children. There's natural instinct for survival. There are no jobs. Your school, they call it, they say Boko Haram because you finish going to the school, there are no jobs for you to do. The few people who think that they speak English or they have had that advantage, they use you to exploit your resources, accumulate indiscriminately, and oppress you, keep you in perpetual poverty. Then somebody somewhere has been able to create a gang. Of course, we know there are also sponsors. There are also people who are taking advantage of that gap. And then these people now offer young boys 10,000 naira, 5,000 naira. Some of them, their families in the whole year will not see one whole 10,000 naira at a time because their sources of income has been lost. They cannot farm. Their ability has been lost. So women suffer. When there are issues, when there is crisis, they are the ones that are raped because they need women to service them. It is women that are raped. Men are hardly raped. But today, even in the Northeast, even the aftermath of some of these crises, we are also having things like gender-based violence. Sexual and gender-based violence that is also affecting these people. Now, what is happening? Even some of these so-called repentants, when they come out, they are put in certain communities. Those communities, they now behave like lords and new kings and emperors. And because families are scared of them because they still know their history, cannot give them women to marry, they force themselves on the women. So you see, this whole thing has a chain, a long chain of multiple crises along the way. And the solution for me also requires a long chain of multiple, issues and processes to also engage. Now, the boys themselves, because I say it is gender-based, the boys themselves, today people hear that, look, drug addiction has become a very commonplace in the North, particularly also in the Northeast. Those states that have also been affected by this conflict, which has also been caused, in turn by desertification and loss of, our livelihoods. The children, both boys and the girls are becoming frustrated because they cannot be married to the families or the people who have been affected or who have been involved in perpetrating violence against members of the community. And then they are also resulting, or they get married, or they have been victims of violence. They come out to their homes, they are stigmatized. How do they manage frustration? They go into drug addiction. So this whole thing, and generally, societally, it's not a problem of one community alone. Somebody said earlier, people are moving away from one community, thinking that they can find peace in other communities. Most of the people in Borno State, somebody was telling me very recently, if you go to Lagos, everywhere you see Borno Shukura Cap, they have all migrated. You go to Kano, the same thing. And now people are beginning to focus on them, that they are taking over their land and sometimes also taking over their businesses. And naturally, conflict will erupt. But the fundamental thing again is, like he said, the inability to manage conflict. What we do most of the time is wait for conflict to erupt, and we begin to use military strategy to attack conflict, to address such conflicts. But that is not enough. Before conflicts, erupt, what do we have? What kind of intelligence do we have? What kind of scientific research do we do? What kind of engagement do we do with our communities, with our people, to know how it is, to know the beginning, to see it when it starts? So imagine that if you leave 2 and 2 together, if you allow migrants to move from Borno through to Benue, they are going to encroach on people's land. What do you do before it happens? What do you do when you know that when men leave their communities, that they leave women bare in those communities, they leave them open to vulnerability? What do you do when you see that able-bodied men have left the rural communities with young children, or they only come back seasonally, impregnate their wives and go back? That these children, when they grow up, as they are growing without one parental figure and exposed to poverty because there are no farms. Once upon a time, the farmers, even if they didn't have money in Nigeria, were eating very well. Each time we went to our villages, at least our grandmother can go and get hen, a chicken somewhere, slaughter to give us to eat. We will come back home from the villages with yam, with gari, and so many things. Today, we are the ones taking it to the villages. And so those ones that have stayed back there are hungry. And these days, they are hungry because they can no longer go to farm. They are hungry because there are no alternatives even to the farming. Our economy has remained consistently, persistently an agro-primary, economy that has refused to move. And that economy is not deliberate. Like it was alluded in the Adubi's paper. It's not deliberate. I mean, it's not by mistake. It's deliberate to keep us in this perpetual situation. In fact, people are even benefiting. A class is benefiting even from the crisis of desertification, from the crisis of climate change, as it were, both nationally and globally. And these are some of the things that I think for us, at the end of the day, our solution practically is that we cannot, if we are concerned as a people, then our concern should go beyond lamentation. Our concern should now be about how do we begin to organize ourselves to be that force that says this is the direction it should go and not the other way, because it is about us and not about them. Environment is for us and it must serve us, not serve profit or capital. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade Awa. I mean, that's passion, and thank you very much. Except that when you mentioned that male are not rape, only coughed in the audience. So probably that person is a victim of rape. So, so we need to thank you very much. You raised quite a number of issues. So I'm going to close with you, Prof, before we get to the audience. Prof, and to be very honest, you are going to help me do this in 1.5 minutes. And you mentioned this techno-electrocution hypothesis. So whatever that meant, but the question is, should we be afraid? And the reason why I have mentioned this is because currently in the North, these are now new oil for exchanging with small arms. So people take some of these things and use them to exchange arms. And if we're exchanging arms with some of these resources, it therefore means that there is something to be afraid for in the nearest future. So should we be afraid with some of these armaments conversation that you mentioned, and how will these arms begin to threaten our human security in the nearest future? In 90 seconds, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Some of these narratives that you used to get is having no any basis at all. It's an over-exaggeration. You can't get somebody in Abuja or Lagos to be talking about Zamfara or Maiduguri. Most of the arms that had been most of the arms that flowed down to this part of the country was from southern Libya. When the regime of Muammar Gaddafi collapsed, the United States have established 2 CIA bases in Libya. The CIA bases in Libya were charged with responsibilities of collecting the arms as a result of fall of the Libyan government armory. So the arms that the CIA collected in Libya were transferred to Syria against the government of Bashar al-Assad. So some of the weapons flowed down toward Nigeria because remember, Muammar Gaddafi has Islamic Legion. Most of the legionnaires are from Republic of Mali and from Republic of Niger. So with the assassination of Muammar Gaddafi, there wasn't any cohesive central government in Libya. They said all the foreigners should leave. Some people who are trained, armed, and protecting a government using sophisticated weapons, more powerful than many African countries, flow downward toward Niger and toward Mali. What do they know? Trans-Saharan movement. What are they commodifying? There's what we call ant market. There's what we call gray market. There's what we call black market. The flow of the weapons, even the Nigerian state is not buying weapons from state to state. They are buying weapons from the armed market that flowed down towards southern Libya, caught me anywhere. Most of the bikers that you see, the Nigerian state purchased Toyota Land Cruiser, the general purpose machine gun that is mounted on the top of this Land Cruiser. Most of them are customized only for the operations in Libya. How do they get down there? So now, those legionnaires that left there in Mali are in Niger. What do they specialize in? Smuggling. Smuggling in what? Human exploitations of the mineral resources as well as cigarettes, connecting the conundrum between Mali to Morocco, from Niger to Mali up. sometimes from Mali to Algeria, sometimes from Niger to Algeria. And there's what we call theory of conflict contiguity. If you don't know, Mali and Burkina Faso, half of them are Borno Empire. I want you to know. Mali, Burkina Faso, the whole of Niger, going up to Central Africa, to half of the Congo, to the whole of Libya, up to Darfur, they are all Borno Empire. We have the same culture. And then there is a flow. From Maiduguri, you directly go to Bamako without any natural barrier. There was a commission made by the United Nations Development Program, and I was asked to engage in the particular research. They said they are looking for the sources of weapon flow to northern Nigeria from the southern Libya. I was the one that conducted the research as a lead person. So now, the weapons that flowed from Libya itself in Sokoto, Zamfara, Kebbi axis. But for you to say the Boko Haram weapon sources are from Libya or Chad is an absolute lie. No, I'm reacting to some of the narratives that you people used to hear. Because the weapons, the weapons used by the insurgents in Borno were mostly belonging to Nigerian state. They were from the armory of the Nigerian armed forces, like Plateau State, where their militias are using as insurgents. They are mostly Nigerian state armory. There are specialized groups that specializes in ambushing, logistic support. Some attack bases, what we call forward operational bases, if they are aware that there are new weapons and ammunition in these bases. So there are specialists. And these specialists usually move from intra-Rahamwe militia in Congo. They cross toward Central Africa. They cross toward Southern Sudan. They are what we call merchants of death. They are ready for hire. You hire them to be moving across the equatorial zone. And they were the ones that trained the Nigerians with the help of the Malians, and then even those in Niger. These are specialists. They are not insurgents. They are armed traffickers. They ambush forward operational bases of military and security forces, provided that they know there are new supplies. They either attack the base or they attack support trucks, just for them to cater away with the weapons and resolve them. Try to understand that. That's why when they kill, when you go, you will see a number. It either belongs to the military or to the police. You can see even the emblem of the police in it. So the moment they kill security officers, they take away the arms, and they are the ones that are using it. And in some instances, some of the uniforms that you see they are using also belong to the Nigerian state, because the moment they open fire, some of the security personnel will just remove their uniform and run away. Then they take the uniform and use it. So for somebody or some people to just be talking about it, I think they don't have proper idea of what was happening. And to the question,
I'm happy that you didn't say I said it.
No, you are not the one. So for the techno-feudalism, you see, we have to contend with the reality. If Europe, particularly Germany, Britain, France, are in third world league, they are not part of the general digital economy. Who control the Facebook? Who control the YouTube? Who control Google? Who control Microsoft? Who control Apple? None of the European countries. They don't have any software or hardware of their own. It's only the Chinese and then the Americans. Even the Europeans are outside the league. When I said techno-feudalism, feudalism refers to a system of authority based on landed estate under the management of a class society that has God on the top and the serf at the bottom, midwife by the bishops and the pastors.
We'll come for that lecture.
Now,
maybe Prof can help us just wrap up.
Yes. So now, during the feudal era, you have the landlords. You have the landlord that own the land. Then you have the laborers, isn't it? Then the capitalists control the capital. But now in techno-feudalism, you don't need land. You don't need heavy machine. We are talking about unemployment. In her pond, my sister's pond, when you go through it, you only see products that are marketed without paying tax, without a warehouse, without a shop, which means they are selling the product without opening shop in your community to either pay a rent to the rentier or to employ your brother. So the level of unemployment will continue to increase as a result of new phase of fourth wave of industrial revolution. Now, for our own country, I always respect the convener, Professor Bassi. Why? Because as Nigerians, we need to know ourselves. We need to know ourselves. You see, with due respect to His Majesty, our royal natural king, desiltation.
He hasn't said anything.
He said something. The siltation around Katonkaripe, that bridge connecting the Lokoja axis, the silt wasn't from the river, wasn't from Kaenji. What you see that is coming from Kaenji is less than 10%. The remaining 90% is coming from the upper Gongola River. The upper Gongola River is the one that is conjoining the Lagdo in Republic of Cameroon. So, and I'm emphasizing on Professor Bassi because it's a national security threat for Nigeria itself. I am an external examiner of the University of Uyo.
Oh, you have classified him now as a security threat.
He's my traditional king, he's my natural, and then I was also an external examiner with the Bayelsa. So now I have seen the nature and how the lowland areas are. Based on the prediction of the Nigerian Meteorological Services, during Jonathan tenure, there was a very heavy flooding in about 5 states. We were lucky. It's only because of God Almighty's intervention. Had it been, it was a collapse of the Lake Nyos. In Cameroon, there is a lake that is called Nyos. That Nyos, once it collapsed, the whole of Benue, Kogi, half of Taraba, Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Kogi, some parts of Kwara, some parts of Niger will all be uninhabited. And then we have a military strategy that is called digging a dike. North Korea has a very huge dam. Without opening a fire, they can destroy South Korea. South Korea, in anticipation of the North Korea's intention to use the dam against them, they dug a dike. That was why they got the name dike, like dike. Nigerian military advised the defense headquarters to construct a dike in Taraba, opposite to the Nyos, in order to intercept the water as a dike, as a buffer against inundating Nigerian states. There was a contract that was awarded. With due respect, sir, to which company did they award the contract? Have they mobilized on site? I have very many senior professors here. They know. We are in the same field. They know it. To which company? Have they mobilized on site? Is there any movement of activity? None. And then the purpose of the dam, apart from serving these states, will also generate electricity, which was also subject of discussion this morning. And then the electricity that will be generated would not only be sufficient for Nigeria, Nigeria will also export what? Electricity somewhere. And up to now, it's not yet mobilized. So now, apart from Lake Nyos, it was the Lagdo that follows the upper Gongola to the southern lower Gongola to Benue, crossing Makurdi down to the Niger Delta that created the silt. No efforts for dredging. Right now, if you go to Oka, on the top of the river Niger, on the top of the bridge, you will see these silts. I know when I was in Oka, there are many areas that we cannot walk in. But while we are dredging this, if you don't know, my wife is an Igbo, my first wife. So I was there. So where we go in to take the sun with a canoe, you can now trek down to take the sun, which means there are no water there, neither water on the upstream or on the downstream. But for the Lake Chad, as my sister said, the River Kaduna is the one that will cross through Kano, and it was from the Jos Plateau. And I deliberately said that it is man-made, call me anywhere. Established interest in Nigeria, divert the river where river does not exist. They divert the river, they diverted the river to a community where river does not exist. And they dam this river and they make it fish farm. And then the remaining water, they sell it for those that engage in irrigation agriculture. And that grossly reduced the flow of the water to the downstream community in the same Jigawa before it crossed to Bauchi, then to Yobe, to Borno. So now people of Borno and Yobe are at the mercy of rain-fed agriculture than the irrigation agriculture. People know the role of Gashua. People know the role of Nguru in irrigation agriculture, but today they do not have it. Why? Because established personalities, because of their self-centeredness, diverted the water to a community where the water does not exist. They privatize the water. With due respect, Professor, our convener, there is a national water bill presented at the National Assembly. That water bill clearly stated that no riparian state within the Federal Republic of Nigeria has right to alter either the flow, to change the taste, or the volume of that water. That bill was hijacked by the upstream state against the downstream state. Yeah. And it's a tending time bomb. You must call us again. And next lecture, Professor, I want to link up with you. Your subsequent lectures should be from the far north, either in Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, or Borno. From there, you see things for yourself. Lastly, sorry, sir. I didn't say so. Okay, thank you. Because I think you are ready to stop me.
I'm going to stop you, right?
Yeah. So the issue of afforestation, where in some parts of the country we have issues of exploitation, isn't it? Exploitation of mineral resources in our own region. Like she said, like other people said, the very security personnel deployed to overcome the security crisis were the ones that are given uniform to some people for them to go and fall down trees.
Please put your hands together for Tukur. I mean, Prof, you have done extremely well. And because of our time, I think what I want to recommend to Professor Nimo is that we should have a master class on this subject. Prof, I think it is something that will be coming out from this convergence, that we should have a master class. That kind of master class can be where we have technical kind of hearing. Prof, thank you very much for, because at least we can hear quite more in that kind of master class that helps. All right, so it is now for you people to speak. All right, because again, there's been a lot of allegation of being said, which we didn't say here, but I think you guys said all of those things. So it's now time to hear from all of you, maybe just 2 or 3. It is not an attempt to gag your civic liberty, but unfortunately, because of time, we just need to manage that. 1 minute each. One, the man in white, the lady here. Okay, 1 minute each. I'll take you number 1. Please take your number. Number 1, you are number 2, you are number 2, you are number 3, you are number 4, you are number 5. Double chief, number 6. Eh? Yes, sir.
You have number 4, right?
Yes.
Can I see number 1, please? 2, 3. Yeah, 3. And then that's number 4. Excellent. Okay, then you're number 5. Okay? 1 minute. But here's what we're going to do. Comrade, you can't keep appropriating and reprobating. Okay, you're number 6. Hold on. Let's hold those thoughts. Let's number 6. Okay? Here's what we're going to do. We'll bring this fantastic masterclass session to a close. Yeah. Quickly take the next session and join the questions together because our time is fast.
Thank you very much.
Does that work?
Please,
with
the panelists.
Let's have a brief photograph. Hawa, please smile.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Salaudin. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent work.
Thank you, brother. This panel deserves another round of applause. And on that very expository note, ladies and gentlemen, we move quickly to the next panel. Unfortunately, we will need to squeeze this next panel very strongly. And the blame goes to Salaudin's panel for having taken a bunch of their time. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel will be focused on mining and environmental vulnerability across Nigeria, and that panel will be moderated by Comrade Jaye Gaskia. You've heard a little bit from him this afternoon. He will be leading this panel. Jaye Gaskia, please come and introduce your panelists.
You? Abdul. I will give you the respect that you were once my boss. Again, good afternoon. So this panel is to look at mining and environmental vulnerability. And permit me to invite the members of the panel. We have a 3-member panel. So permit me to invite them. In no particular order, but actually really in one particular order. Because we have our natural father, a natural father on the panel, and we invite him last. So the others will come and sit and wait for our royal father and welcome our royal father. So may I invite Adesua Jang? Adesua Jang. Okay. She's a youth leader, a community activist with vast experience organizing in the grassroots. You're welcome. May I also invite Dr. David Mike Terunga? Dr. Mike Terunga. Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Mike Terunga is an author. Yes. Is an author and a researcher around food security and ecosystems. And then I have the honor of inviting His Royal Majesty Odidi Omo Afolabi, the King of Igbo Koda. Thank you, sir. Of course, I don't have to tell you what he's a king. But he also has a root in activism prior to ascending the throne. So he will be speaking as both a royal father and an activist that he is. So you are all welcome. Now, before we now go into the conversation proper, let me very quickly set a context. So this is me also trying to provoke all of us, as well as the panelists. I'm assuming that through giving practical experiences, we would have an understanding, a clear perspective of environmental vulnerability and the relationship between mining and environmental vulnerability. The second thing that I also need to say is that in our conversation today and tomorrow, and as we are having a conversation around mining, let us not forget that this is actually just a circle. Oil was discovered when? And so when we talk, we say 70 years ago, before oil, there was coal, abi? So there was solid minerals before oil. Now, oil is being phased out. We are going back to solid mineral. So the fact is, exactly the same things that we did with mining tin and columbite in Jos, abi? With mining coal in Enugu. Exact same thing that we did with exploring for oil. And then we are moving again back to critical minerals. And it is very likely that we are going to do the same things again, and we're going to do them more terribly because we have learned some bad lessons. So, against that background. Then, the third thing that I think we should also note out of 4 things. So the third thing that I think we should also note is, because I think that we have a tendency to talk about extraction and extra what? Activism, with respect to minerals, abi? Whether they are liquid, gaseous, or solid. And I would like some of the panelists to also weigh in on that as we go, as they make their contribution. But if we look at it indeed, it is the entire system, socio-economic system, that has been in place for the last 500 years. It's actually based on extraction. Yeah? And not just of minerals. Extraction of labor, for instance. Abi? Surplus value from labor. Okay? Slavery, colonialism, extraction from agriculture. The way we run agriculture globally right now is very extractive. That's why it also destroys the environment. It has that impact. So the industrialization process that the world has undertaken in the last 500 years on the basis of the logic of extraction. You extract, and that's because, did I say 4 things? Okay, so the fourth one is that when we then talk about in the Niger Delta, for instance, as we make the transition to critical minerals and solid minerals, it is actually going to become double jeopardy, abi? Because solid minerals are also present in the Niger Delta. They're already being mined alongside oil that is already there. So it's going to actually be double jeopardy in the context of the Niger Delta. So where does this leave us? And where do we go from here? And like I was saying, I think that every time, so we've talked about governance here today, and I'm asking myself, which governance, whose governance, and how do we reform that? So with that at the back of our mind, as each one of us speaks, I would like you to also, we'll start in the order in which people are called to sit here. So we'll end with our royal father, actually our father, who happens to be royal. Not in heaven, not our father in heaven, but our father who happens to be royal. So, Adesua, given your experience, your organizing work in communities in Plateau State and the rest of that, can you give us a little bit about what environmental vulnerability looks like on the plateau and the impact of mining on environmental vulnerability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have some photos to present for some of us who don't know Plateau and tin mining. So you can see what tin pits looks like, detailing the colonial people left behind in Plateau and how this community are trying to, how they are trying to live with it. So if the slides are there, you can see over there, that's one of the tin mining pits in Plateau. This picture was actually taken in one of our field visits where we had youth in the tin mining pit. These are young guys between 16, 8, and 10, then women again, leaving their homes for months, sleeping in the tin mining sites just to extract tin so they can sell. So for the women, they leave their children in care of adults. For months, they're in the pits, not knowing, especially the female children. When they come back, the girls are raped. So beyond just having extracting tin, they also have to cope with the rape issue of their girl child. Then the next slide, please. Please, the next slide. So these are another sites again. The first one was in Zawan. This one is in Vaughan. These are another sites. So you have these pits everywhere, digging our environment, extracting tea, not just in the half cobalt and the rest. Even currently, I think they said they have lithium around the Plateau. So these are just to show you things that is going on. Then I have a slide showing a woman, a farmland, where you have this river flowing through our farmland from these tin sites. Okay. The other slide. I'm just going to, you see there. So, okay, fine. If you look, the picture is a bit, I have to crop it because of what I was using the picture for. It was a research program and I have to use what I wanted to speak with. If you look beyond this lady, you will see the same site just after her farm. She's getting water from the same site, the pits, that you have heavy metal to farm. Then you hear tomatoes just, you eat cabbage, carrots. This is exactly the water they use for irrigation. So
good for you.
so you don't even know what.
I don't eat things from Jos.
So no, just to tell you what it is, it's that bad. No, I don't want you to be scared, please. But there are farmers that are actually doing organic. We also have intervention around agroecology. So we've been training farmers to produce food organically. So that will come to. So for this, just to give you an example that why you think that there's a river, like someone made, that you can actually use for catfish rearing and all of that, but the water is already contaminated. So, and this doesn't end there because there is bioaccumulation in your food that you eat, and then it goes back again to the community, paying heavily on health to treat themselves when they fall sick. So it's in circles. All what we've been discussing here is not abstract, it's who we are living it. So while we are talking about energy transition, we want to move, we are already there. So why the colonial people came and started mining tin and left these pits for us? Currently, the artisans are doing it. It is not regulated. So when we were having issues with cultism, insecurity, all of that, advocacy was high in Plateau State. We forced the governor to issue an executive order last year to stop all mining activities in the Plateau so they can regulate. And we were happy, at least there's an executive order for us to solve. Please don't clap, you're coming to the main point. So, but what did the governor do? He tried to bring these people into the system so he can tax them, not to regulate what they are doing. Now the executive order has helped them to bring artisans so that they will be taxing them based on what they are doing. And this has also given hope to these small boys you saw in the pit, because it's not business. Instead of going to school, they are doing Goza because there's money, right? And then now, this vulnerability did not, if you now start looking at the externalities, what does it mean for a girl that was raped because her mother was in tin pit for months looking for tin? What does it mean for a child that is supposed to be going to school and is in a tin pit because he's looking for tin? What does this also translate to the food we are eating and then is affecting our health? If you put all this, is it worth it? But this is something that we ordinarily do not discuss when it comes to policies in Plateau states. So they just talked about crisis, but we see that it's also a factor to the crisis we are facing in Plateau. If you are not, if you remember in March 25th of March, there was an attack in Plateau, the Rukuba community, unprovoked. People were sleeping. They just went. And then they attacked, they killed. A woman could not come to the reality that she was holding a child who was killed. She kept on calling on that boy, come back, your mother is here, talk to me, I'm here. You know, she was crying. Each time I saw her, it becomes so emotional because we see these things over and over and over again. You go to Bokos, you see similar things. You go to Rio, and after this attack, they take over the land. They start farming and then they start collecting their thing. So the crisis that we are seeing is beyond just ethnic or climate change that they want to talk about or religious crisis. It is actually because of the mineral on the ground. So they dispose these people.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy the way you brought that up. I will come back in your second question to start talking about what you are doing about solutions. But I think that we can see something. So we look at Plateau State and the experience with mining. We can actually, it's a picture of the future that we are marching towards right now and that we are gleefully marching towards. That's the picture of that. And I remember in those days, we tried to do some exchange programs between the Niger Delta and Plateau, so that when people talk about environmental vulnerability, devastation in the Niger Delta people should understand that it's also happening in different places, and those ones should also understand how this. So thank you very much. We'll get back to that later. Doctor, as a researcher, I want to ask you a series of interrelated questions. So broadly speaking now, what are the would you consider as the most significant environmental impacts of mining on ecosystems, because you're an ecosystem scholar? Also looking at effects on water quality, soil fertility, biodiversity, and then link that to, are there models for rehabilitation? And what are those models? Or what should we do? Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very grateful to, I don't know how to call that name, so let me just say Dr. Bassi for the opportunity to be here. Also, when I see my daddy, Professor Ladipo, I always drop my own title of a doctor. So from now, I'm a native doctor. The real doctors are here and they have spoken so well. Yes. Thank you for a great opportunity to meet with eggheads. I mean, it's a knowledge-packed meeting. I was just asking myself, why didn't we bring the police in here? And and why I was asking that question to myself is who actually enforces environmental laws in Nigeria? So we'll say Ministry of Environment, okay, NESRA, yeah, but NESRA themselves cannot. It's actually the law enforcement agencies. And so I was just thinking maybe we should have some of them in meetings like this so they understand that they are also part of the environment as much as we are. I mean, the question you asked, you've already answered it. And all the conversations this morning have clearly answered most of the questions about the impact. She has clearly just told us that we're eating tin or heavy metals from tomatoes and paid from jaws. I mean, in other communities where mercury is used to process gold, I mean, we're eating it because it ends up in the soil, it ends up in the water bodies, and it enters the food chain because some of these waters are used to irrigate. And some of these crops will absorb this and then we eat them. So, and of course, the impact of mercury on our health, the central nervous system, and many others cannot be overemphasized. I will just bring it down to an experience, a research we did some years ago, not very far anyway, in Kogi State. Do we have anyone in Kogi here? Kogi State. Kogi. Be proud of your state, sir. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. So earlier, one of the speakers mentioned about the number of trucks of coal that is found along the Lokoja way. I think you were the one that mentioned it, so I can't remember. Yes, but it shows that there is a lot of coal mining going on in Nigeria. And Kogi State happened to be a major site for coal mining. And that research we did took us to Anpa community. So I'll use this to give a general scenario. So Dangote, everybody knows Dangote. He's producing cement, and before now was struggling with power. So he found a way to use coal to generate power. And so right now he has converted all his cement factories to powered plants. Yes, all the factories. And that's why you see the trucks loading coal from Kogi and going everywhere to Benue and all. So part of the research was to know what exactly, who is mining this coal and where. So we discovered that Dangote has a license to mine coal in Ankpa local government. So now, if you look at the Mining Act, you are supposed to have community agreement. Is Ankpa local government a community? No. So he has a license to mine in a whole local government. So this is what he was doing. He gets to a community called Onupi. He starts mining in Onupi. When the people discover the impact of coal mining on their lands, on their health and all, and they rise against it, he will stop mining in the Onupi and he moves to another community. And this continued until some of us, rose up. So the impact is huge. It's on agriculture. It's on our lives. I mean, it was so bad that in Onupi community or our Akpali community where we worked, these communities did not have water. So when you look at Dangote as Dangote, what will it take to produce water for the people? So a lot of issues go in there. They will say some of the contractors or the people just take this money, and then if you look at the pictures of what was obtainable in those communities is worse than what you're seeing here. And this is across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof, I know you'll be very interested in this, what I'm about to say now. Last week, I had the opportunity to moderate the National Reporting Workshop for the Ministry of Environment, the National Reporting to the UNCCD. And one of the things that we discovered in that meeting was that we do not have data. It was very embarrassing that we do not have data. And when you look at this vis-a-vis environmental vulnerability, mining and all, we discovered that the UNCCD is using default data to report for Nigeria because we do not have data, right? And one of the key data, which is basic, land cover, land change data. Everybody should have this. And in many of us do research, we use this data. But NASDA told us the last time they had money for such a research was 2015. And they could only do North Central. So the rest of the data at the moment is. So, but why I'm bringing this up is this. The UNCCD is using 3 satellites to produce data for us because we don't have. They use ESA, that is the Europe Space Agency. They use GLAD-1. Now, ESA is Europe. GLAD-1 is from the University of Maryland, and then GLAD-2 is Chinese. So they use these 3 data. Now, if you look at these maps, these guys have mapped out the entire country, including your village, and every resource that is in the land. Check what GLAD is, Global Land Analysis and Discovery. So, it means that all our minerals have already been mapped. So it's only what they want us to know that we'll know. So definitely it's just the land change cover they've given us. And that's why communities across Nigeria will just wake up one day and see a Chinese man coming around. And you are wondering what happens. And I always share this example of what happened in Nasarawa State, which I'm very much aware of. They discovered there was a certain mineral. I don't want to be, the emir is here, so let me not mention it, in this particular community. And what they did was to come and buy the entire land in hectares with the name of farm. They were going to establish a big farm. And of course, those who travel along the Nasarawa-Kefi road, you see farmlands everywhere. So they bought the entire big space in the community for farm, knowing fully well that there were minerals there. And then the next minute is the community people began to see machineries and all beginning to mine. You've already sold your land for how much? So you don't need to talk about the community development agreement or EIA in quotes and all. So destroying our environment, we are actually destroying our environment when we invariably were destroying ourselves. Yes. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope probably 2 very clear things that came out of that conversation that is stressed, but we cannot overemphasize. One is really the question of sovereignty. And you see, we do a lot to ourselves. So when we take sovereignty away from communities, because we have power, because natural resources are resources that exist in spaces where communities are. They should be best placed to oversight the governance of natural resources in their area. Of course, under other strategic oversight. But when we take that away, is actually a hierarchy in the global socio-economic order. So our own sovereignty as a nation too is also taken because also of the place that we occupy in that socio-economic order. So the question of sovereignty. So Nigeria's sovereignty, be difficult to restore Nigeria's sovereignty if Nigeria itself does not radically restructure governance within the country, and particularly at the community level. If we don't restore sovereignty back to the communities, it will be difficult. All these challenges we are facing, insecurity and the rest of that, yeah, with us. Then the second thing that you mentioned is data. And a lot of the times too, strategic data, oftentimes we always claim we don't have the resources to generate it, but we have the resources to do quite a lot of other things that are meaningless. One of the things that I've also found out is that when you also go to different places, you find one agency here has gotten money to do a research. Sometimes so they have some data. One has done this, one has done this. But one, they're not sharing it with anybody. It's not anybody. So the data is just scattered across the country. So sometimes I say that our problem is sometimes what looks like inadequacy of a data is sometimes also the fact that we have no mechanism for streamlining and harmonizing the processes for doing that. And then it will be cheaper if we actually are doing that. Thank you very much. Sir, I just was speaking from the perspective of a community activist. I would like you to speak from the perspective of a community leader and a natural ruler. And that, like you to talk about what impacts are in your community that you see, what the prospects of, because I know that solid mineral mining, even mining of sand and quarry is already going on. The impact of that on the community, yes, we want to hear that. But more importantly also, the impact on community institutions. So we talk a lot about the physical environment and how it's impacted, but how has it impacted your ability, for instance, as a natural ruler, to fulfill your role in the community or your council of elders or whatever? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, moderator. You see, at times, some of us are ashamed that we have instrument of office that we cannot even make use of. I said, unfortunately, as a traditional ruler, I want to leave the natural ruler to. I'm ashamed that we have an instrument of office that seems useless. You see, the only thing about having a tool today in Nigeria is the big barbaric girl like a parachute that you carry about. There are 3 or 2 things that is affecting the relationship of traditional rulers vis-a-vis their own people and governance. The first thing is the Land Use Act. When land prospects, land grabbers and speculators overrun the whole place. I said, no, gentlemen, this is a groove for spirituality and whatever. The next thing you hear from your governor is that, hey, there's Land Use Act. Land belongs to government. And so don't interfere. If you insist, the next thing you might hear is that you are deposed and sent to Nguru. But the good thing is that we always know that when people are coming for acres of land, just like he has mentioned, there's an underlying interest that the governors and big bags, money bags, are interested in, not the land. Not the land. At the end of the day, what you discover When I was looking at the picture my sister displayed, I thought she was showing me the picture of Elisha and Ife. When you pass through that road, you see the similar thing. Young boys and very few girls are there digging, sweating, looking for gold. And you ask yourself, this young boy with a tattered shirt, without a befitting slippers, looking for gold, one of the most expensive things in the world. Where does the money go to? Don't forget those land you are looking at, I don't know of Jos, has been bought by one person or the other. The second thing that shows the vulnerability of our people, and even this tool if you want, is statements like minerals belong to the federal government. So if it belongs to the federal government, then we have the right to mine at any time. Which one belongs to you? And you realize, and like I've also always asked, oil is in Oloibiri. The man who owns the oil well is in Sokoto. Yet you say oil belongs to federal government? No. Does that man in Sokoto the federal government? And that's where I was going to disagree with my brother and our leader, Abdul Oro. Governance is not about uniform or barbariga. Like Fela said, uniform na cloth, na tole swan. So if I am a president who claims to have been elected and I choose to wear military uniform every day, does that make me an army? No. Meanwhile, there were military leaders that tried to wear agbada. But today, our society has been militarized, not because they want to protect us, but because they are protecting their economic interests, whether determined by money that they have in their bank account or determined by the oil wells and other minerals that they are in control. Let me give you a personal experience. I do not know if there's anybody here who have heard about Oluwa Glass Factory before.
Yes.
Oluwa Glass is in my town. When Oluwa Glass came on board, we were just passing through tutelage from Jaya Gaskia and all of them in the university, going from one prison to the other. But when proper digging of silica sand started, I moved out of the country. When I came back and I became the king, and I got to the area that they dug silica sand, I was weeping. Today, Oluwa Glass does not exist anymore. They ate everything there, including the remaining glasses, if you want. There's some 3-4 years into my reign as a king, I saw 5 Chinese men in my palace, and they said they want to see me. Oh, okay. And it's as long as the time I started talking. I saw cartons of Shinap, traditional rulers down there were drunkards. I saw cartons of Shinap, different alcohol coming in cartons. And before they started talking, they handed all over to me that it is for rare greeting and a very fat envelope to greet the king. The minute I saw the envelope, I was smiling. I know at least my wives will cook. Then they introduced a topic that now they want to refurbish Oluwa Glass and they will need to start digging silica sand again. I said, it's not possible. You can't. Go and look at where Oluwa Glass dug before. What is our again? Less than a month after that, I received a letter warning me that silica sand is minerals and it belongs to the federal government. Therefore, I cannot stop them. That they will be coming with drone to take an area survey and see what will be done. I looked at it and I said, okay, you can't fight these people. What should I do? I called the Chinese back and I said, you know what? Tenement belongs to the government. I'm not interested in the money you want to pay to the community as whatever. I need equity. The number of people you will employ, my percentage interest as a community, not on anything but the profit you make. That is what is still keeping them from taking over the place up to today. And I want to say that part of the problems of our people are not just government, but even our traditional rulers are devilish. Many of them are interested in the money they can make and live bigger than the society that they rule over. So because I refused to collect money, but asking for equity in the company that is coming, that's number one. Number two, that as soon as you are digging your silica sand, look for ordinary sand to fill it back. That unless we inculcate all that into those agreements, the community will not accept. Do you know what happens, sir? And don't laugh. They refused to sign the agreement and said they will go back to Abuja. They came back, they got a license, they got everything. They came back with mobile policemen to say they want to take sample to the laboratory to test. I'm the CEO. I will inform you that as soon as they got to that place, that's the place we'll be going several times, and nothing happened. They got there, they were stung by bees. God knows I don't know where bees came from.
Yeah, natural security.
So they came back to the palace and I said, but when they went, I told them, I don't guarantee your safety. Because as if I was using whatever power thereof, they were stung badly. Badly.
Hopefully.
You know, and since then up to now, they didn't come back. In actual fact, if you want to, there's a professor here, Professor, what's his name? He's one of our persons. He was there with Omolade before. So minutes ago, Olajulo. I think maybe he stepped. Oh, yes, okay. Yes. The commonest name I have in our area is that stubborn king. I don't care. I was called to as a king to protect the interests of my people. Yeah. You are protecting and stealing ballot boxes, forcing yourself over us as our leaders. But I was chosen by blood, by whatever, to protect our people. And I'm going to do that.
Thank you.
So, sir, Burkina Faso people, Niger people are today smiling that they have mineral resources. These minerals will be exploited, no doubt. They will be taken off the soil. But let us see the benefits on our people. Let us also see that while you are tampering with the mother earth, you are also protecting it. That's where we are eating from. That's our survival depends on this earth that we are destroying daily. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. Because I was very interested in that particular context of the impact on the institutions, including the natural security system of communities. So, and how it fares. Eh? So, two things for me, because when doctor, when you spoke, when you mentioned zinc, when you mentioned zinc, when we mentioned benzene in the blood and the rest of that. So the question is, how did they get into the blood? It's from the things that we eat. So the notion that those things are actually not in the blood of every Nigerian, and that if in Ogoni, if in Bayelsa, where the test was done, if they had tested for other pollutants, that they would have found. And that the likelihood of us also finding benzene in lower concentrations, maybe in people in Zamfara, is also very high. Because the products, agricultural products and so on and so forth, goes right round the country, everywhere, and we all eat. The second thing that struck me is when we say, so imagine if without proper understanding, we say we are doing organic farming. And we are eating organic. So it's not GMO, it is planted and grown. Imagine how wanting to do that could also result in. So actually what I'm pointing out is how intricately interlinked all of these things are, and how it is probably impossible to address things piecemeal. That we need to take a comprehensive, all of the picture look and approach to solving it. Not like you say you are cleaning up Ogoni land when the rest of the Niger Delta is still sipping and water is still going and you have not done anything. So that struck me while we were talking. So let's do a final round of questions now so that we can take interventions. Adesua, I want you to, so what are the things that you are doing to redress the situation and that you are seeing that has the potential, so you are seeing those local impacts, but that has the potential to be a model for transforming things.
Okay, thank you very much. So in Plateau, Youth for Environmental Sustainability and Development, my organization, we are very big in evidence gathering. So what we do is when we go to this community where tin mining activities going on, we work with them to document the impacts to document the impacts of the tin mining. So that's where we came to the understanding that beyond just digging for tin, there is water pollution because the rivers have been destroyed coming from the colonial time of tin mining. So we also have the issue that has to do with the gender violence against women and the rape issue with the girls. So we also have the issue of behavioral change. These children are not tend to leaving school to start going to mining because there's money. The word for mining in Plateau is Goza, just like you have in Ghana, Galamsey and those stuff. So in Plateau is Goza. So they will leave school and then go to these tin mining sites to start looking for tin. So what we do is, first of all, to understand where they are coming from. The rate of unemployment, I don't know for other states, but in Plateau, it's very high. You have youths whose community has been impacted as a result of crisis. Some of them are not educated, so the ability for them to gain good jobs is really limited for them. So they either take to drugs, like someone mentioned. So in short, then you have the people suffering from trauma. The families were killed because they were sacked from their ancestral home, taking refuge in another community. They were also attacked. That was the case of the Bakila Day. People moved from Bakila Day and took refuge in Bokos. We were also attacked. So there's a multidimensional level of trauma that they are dealing with. So for us, we felt that for anybody to be able to talk to them about the impacts their activities having on the environment, we must provide alternative source of livelihood. So what we do is to marry our research, show them this is what you are contributing to the degradation of your environment. This is what you should be doing. So when they realize that their own activities, I'm talking now about the artisanal tin mining and the small mining companies, is affecting the environment. And they tell you, oh, it's not as if we don't really know, but what do? We don't have alternative. So we started with the smallholder farmers through the help of OMF and other farmers to start educating them on agroecology. So we educated them on how to produce food organically. Remember, the lands are polluted. So we also started working with Ministry of Environment and University of Jos,
University of Jos to start looking at how we can remediate some of these environments. So using agroecology, we saw that it was an holistic approach into restoring the farm, although it's going to take years. So we started introducing them to stop using organic. If you can grow maybe rice in another community with 1 bag of fertilizer, in Plateau you need 10. You need 10, yeah. And 1 bag of fertilizer is over 50,000. So imagine a smallholder farmer buying fertilizer over and over, and then she can just go to her farm, source for all this sugarcane. In Plateau sugarcane season, you always have a lot of shafts. They can pack it. So now they know the value of keeping those things, using cow dung to produce your organic fertilizer. That's number 1 intervention, using agroecology to reclaim this land. Then secondly, we also have the issue of education. Some of them are ignorant of what they are doing. They don't really know that what they are doing is contributing to the degradation they are facing. So we try to educate them. We know behavioral change is not going to be easy, but now they know. So when they are going to act, they think twice before they start. So we also go to the community with environmental education. So in schools, we work with the children in schools to have organic, to have gardens, especially the boarding schools, where they can produce what they eat. So through the help of OMF2, we've been able to come up with a training manual that we use in our various training. Then we have community, we call them change network. In every community we worked in Zanwan, Von, Bokos, back in Lade, Riom, Refid. So we have this teen community where we get change network that are made up of the government people, especially the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, coming. Then the extension workers are the ones helping these farmers to continue to engage in agroecology. So we have a lot of initiative that is cutting across the youth, the children, the women, and the men in the community.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So agroecology, environmental education, ecological education as Abi, as Doc. Okay, I'm posing this question to you again. So the first thing is, I'm asking you, can mining, given everything we've heard since morning, can mining and environmental conservation realistically coexist? There is a sub to that. And the sub to that after that is that so it begs the question, are there challenges to achieving environmentally responsible mining in developing countries? And what are they?
Wow. This is a topic for keynote address. Yes, but I will attempt to answer it this way. And I will throw a question to the audience. Please, when was the last time you saw a squirrel? A squirrel. You are from Cross River. By yourself, squirrel. Yes. Yes, this is going back to that very first question we talked about, the impact. So one of the major impacts that we hardly talk about is biodiversity loss. And that's why I asked, when last did you see a squirrel? As big as Nigeria is, we are losing our biodiversity, both plant and animal, gradually. And I would rather say very aggressively, sadly. And when you know that all forms of lives are important, she was talking about agroecology, and I was just thinking about the bees that the Royal Highness talked about. Yes. I mean, so you are very lucky that you still have them in your community. In many communities, we no longer have them. And where many of these mining operations take place, they impact biodiversity a great deal. And maybe that's why Nigeria does not benefit from some of the funds that we know about because of our lack of all of that. Let me just mention something that the last panel highlighted. Prof is not here, but I would have really loved, yes, that conversation. It became more of an academic conversation, and I needed to also just chip in something quickly, and that is talking about the biodiversity. So if you take a look at the frontline states up north, yes, Lake Chad is not in Kebbi, Sokoto, right? Or Katsina, but they are experiencing what they are experiencing. So I just wanted Prof to know that it is not just the impact of those dams, but I heard from you, sir, for the very first time, that conversation about the impact of those dams and its effect on Lake Chad. And we checked it, and it's actually very true. So it is not 100% to give it to climate change, but it's man-made. But I just want to also throw this question. You go to Katsina. Katsina receives less rainfall than across the border in Niger. But when you cross the border, it's greener than Katsina. The question is why? It is simply our land use. And that's why I also argue in some instances that there is no desert encroachment in Nigeria. We are actually creating desert through our activities. Because, I mean, the soil scientists will tell you that if your soil has less than 5% organic matter, it's already a desert. And so we allow the cows to feed on everything. We cut all the trees, right? And then the soil is left bare. So what happens? Nothing grows there. There's no organic carbon, and that's it. But one interesting thing with a data we found just Trans-Earth, NDVI data, Prof, 2025, shows that the NDVI data for Nigeria shows a positive improvement up north. It's greening. And the question is how? And the answer is quite simple. Because of the insecurity, the people are no longer entering the bushes and cutting the firewood and all of that. So there is improvement. But what should frighten us is that if you look at the rest of the country, it's all red because of the activities. The mining in Osun State is terrible. You can see it from satellite. So in Nasarawa State, I was amazed by what I saw in Nasarawa Egon. I never, you know, we pass that road all the time, but you never know what's going on inside. I just beg some of us to take some time to check some of these things. Now, going forward, if mining, international standards can be used in mining, then it may not be 50-50. It could be 40-60. But as we have it right now, that's not the case because the Mining Act is not obeyed. It's as simple as that. And that's why even the National Assembly is trying to repeal the 2007 Mining Act. That bill is at the National Assembly. Somebody will just have an exploratory license and is already using it. And what do? They don't want to mine, they don't want to do EIA, nothing. They just go engage artisanal miners and then they start buying from them to escape all of those processes. There's also ongoing at the National Assembly a bill for the Environmental Impact Assessment Act to repeal, yes, because I mean it's no longer fit for purpose, I would say. Okay. Right, because I mean, just as I conclude, if you go back to that research I told you we did, we discovered that the EIA Act, the EIA document that the Dangote company representative showed us was an EIA Act that was done for the cement factory in Ogun. They only just removed the cover page and they forgot that they were footnotes. This is very embarrassing. You know, so we know that the EIA Act is abused. I mean, for those who work in the Ministry of Environment, the most juicy department is EA department. We know that. If you go there, they have red carpet at their entrance, so you know something is happening.
You know the quality.
Yes, you know something happening there. So I conclude with the charge that Prof gave earlier when he made his intervention, that we as civil society need to work strongly together. I think that is missing. I'm very sure that many of us don't know that the National Assembly is attempting to change the EIA Act. And they can only do this with input from us, with that push from us. Without it, they will still not get it right. And that's why we must be interested in what is going on. But we can also, communities need to hold these companies accountable. We can test the law. We keep saying that the environment is chapter of the Constitution is non-justiciable. Let's test it. Let the political parties keep going to the court every day for very flimsy things. We too should test this law very strongly. Yeah. Let's keep going up to the Supreme Court. One day we'll get somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. So I took care, talked about the necessity for preservation of biodiversity, and the rate at which we are actually losing that due as a direct result of our own activities, the way that we are doing that. Then echoing back to what Professor Omolade said earlier in terms of that if we have standards that protect and guarantee rights, and I use rights broadly now, human, environmental, ecological rights, the entire ecosystem of rights. If we have, laws, standards, regulations that do that, because there is the mining regulation, there is the Solid Minerals Act, but to what extent really are they? Do they respond to these issues that we are raising, and to what extent are people who are powerful actually, cutting corners and doing the things that they are doing? So I noted that down. I also wanted to say that when you mentioned Burkina Faso and Niger and the rest of that, I mean, a long time ago we worked there. I know there was one experiment that was done in Burkina Faso. It was something that was taken. That was inherited. It was started by the Toba Sankara regime, but they had a lot of mining, sand mining, and all of those things scattered all over Burkina Faso. And then there were also, mini dams of many of the rivers that were there. And then, so what they did was to actually find a way to regenerate those things. And then they started greening back the immediate environments. They had about 400 of those across the country at that time, which again goes back to the question of leadership and vision, leadership and vision. So, sir, let me round up with you, sir. And what I want to do, so I will ask you one question that appears to be very obvious, and then a second question that may not be too obvious. So the obvious question is that who should be responsible for ecological damage and the restoration that happens in our community? Government, the perpetrators, those who benefit from it, or the community? And then the one that is now very obvious is that what role, just building on your earlier observation, in what ways can we improve the role of the community in ensuring that at least we have some level of decency in some of the things that are ongoing? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. On the first one, as to who should be responsible, there is a clear principle of international law that polluters pay. And it is obvious that most times they shy away from those responsibilities. They have excuses. Oh, we are not the cause. And so if you put pipelines in my community and you claimed that it was the community people that went to tamper with it and there is pollution, the original persons who put the pipes were careless. That's why the community were able to go there to tamper with it. So you must pay. It's you that will pay. Where would the community get the money, for instance, to do clearing of your mess? So, and the government is only also benefiting an infinitesimal part of whatever activities going on. All those planes coming in at night, leaving in the morning to go away with our minerals. The real value of those things they stole is in the countries where they take them to. Our government only take peanuts. So, and the government do not even have the zeal to do anything. So let us follow the international law principle that polluters should pay. That's my answer to that. And the second question for our time. Unfortunately, in Nigeria today, there are some of us that have come to this conclusion that kidnapping, for instance, becomes more rampant when the election is coming around. Politicians are looking for money to buy votes. So where do they get the money from? We've seen examples. They get the money from poor people like me and Corporate Gaskia. And that's why I don't travel easily nowadays. I love to be a local man because I don't have 50 million ransom. They're even ready to beat it down to 10, 15 million now. And what they do is to gather many people. So just like politicians, traditional rulers are also culpable. Ask them to do anything for money and sell their people the will. Because I cannot see why in Bayelsa, for instance, all the traditional rulers don't line up their people and be in the front and say, look, we cannot continue to see gas in Bile. But do you know what I think is the similarity here? Whether you are dying through kidnapping or armed banditry, or you are dying through poisonous gas and whatever. I was going to tell my sister that I'm going to lose more weight, as it were. I am diabetic. So I've been running away from carbohydrates, looking for greens. Now that I know that the greens are poisonous, I'm in trouble. So in essence, what I'm saying is that there is a deliberate action going on in this country. When you are poor, you have nothing to eat, you eat whatever we give you. You don't want to die, no problem. But if you don't want to die, take 50 million here, allow us to take 3 billion out of your land, you have to accept. So just like somebody mentioned that Professor Nemo Bassi, am I correct now? Should take the next, gradually, the next gathering to Jigawa, to other places. When we were in UK, we discussed and we said, whatever is going on in the Niger Delta, we need to replicate the same experience with other people in other regions to make sure that the consciousness becomes better. So when all of us, and that's what I'm targeting in my domain, when all of us are able to say, no, I'm not the only one saying no. So even if you are deposing me, you won't depose everybody in the community. So I will solicit that if it is possible, that this kind of gathering and experience could be taken around here and there or replicate in smaller magnitude in other places for new emerging society. For instance, I came here also to look for people that will help to run this country. And so if you ask me now who should be the next Minister of Environment, or maybe I will be thinking of somebody like Professor Ibrahim Umara, and not a lawyer in the Ministry of Aviation. So, but part of the problem is that because we are refusing to put the square peg in a square hole, we continue to have this mess. A lot of our traditional rulers cannot even write their names correctly. Yeah. They don't even know anything about all this one we are talking about until we start to change from that kind of
pumped with as we are rounding up with this session, because Ken is looking at me, and he has been very strategic. So Reverend is directly in front of me. So in case I decide to look elsewhere, he is like, I will see Ken. So we are rounding up. No more questions. But as we round up, let's go with this. So from your conversation, I think the urgency for local governance reform has been raised. The necessity to enable and facilitate community resistance, and then build a coalition of resisting communities. So facilitate and enable community resistance, and build a coalition of resisting communities. That has also come out, because that's the only way we can actually challenge that global social order. And then I want to end by asking us a rhetorical question. Don't answer me. I will provide for the answer. So really, what are natural resources? Really, what are natural resources? What's a resource? What are natural resources? Because essentially these things, they are not a resource to you until you find a value to it, that they are valuable. That's why they can exist and they are not used. So really, they are actually just natural substances naturally occurring, including ourselves, naturally occurring. Now, so it is the utility value that makes it a resource. And what has been happening over the last 500 years is that that utility value is becoming more and more monetized, financialized, so that that value is becoming more monetary rather than use, interest, and need. And so, as we close, let us start rethinking the nature of resources and the nature of the struggle that can ensure that we gain back control of those resources, which includes us. Thank you very much. And please thank the panel for me, Adesua, Dr. Mike, and your Royal Highness. Okay, want to take photo?
Please, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much, Comrade Jai. Yes, we did. So just an information, the hotel has just told me that at 15 minutes past 4, the restaurant shuts down. So we really do need to go for lunch. No, seriously, they told me that. They actually told me that. So I know that we identified 6 people to make comments. But if you really think you can do it in less than 1 minute, I'm happy to pass the microphone to you and I'll stand beside you. Has the first person changed his mind? If any of your thoughts have been covered,
please, you may let it go. But if you really need to speak to an issue, please put your hands up. We'll give fresh numbers. So there's 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5. Okay, so I'm going to start with the 5th person. Please keep it to 1 minute. 1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me use this opportunity to thank the 2 panelists. My name is Godson Chimdogo, and I'm going to be very brief. There is currently a huge, and it's growing, disconnect between community dwellers, the operators, by that I mean the corporations, government, as well as activists like civil society organizations. And the issue is that currently the perception, it's about communities now beginning to think that the corporations are putting food on the table. And therefore any act or any action against the corporation seems to be an act against them. And so there is this renewed kind of organization among community members against civil society organization, and that's actually currently going on in Bayelsa State. For instance, there is this sand, I don't know if it's zircon sand or silicon sand, but it's popularly called black sand. And there are a number of persons, and the use of Cotonou boats that they were using for bunkering has resurfaced. So they're using it for black sand. It's then, luckily, based on my perception, I thought that when government intervened, it was going to be something that would yield fruitful results. But what later happened was that government rather registered interested persons in mining of black sand and made them to pay fees so that they can go on mining. So the issue right now, it's about government controlling or regulating that sector to be able to make money from that process. And so while we are discussing all of this, how do we factor some of these issues that are new emergence at the community level into this discussion so that we will create that awareness and understanding to be able to speak together in one voice? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who can take on that issue of black sand. It's still very much a rumor to me. It's a new thing. We have not really studied it, and I think we need to take, we need to study that black sand thing. It's a big economy. What's making it black? What it is. So there's no value addition, just license people to take the black sand. Nobody knows what it is. The Chinese are buying the black sand. So it's actually minerals washed to the sand and coming on shore. It's something we need to research. But anyway, MM, you were number 2, right? Yes, Chief MM.
Leave the chief first. So thank you to the panelists. The first panel, I think the master class professor mentioned something about Lake Nyos in Cameroon. And the issue of Bile has been mentioned in passing. But I want to emphasize that as we are here in Bile Kingdom, in Degema local government area in Rivers State, gas is bubbling. Gas. So Bile is boiling, Bile is burning, Bile is bubbling right now. Everywhere is toxic. The sources of water are all contaminated because the rivers are bubbling, inside people's home are bubbling, wells, boreholes, monopumps are bubbling. The model primary school, everywhere within the school premises is bubbling with gas. And Nosra said there are elevated levels of carbon dioxide, elevated levels of methane, and elevated levels of benzene. This has been going on since October 2025. The issue of Lake Nyos is that similar incident took place in Lake Nyos in 1986, and one day there was nobody in the community anymore. And we are scared that same thing could happen in Bile. People's houses are cracking and tilting and sinking. Something has to be done urgently. The people cannot even drink water from there. People have to give them water. That is also something we have to consider. If you look at the screen, that documentary there is about Bile Kingdom. Women cannot cook in their houses for fear that there's going to be fire explosion. NMPC 18 has dropped a fire truck in front of the community, but the people cannot even use it if something happens. The Minister for Petroleum Gas visited, I think last week. I learned fire extinguishers were given to community members. But what I'm saying is that the situation is scary. Anything can happen. Something has to be done. What are we going to do to ensure that government releases money for the necessary actions to be taken to salvage the situation? The community members are scared that they will be asked to leave the ancestral land, but it might come to that because it is dangerous for them to continue to stay there. People are coughing, people are itching, including children. Last week, almost a lot of the children are vomiting. Even the activists that visited on June 13, many of them came back sick. For over 1 week, part of the medical team, they were coughing, they had sore throat. Dr. Isaac was sick for over a week. Lady Ankyo was sick for over a week. This is a serious situation. This conference must decide the level of resistance is advocacy. We have to do something for government and the corporations to take urgent action to stop the gas bubbling.
Thank you very much, Amen. Martin, no, I'm not calling you to come. Just make sure that the point raised by MM on Bile is captured in the communique. By the way, the communique team has been working at the back, putting all your thoughts in a document, and immediately after this session, we'll read out what has been drafted thus far. Thank you. Who was number 3? Prof, you're the number 3. Prof, that means you're 4. Okay, so number 3. But we really need to be, I mean, she's a woman, that's why I gave her that much time.
I'll go very brief. Hello, greetings, everybody. My name is Dr. Bello Adamu from Zamfara State. My own is more of, sharing some information here and also tell you what we are facing, when it comes to issue of mining. You see, honestly speaking, there are some of our areas that presently passing through the issue of lead poisons. I know the one of Anka local government, that would be along the Dansadao, you understand, due to these illegal mining activities and all of that. And then anybody that is there to really take care of those people residing in that community, and then there are more resources we are taking away, and then they left them with the aspect of it. And secondly, I would also like to tell you that as a state, with the recent government we had, the government is trying to work in line with the in the sector of PPP, private partnership, which they just recently bring a company, and then started adding value to some of these special mining resources we had, of gold, lithium, and copper and iron ore. So I just wanted people to know about this, that notion of the natural resources, we are not making use of it properly. It is not like that. Honestly, the state is really doing its possible best to add value to it and also take it to the international market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that useful information from Zamfara State. Prof?
Thanks, sir. So very good suggestions, two of them, sir. Number one is that I believe that from the discussion we've had here, and hearing that the EIA Act is before the National Assembly for a possible amendment, I'd like to suggest that this body should make inputs to the National Assembly for that process. And I know that government officials appreciate when such suggestions are made. That would not allow me to share an experience when I had to serve as a commissioner for agriculture in Akwa Ibom State, working with the president of the Senate, Dr. Gospel Akpabio as governor. National Assembly will appreciate input on that matter from this body. And we have a lot to say. Second is a matter of data. We've talked vigorously about food safety, the safety of our foods arising from provision of food sources. Data is not available. I said earlier that I am a food technologist. I know that we've done a few analysis. There will be nothing wrong for a body like this to make suggestions for universities to please take this matter up in groups, not just in the Niger Delta. Now we are talking about mining in all parts of this country to look at what has happened to our foods. It's a very serious matter. I'm aware that the Akwa Ibom State University, for instance, is trying to set up a department of food science and technology. And I believe that university will be interested in this sort of study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was the fourth. The last one is the fifth, five, right? Yeah.
Sorry, I raised my hand the first time, but the second time I didn't raise because I didn't see Prof. I didn't see Prof then. My question was to go to him. But yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. By way of learning, you did mention a dam that if water is released, the whole of the Benue down to south will be flooded seriously. Now, you also mentioned a contract that has been awarded to Dike. When we talk about these monster floods that come from the north to come and flood Bayelsa and other Niger Delta states, we always remember Hausa Dashi Dam. Hausa Dashi Dam. From what you narrated today, it's very exciting to learn about all this body of water that you mentioned. What is the place of Hausa Dashi Dam? Because we learned it was started during the Shagari administration to also serve as a buffer dam to receive water from Lagdo Dam. So please educate me.
He will educate you, but I'll go to Issa, right? Oh, who speaks French? Stanley, please come. Just continue. Take it back.
Non, je voudrais très rapidement juste dire deux choses.
So he wants to quickly say just two things.
La première chose est que les panélistes ont tellement bien parlé du lien qu'il y a entre la déforestation, l'extraction minière et les aspects socio-culturels et économiques.
Okay, so the panelists actually touch an aspect that he is very interested in, and that is the aspect of the link between mineral extraction, deforestation, and the socio-economic life of communities.
Et quand je regardais ce public jeune, la dernière chose que je souhaiterais dire, est-ce que OMEF ne peut pas traduire ce qu'on a dit dans les panels en une résolution sur une page pour que la jeunesse ait ça constamment partout où ils sont? À la limite, ils vont en faire des flyers.
So he is thinking that is it not possible to put everything that has been discussed in the panel session into a workable document that youth, because they have the energy, to push for these things, to be enlightened and educated, to take in actions, real actions that, can stop this menace that is befalling the environment and communities?
Je termine par dire que la souveraineté politique, économique, alimentaire, la souveraineté tout court est en fonction de notre capacité à préserver la forêt, est en fonction de notre capacité à gérer nos ressources, à les extraire, à les exploiter nous-mêmes. Merci.
Believes that, you know, social political sovereignty, food sovereignty, and every form of sovereignty is dependent on our capacity to be able to manage and control our food, our environment, and every resource that is found in our community. When we don't have that power to be the decider of what concerns our immediate environment, it means we've lost everything about us. So it is for us to use this medium to build that power in order to take back our sovereignty. Thank you.
Does anybody else feel that he added something? Yeah. But you win. We don't speak French. The energy with which you spoke couldn't have been what he said. But we agree. You said it well. Thank you very much. Okay, so to remind you that this has been a hybrid meeting. Yes, I'll go to him. This has been a hybrid meeting. We have people listening online and they are offended that we have not really recognized them. I apologize, please. We have one question online. It's coming from Miriam Bassi. She says that the conversation on deforestation and mining often focuses on environmental degradation. Yet, for affected communities, the crisis is equally about human security, loss of livelihoods, displacement, food insecurity, conflict, and shrinking civic space. How can Nigeria shift from managing the consequences of extractive activities to addressing their root causes through stronger governance, community participation, and accountability? Thank you so much, Miriam. Prof, there was a question directed at you, but I know, Prof, that you will do it in a minute. I think it's a straightforward answer. The water.
Thank you very much for the question. It's all about grouping the topography of the country. You see, the axis that you talk about is where you call water surplus area. The Gongola Fan, down to the Benue Plateau, down to the Cross River axis. Okay? These are water surplus area, and at the same time, they are relatively higher. They are on the upstream sector. And those of us in the Northeast are on the downstream sectors. And in it, the Cameroonians have three mighty rivers, the Shari, the Logone rivers, conjoined, and the Yares, not flow toward the upper Gongola, directly cross into Chad, and then discharge to Lake Chad proper. That constitute 96% of the volume of water discharged in Lake Chad. But for Lagdo, it crosses toward Adamawa, crisscross toward Taraba, to Benue, down to Cross River. The other channels follow toward Makurdi, and then conjoin at Loko, Wood River, Niger, and then discharge to the Niger Delta. Now, the issues of the Kashimbila is in Taraba, but it conjoined with the Cross River axis with some parts of Benue. What makes it difficult is the high land of the Benue that push the water. And if you can remember, Nigeria has complicating borders. When Cameroon was under the Germans, it was River Akuyemi, which was the border between the English and the Cameroonians. After the war, following the plebiscites, the French took over and adjusted the map from Akuyemi to Rivière de Rail. So now that Kashimbila you are talking about is divided into two, one upper and then the other lower. But Kashimbila I learned now that is already generating power, but not as expected. So Nyos is in the higher water surplus area, and it is made up of Crater Lake. Crater Lake is a lake that is created as a result of volcanic eruption. And it is so huge that for years it has been accumulating water because all the water channels of Cameroon were diverted to fill Nyos, apart from the actual precipitation. So should there be any confrontation between Nigeria and Cameroon, Cameroon will deliberately blow that dam. And there are no defenses. Then apart from the Nyos, you now have the Lagdo. Lagdo is a dam that was constructed by Cameroon also. It was constructed in order to deny Nigeria's the fishing right. But Lagdo crossed through Adamawa toward Yola. If you know the terrain of Yola, when you are crossing to Yola, you see their bridge that I note like that, in a sort of bending. When we were in primary school, people in Maiduguri and the Damaturu do not go to Fatakot and Lagos for their goods. Ships are coming all the way from Onitsha, from Fatakot to Yola. People of Maiduguri, Damaturu, Bauchi go directly to Yola for their goods. Our people don't know the South. What we know is Yola as the commercial headquarters. So the construction of Lagdo constrained the flow of that water. And the discharge of that water silted River Gongola. And that is why the natural ruler is talking about. Now the siltation of 1,600 kilometers was the one that pushed the sun and inundated these parts of the Niger Delta. And then for the Shari and Logoni, sorry, sir, Mr. Moderator, just 2 minutes. You know, Nigeria and France are neighbors. Why? Because the Francophone states that flank Nigeria are directly under the influence of French foreign policy. And France built Nigeria as natural rival, always attempting to undermine French grip on its former colonies. So France gave ill advice to Cameroon, despite the existence of the Lake Chad Basin Commission, giving them not only financial support, but technical support for them to construct Lake Maga. That Maga that provides 96% of the waters of Lake Chad was dammed. After damming, they also constructed 32-kilometer dike again with sand dune that flooded the areas. Remember General Olusegun Obasanjo's policy of River Basin Development Authority that followed up with the establishment of Chad Basin Development Authority in Maiduguri. That Chad Basin, according to the World Food and Agricultural Organization, provide in every meal, if you have 3 meat, 2 is coming from Lake Chad. In every meal, if you have fish, 2 pieces out of 3, 2 is coming from Lake Chad. So now the Chad Basin agricultural production to supply Nigeria with wheat and rice was now challenged by France by advising Cameroon to construct the dam in order to contain Nigerian efforts of agricultural self-sufficiency and then open up Cameroonian borders for them to flood Nigerian market with the cheap rice that led to that prostration. Now, the Maga Dam in Cameroon was completely blocked. Nigerians were displaced. Lake Chad Basin receded. And then fishers, pastoralists, and agriculturalists were the ones that have migrated to the southern zone. And that gave opportunity to semi-illiterate, self-appointed Islamic preacher taking advantage of the ungovernable space by saying that it is injustice and corruption of the government that led to the youths to be in where they are. And that succeeded in the mobilization for the recruitment of Boko Haram. So it is the environmental degradation. So what was the role of Nigeria? It was only General Muhammad Buhari that deployed the Jaguar jet fighters by attempting to use military force to destroy the dam, 1982. And that forced Cameroonian government to open up the dam. So after that, we relatively started to experience appreciation in the pattern of rainfall. And now the pattern of rainfall has been in favor of Nigeria because the pool is divided into 2, the northern pool and the southern pool. So when you come to the Kashimbila, where Olusegun Obasanjo awarded the contract, they did not even meet 5% of the contract requirement. The remaining is so strategic and sensitive. This is not classroom. I will not go out of my way. Thank you, sir.
That's good. Wow. Prof, have you written a book on this? If you have a few copies of a book at the back, trust me, everybody here will buy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Communicate team, are you ready?
Communique team, you are definitely ready. Please step up. Yes. Martins, Olumide Martins who chairs that committee, will be joined by a colleague to present their communique. This is a draft. You can it as we fine tune and get it ready. Please step up to the stage. Thank you, Martin. Please go ahead and.
All right. Draft communique issued at the end of the third Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence (NSAC), held at Rockview Classic Hotel, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, Nigeria, on 14th July 2026, with the theme Deforestation, Mining, and the Crisis of Human Security in Nigeria. Preamble. The third Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence (NSAC) was conveyed by the head of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, and partner organization in Abuja under the theme Deforestation, Mining, and Crisis of Human Security in Nigeria. The convergence brought together government representatives, traditional institutions, academics, civil society organizations, labor unions, hosts and frontline communities, youth and women groups, the media, development partners, and environmental justice advocates to examine the governance and human security implications of deforestation and extractive activities while reaffirming NSAC as a platform for evidence-based policy dialogue, collective action towards ecological justice. The convergence took place against the backdrop of Nigeria's worsening ecological crisis, marked by rapid deforestation, expanding extractive activities, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change impact, and rising insecurity. Participants noted that Nigeria has lost more than 70% of its forest reserves and continue to lose an estimated 250,000 to 300,000 hectares annually, threatening livelihood, food and water security, public health, community resilience, and sustainable development. While the global transition to low carbon economy presents opportunities through growing demand for critical minerals, participants cautioned that without strong governance, it could replicate the environmental destruction, inequality, and displacement associated with decades of reckless extractivism. Deliberations emphasize that Nigeria's ecological crisis is fundamentally a governance and development issue, requiring a shift from profit-driven resource exploitation to people-centered, right-based, and environmentally responsible development. Participants stressed the need to protect forests, wetland, rivers, farmlands, and other common resources from unsustainable exploitation, land grabs, and poorly regulated extractive activities, while promoting ecological integrity, democratic resource governance, transparency, accountability, indigenous knowledge, and respect for rights of affected communities. The convergence featured presentation by leading experts, including Nimobazi, His Royal Highness Emir Ibrahim Usman Jibril, the Emir of Nasarawa represented, immediate past by Dr. Ali Sudahiru, immediate past Director General of the Nigerian Council on Climate Change, a keynote address by Professor Omolade Adubi, panel discussion featuring Professor Ibrahim Umara, Hawa Mustafa, Dr. Martins Egoth, and Nasrin Har Amin, among others. Objectives of the third Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternatives Convergence. The convergence aimed to, 1, examine the environmental social, economic, and governance impacts of deforestation, mining, and other extractive activities in communities, ecosystems, and national development. 2, assess the opportunities and risks presented by the global energy transition, particularly the growing demand for critical minerals and their implications for ecological sustainability, community rights, equitable development. 3, multi-stakeholder dialogue on transparent, accountable, and people-centered natural resource governance. 4, identify policy, legal, and institutional reforms needed to strengthen environmental governance, safeguard communities' rights, and advance ecological justice. 5, elevate the perspectives and experiences of frontline and resource-dependent communities affected by environmental degradation, extractive activities, and climate change. And lastly, develop actionable recommendations to promote sustainable resource management, ecosystem restoration, and a just, inclusive, and environmentally responsible development pathway for Nigeria. Before I invite my partner to take on the remaining parts, I will take the observations. Following presentations, keynote addresses, panel discussion, and plenary deliberations, participants observed that 1, Nigeria's socio-ecological crisis is largely driven by the interests of techno-feudalists and corporate profiteers, with climate change, deforestation, biodiversity loss, pollution, desertification, and coastal erosion as resultant effects of welling ethno-cultural tensions and conflicts. 2, through the growing global demand for critical minerals, though the growing global demand for critical mineral presents economic opportunities, but also risk entrenching a new extractive model that reproduces the environmental injustices of the oil and gas sector, unless governed by justice, transparency, accountability, and community rights. 3, mining expansion is occurring amid weak environmental governance, poor regulatory enforcement, illegal mining, inadequate monitoring, and limited institutional capacity, resulting in ecological degradation, social disruption, and insecurity. 4, host communities continue to bear the environmental, social, health, and food system costs of extractive activities while receiving limited benefits. Communities' consent, customary land rights, local livelihoods, food security, and meaningful participation remain inadequately protected. 5, forests, wetlands, farmlands, and other critical ecosystems are increasingly threatened by logging, mining, infrastructural development, land acquisition, and poorly regulated carbon market initiatives, all undermining biodiversity, climate resilience, and traditional livelihoods. 6, environmental degradation, illegal mining, and climate change are intensifying conflicts, fueling displacements, organized crime, food insecurity, and social economic vulnerability, particularly among women, youths, indigenous peoples, and rural communities. 7, environmental governance remains constrained by weak institutions, poor enforcement, ineffective environmental and social impact assessments, inadequate transparency, limited public participation, and weak mine closure, remediation, and restoration practices. 8, environmental defenders, including journalists and civil society actors, increasingly face intimidation, undermining transparency, accountability, and democratic governance. 9, Nigeria's transition to low carbon economy must be people-centered, ensuring energy security, ecological sustainability, community ownership, and environmental justice, while preventing new forms of exploitation and displacement. Lastly, Nigeria has the knowledge and institutional potential to achieve sustainable natural resource governance through stronger political commitments, accountability and coordinated action by government, communities, society, academia, the private sector, and development partners. I will invite my partner to handle the remaining part.
Thank you very much. Resolutions and demands. The conference hereby resolves and calls for the following: adopt a national just energy transition and mineral strategy that prioritizes equity, fairness, inclusion, and social justice in ecological security, climate action, renewable energy, environmental protection, industrialization, and community development. 2, strengthen environmental and mining governance by enforcing existing laws, empowering regulatory institutions, undertaking comprehensive legal frameworks, and tackling illegal mining and logging. 3, make free, prior, and informed consent mandatory for all projects affecting indigenous people and host communities. 4, protect community rights and ecological sensitive areas by recognizing customary land rights, ensuring equitable benefit sharing, and prohibiting extractive activities in forests, wetland, biodiversity hotspots, watersheds, protected areas, and other no-go zones. 5, promote transparency and accountability through independent ESIAs, restoration bond, mine closure plans, regular audits, and public closure of licenses, contract beneficial ownership, and environmental compliance. 6, advance responsible mineral development through domestic value addition, local content, technology transfer, sustainable formalization of artisan mining, and a circular mineral economy. 7, increase investment in renewable energy, ecological restoration, and climate resilience, particularly for underserved communities. 8, protect environmental defenders and strengthen multi-stakeholder collaborations to advance transparency, accountability, and ecological justice. 9, require the private sector and development partners to uphold high environmental, social, and governance standards, support responsible investment, and respect community rights. 10, affirm that Nigeria's energy transition must be people-centered, right-based, and environmentally sustainable, ensuring community consent, strong environmental safeguard, transparent governance, equitable benefit sharing, and ecological restoration. Declarations. The third Nigerian Socio-Ecological Alternative Convergence unanimously adopted this communique, reaffirming that Nigerians stand at a defining moment in its environmental and development trajectory, while growing global demand for critical mineral presents opportunity for economic growth and industrial transformation. Participants stressed that this must not come to the expense of environmental sustainability, ecology, integrity, community rights, human rights, social justice, intergenerational equity, or meaningful public participation. The convergence further affirmed that forest, land, water, biodiversity, and mineral resources are public ecological assets whose governance must serve the public interest and avoid repeating the environmental and governance failure of decades of oil and gas extractions. Participants committed to the strengthening collaboration among government, community, traditional institutions, civil society, academia, labor, and private sector to advance democratic, natural resource governance and sustainable people-centered government.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. They deserve a louder round of applause. Thank you so much. That's an excellent work. Please return to your cabin for where you would draft. Okay, so I know that there are many thoughts about the communique. Maybe it didn't quite capture your thoughts. So this is what we're going to do. We will request that you put down your thoughts, observations, comment, additions, critiques of that communique as presented and give it to the Secretariat. We will incorporate those thoughts into it. I have a feedback. It's too long. It's about 4 pages or thereabout. We will reduce it to about 2 pages of very sharp and cogent. New things that were agreed on here, that were said here. We will not fresh things coming from. We will incorporate them. So let's leave that. Please, if you have those thoughts, the cabin is back there. The booth is back there. Make those thoughts, feed it to that framework, or even send it to me if you have my contact, or comments on. We'll send it to the committee, and they will incorporate it. So let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of the third NSAC. Thanks to all the great work that has been done here. Just 2 things remain. We'll take a speech from the chairman of the occasion today, bringing the event to a close. Thereafter, Reverend Nimo Bassi will point us to the way forward. So it's my exceptional honor and pleasure to once again call on Dr. Salisu Dahiru to give a very brief closing remark.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon or early evening. First of all, I just want to express my sincere excitement at the outcome of this one-day fully utilized day, filled with very educative presentations, discussions, deliberations, feedback, comment, questions, answers, and even referrals. In fact, to a large extent, those of us that have sat all through the duration of this very important event will tell us that what we've learned today has even exceeded what we thought we were going to hear or what we were going to learn about the crisis facing Nigeria, forestry, mining, security, and community livelihoods as being subjected to a lot of attack from those that are meant to protect the environment and protect communities from the harmful effects of environmental degradation and environmental justice. Again, this very important event, as we just heard from the from our on the communique, tells us that we've achieved so much within one day. I do remember that at the beginning, when I had the opportunity to discuss with, sorry, Nimo, I'm going to call you Nimo, so whatever they want to use, I'm going to stick to this, that for this topic, if we want to spend 5 days, we can spend 5 days discussing this. And for us to be able to condense this and deliver it in one day is a very big plus. And I know we deserve a big applause for this. We've had several things, and in the course of these discussions, a few items that have featured prominently, which to my mind and to my thinking, that still require some deeper reflection, include some of the things that we learned about the need to really update our data and our data systems, the need to really enhance the capacity of our traditional institutions who are supposed to be the safeguards of these environments and the natural resources. But to do it in such a way that we do not overexpose them to both political as well as security challenges. The bad and side effects of banditry and its related activities and unfavorable government policies has never spared our traditional rulers. The need for us in trying to find solutions as contained in this communique that will safeguard these our traditional rulers must also be considered alongside these recommendations and declarations that we've just put forward today. We've also seen the need to have collective convergence, because from this communique, we have seen that everybody, every sector, every stakeholder, every participant that has sat here from morning to this time knows that there is one role or the other for him to play in ensuring that these recommendations contained in the communique are implementable, deliverable, and are able to deliver the kind of effects that we are expecting them to deliver for our communities and for our natural resources in Nigeria. So everybody is being expected to identify the role he needs to play and ensure that he does that to the best of his ability. We've also identified in the course of this discussion the need, the critical need for enforcement. There are in Nigeria that everyone here can attest to. We never lack the number of policies that are required. We are never lacking when it comes to regulations. We are never lacking when it comes to laws. Our major problem has always been who is going to implement what? Who is going to enforce what? Is he willing to enforce it as honestly as he can or not? And the powers of the civil society organizations is to ensure that they continue to remain on the side of the communities and ensure that these enforcements are carried out to the best of our ability. Second to the last, we were also discussing with Professor Oladipo, my mentor and my boss, and we all came to the conclusion that majority of the negative aspects that we discussed today could be traced rather than to some remote political issues, but to deal actively with issues of
actual land management as a whole. Whether it is with respect to the long explanation we received regarding the Lagdo Dam, the interplay between the various rivers that have moved or are moving or are meant to either recharge the Lake Chad or recharge some other dams that are yet to be established, they all point to the fact that land management continues to be a major hindrance to our attaining the right situation when it comes to addressing the issue of environmental degradation in Nigeria. And my last point, the challenges that we are facing cannot be left to any sector or subsector alone. Nobody can do it alone. Civil society cannot do it alone. Government cannot do it alone. Private sector cannot do it alone. And in the past, I think either the keynote speaker or one of the profs highlighted the fact that way back, and I think one of the natural traditional leaders also mentioned way back when they were discussing in the early years about civil society organizations, how to conduct themselves, and even Professor Oladipo mentioned it, that they thought they were empowering civil society to be able to perform better, only for them to realize that they were providing government with their particulars so that government can go after them. You know, the truth of the matter is that all these years, the Tom and Jerry that used to play out between civil society and government need to have a rethink. Believe me sincerely, we all believe in the same environment. We all believe that the environment must be safeguarded against degradation of whatever sort. If the kind of results we are getting is not commensurate with the effort that we are putting in, I think there's a need for us to begin to rejig our relationship and try to look for more ways civil society, government, and the private sector can come together and speak honestly and sincerely to each other under the able leadership of traditional rulers and find lasting solutions to our problem. With these few remarks, I want to thank each and everyone for staying. And I didn't see anybody dozing off because I didn't doze off myself. And sincerely, this is an event that we will love to be part of anytime, any day, whenever we are invited. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Our chairman deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close. Will show us the way forward. But I think it's a very good time to also thank our chairman today, Dr. Salisu Dahiru, for an excellent work sitting through here and chairing this session. He deserves another round of applause. I think it's also important for us to thank profoundly our traditional rulers who have been here all through today. King Dakulo from Ekpetiama Kingdom. He stepped back a little bit. He had something to do. His Royal Majesty Afolabi Odidomo of Ondo State. Thank you so much, sir, for sitting through this conversation. Last year's keynote speaker, Professor Oladipo. Thank you so much, sir, for being in this conversation today and contributing your bit to the interventions. I want to also profoundly thank Professor Etok Ekanem, the secretary of the BBO Elders Forum. Thank you very much, sir, for always heeding our call when we call and for your very valuable contributions to this conversation. Professor Ibrahim Umara from Borno State, Professor, I have this strong feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot more of you in the coming years. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of knowledge with us. Professor Sokona Yuba from Senegal, you'll be speaking tomorrow, but what you have done here today has been very, very eye-opening. It has whet our appetite for what is coming tomorrow. Thank you so much, sir, and we're happy to be acquainted with you. Let me also quickly thank Abdul Oro, our comrade who has been here all through today. I want to also thank all the panelists, and that includes my friend and my brother, Martins Eggot, all the way from Cross River State and being part of this discussion. Jaye Gaskia for moderating that excellent panel. Salahuddin Hashim for moderating that panel, and all the panelists, Hawa Mustafa and Professor Ibrahim Umara, whom I've already thanked. My sister, Jang, for Adeswa for giving us a new insight into the great work being done around Plateau State, and then Dr. Mike Terunga. Dr. Mike, happy to see you again, and thank you for those wonderful insights you provided here today. There are people whom we do not often thank enough. We've never really remembered to thank them. The organizing committee of these events, there are men and women who work tirelessly and, very assiduously for months, planning this event, making phone calls, sending invitations, booking flights, receiving feedback, correcting this and that, and they deserve our thanks also. I cannot mention all of them. There's Comer, who has been exemplary. There's Tija Bolton, there's a Memo Cone, there's Martin, there's Stanley, there's Wale, there's Kentebe, there's T. Isaac, a whole bunch of people who work so hard to put all of this together. My profound thanks to all of you. We don't always also thank the media team showing us those beautiful pictures and making sure the slides work and making sure that people online see everything and all the videos play. That team is headed by my brother and friend, Wale. Wale, please wave. Thank you so much, Wale, for all you do. Thank you very, very much. We have also here in our midst, as I said earlier, our partners from the West Africa region who are here today. There's Issa, there's Noble, there's Kwame, all of you. Thank you so much for making the very, very long journey from your various countries and being here to participate in a Nigeria conversation. Be sure that when we call, we shall also participate in a Togo, Benin Republic, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Benin Republic conversation. We'll be there for you when you need us. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I've reserved this for a bit later. I am happy to be thanking very profoundly our keynote speaker here today, who did an excellent work, telling us new things, fantastic things, drawing all the necessary threads and tying it all together. His paper is one I'll go back and read again and again because it was full of new knowledge and fresh thinking. Professor Omolade Adunbi, thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. We're very, very grateful. I thank also every single one of you who travel from far and near, all over the country to be here. I appreciate your presence, and we wish you journey mercies as you go back home. I want to also very quickly thank the team at HOMEF. Some are here, some are back in Benin, some are in Port Harcourt, but all of them are working together to see that we, even after this meeting, the loose ends are tied up and you all get something to eat and a way to go back home. Thank you so much, HOMEF team. You are the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to finally thank our leader in this movement, like I said in the morning, from whose ideas and imagination and whose work we have all been inspired and from whose work and thinking NSAC was established. I think it is my honor and profound privilege to be honoring Professor Nemo Basi for the exceptional work he keeps doing, in this space
fighting for environmental justice, connecting generations, connecting thinking, debunking false solution, mobilizing people's power, confronting environmental degradation, and just basically giving a nation ecological hope. Thank you so much, sir, for all the great things you do. You inspire us every single day. And on that note, may I welcome Professor Nimo Basi to show us the way forward. Thank you very much.
I like that title, Professor. Who knows? Well, he has thanked us. So my job is actually very simple at this time. First of all, I want to present a small gift token to our chairman. It's something is part of our tradition, just to remember that we are here at HOMEF and some of the things that we do. Yes, so thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know whether Professor Molade is still in the room. Please come forward. He told me he was going out briefly when he came back and sat at the back. Well, we've come a long way, as you know, when the trenches in those heydays of the military in this country, and now he's an academic of no mean repute. And I do try my best to read his works. And, thank you so much for your presentation today. Part of our tradition is whenever someone does a thing like this, we adopt you as a fellow of HOMEF. So that whenever we call upon you, we know you'll be there for us. You'll be part of our faculty because we do a lot about knowledge generation. So please, a gift, please present that. Just a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So next year, by God willing, we'll have another national, the Nigeria socio-ecological alternative convergence, and it's been an annual event. This is the third session. The fourth session will be next year on the 13th day of July, 2027. And it might be 2 days, but the committee will work together, think about what will be, because 1 day does not really appear to be sufficient. And we're hoping that all of us would be available. We agree on where to go to. This event is not put together by HOMEF alone. You see all the organizations, you can see their logos on the banners, and some that are not on the banner. We have We the People, we have CAPA, Social Action, Environmental Rights Action, Kebetkeche, Women Development Resource Center, and many others. So we are still looking for more partners, more organizations from across the nation to join in this effort, because it's all about us. It's about the whole nation. And as I said earlier, this is what can unite and build a strong nation. If our environment is safe and secure, we'll all have better lives. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? If you agree with me, say aye. If you don't agree with me, say nay. They are not in this room. They are not in this room. So Dr. Salihu, thanks a lot for all that you do and for really being patient and staying with us this time. It's very unusual for traditional leaders, first-class traditional rulers to stay to the end of events of this nature. Thank you, Prof. You were here with us last year. We know you'll be with us next year. So thank you very much. I think the theme and everything will be conveyed. The communique will be edited with your inputs and shared to everybody. So thank you so much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, okay, so 2 things I have to say finally. If you look at your agenda, there's a barcode here on the agenda. Please scan it with your mobile device and just tell us how you evaluate today's meeting. This is going to make NSAC 2027 much better because your feedback will be incorporated
into the planning of the next event. So please take out your mobile phones, scan this. It will not take more than 2 minutes. Just tell us how you feel about this meeting. There are a few questions to just respond to. Okay, Hawa has a smartphone. Yes, and if you look at your backpack, you have a blue card there. Please, that's your meal ticket. Look for it now.